Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, everybody. We are live. Today is June 18th. Welcome to the Planning Committee meeting. We have a full house today and a very full agenda. Welcome to members of the public, to staff, and to committee members. We have Councillor Wang, Councillor Nan, M. Wilson, Francis, Taddison, Beatty, Kretsch, and A. Wilson with us here in person. So a reminder to everyone to please keep any electronic devices to a non-audible function so we don't disrupt the meeting. And I'll note that we have quorum. And we'll go on to approval of the agenda. Clerk Kelsey, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Chair. Under Communications, added 5.1, correspondence from Vanessa Scally respecting Hamilton's Biodiversity Action Plan, item 11.3, with a recommendation that it be received and referred to the consideration of item 11.3. Under Delegation Request 6.1, delegations respecting the Biodiversity Action Plan, item 11.3 for today's meeting, we have added delegation request from Jen Baker with the Hamilton Naturalist Club and Tice Theismeyer from the Royal Botanical Gardens Canada. Under 6.2, delegations respecting 84 York Boulevard, item 11.2 for today's meeting, we have added delegation request from David Folletta with Boost Fields Inc. Under public meetings, 10.1, application for zoning bylaw amendment for 2481 Barton Street East, added staff presentation. 10.2, applications for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for 118 King Street West, added staff presentation. Under 10.3, application for zoning bylaw amendment for 150 Mohawk Road East, added staff presentation and added written submissions, items number 1 to 3, as well as added registered delegations from Barbara Miller. Under 10.4, applications for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for 399 Green Hill Avenue. We have added registered delegation Mary Sodergaard, added written submissions items 2 to 8, and an added staff presentation. 10.5, rental housing protection policy review, added registered delegations item 1 through 12, and added written submissions items 1 through 11, plus a added staff presentation. Under 10.6, official plan amendments, alignment with Parks Master Plan and Bill 23, we have an added staff presentation. Under discussion items, added item 11.3 is a staff presentation for Hamilton's Biodiversity Action Plan. And under private and confidential, added 15.2, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 1065 Paramount Drive for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments.
Are you sure you got them all? Okay, that's good. No more allowed. May I have a mover and a seconder that the agenda be approved as amended? Councillor Nan, Councillor Beatty. Any discussion? We'll go to the vote. And that carries. Thank you, everybody. On to declarations of interest. Members of committee, are there any declarations of interest today? Seeing none, we will move on. 4.1 is approval of the minutes from our previous meeting on June 4th, 2024. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the minutes of the June 4th meeting? Councillor Wang, Councillor A. Wilson. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Councillor Wang, Councillor A. Wilson. The vote's up. And Councillor McMeekin has joined us. Good morning. Please don't break anything. That carries 10-0. Thank you, everybody. We're on to communications. 5.1 is correspondence from Vanessa Scally respecting Hamilton's Biodiversity Action Plan, item 11.3. Could I have a mover and seconder to receive that communication? Councillor A. Wilson, Councillor Kretsch. Any discussion? We'll go to the vote. That carries 10-0. We're on to delegation requests. 6.1 is delegations respecting the Biodiversity Action Plan, item 11.3 for today's meeting. We have Brian McCaddy in person, Peter Appleton in person, Jem Baker from the Hamilton Naturalist Club in person, and Tice Teismeyer from the Royal Botanical Gardens in person. And 6.2, delegations respecting 84 York Boulevard. Item 11.2 for today's meeting, Russell Bartlett and David Folletta from Booth Fields, Inc. Could I have a mover and seconder to approve those delegations? Councillor A. Wilson, Councillor Wang. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. That carries 10-0. Moving on to delegations. 7.1, delegations respecting the Biodiversity Action Plan. Item 11.3. First up is Brian McCaddy, an in-person delegation. Just a note to all delegates for today, you will have 5 minutes to speak. You'll hear a ding at the 4-minute mark, indicating 1 minute remaining, and then take that time to wrap up, and you'll hear another ding at 5 minutes. Welcome, Brian.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. It's good to be here. First time on this side of the podium for many years, so kind of a strange feeling, but it's wonderful to be here. I had some slides. I don't know if you're able to bring those up as well, but if that's going to happen, opening comments maybe. I just want to say how excited I am about the Biodiversity Action Plan. The staff report in particular is excellent and provides some real concrete commitments by the city should committee and council adopt them for additional staff and additional funding. And it also, of course, reflects on this group, council's commitments previously, the commitment to the Montreal Pledge, and the Natural Areas Inventory funding, the $200,000 for the NAI. And I can tell you that the NAI is underway. And we've begun with an urban green spaces botanical inventory, and we're finding all kinds of amazing species that you might not predict are still in our urban area, but in fact they are, which is a good indicator and exciting. And of course, the contributions that council made to the Natural Areas Acquisition Fund as well. So some real solid contributions, which bodes well for the Biodiversity Action Plan that's before us today. And thanks to city staff as well for the great work. I think Lauren in particular, I engaged with in attending a couple of the public meetings that occurred. A huge contribution from staff and Public Works as well. The contributions from the community, in a moment you'll hear from Jen Baker. And as you may know, you probably do, better than I, Jen has been one of the drivers for about 5 years now, at least 5 years for the Biodiversity Action Plan. So it's a proud day for her, I know, so look forward to her comments. My comments are the ones that I've shared, but my point today, my key point today is, although there's a lot of important recommendations, plantings and education and all sorts of things that are in the Biodiversity Action Plan, the plan itself will have a hard time succeeding unless we change the system in which it's housed, and specifically I'm speaking to the land use planning system. Policy is fair enough, but the implementation, the process by which the plan proceeds. Next one, please. This is the Natural Heritage System. You've seen this map a number of times, I suspect. And it really, to me, it shows an evolution of natural areas planning in Hamilton. And we started back with the 1990 Natural Areas Inventory, and we had 37 environmentally significant areas at that point. We've done subsequent natural areas inventories. We went up to 69 the next time around, 10 years later. Now we've got 103 environmentally significant areas. And the big difference, of course, when we see from this map, it is not only blotches of green or islands of green was the term that we used to use, but in fact they're linked. We talk about linkages, so it's this idea of a system of natural areas rather than an isolated group of wetlands or forests, which is critical to biodiversity and species success. So next one, please. So this is starts getting into my thesis, I guess, in the sense that the natural heritage policies we have in the official plan are important, and you'll see recommendations in the BAP that staff plan on reviewing those policies and improving them. We would hope is what the review will lead to. But you know, when you look at them, they've got a lot of good words: protecting, enhancing biodiversity. As environmental impact statements are done related to development applications, you know, reviewing those and talks about development shall not negatively impact the environmental features, ecosystem functions of those environmentally significant areas, the natural heritage system now. So that's all good stuff, you know, and I know that you may know that Ontario Nature, you've got a project with them right now. It's mentioned in the report. Where they are producing a best practices review of municipal natural heritage policies right across the province. So we're hoping that Hamilton will embrace the findings of that review. And I understand it includes a bit of a soft critique of our own policies as well, particularly the lack of zoning that is related to natural heritage systems. Next one, please. So with the policies in place, I talked about, you know, good wording, half decent stuff, can be improved, but pretty good. But the key is implementation, as it always is, of course. And as you know, I sat around this horseshoe for 11 years on planning committee and other committees, and had an opportunity to see how things happened, both at the staff level, senior staff level, and reading the reports, and here are the decisions made by committee and council. And what you find is it's a very closed process of reviewing development applications. Staff meet behind closed doors with developers and their consultants. The access is quite extraordinary that they have to work through their applications. And it's my experience that very few applications that were in and around environmentally significant areas beside the natural heritage system, despite the policies, very few were ever turned down. So that to me is a concern. And the next one, please. So the result really is, you can see it there, a huge loss of natural heritage over the years. So if nothing else, that tells me we need to stop doing what we're doing, stop losing habitat, and starting to say no to development applications. Next one. So the recommendations I have, you can read them there. And I think, you know, it's important to, that first one there in particular, the audit of how the planning system works here. Not just the policies, because I've said the policies are not terrible, but actually how the policies are carried out. And I've asked staff for the opportunity to review planning applications starting from today, going back any number of years to look at what exactly happened with those development applications. And I think one of our staff, Dave Haywood, is here today, and I met with him last week to start that process. So don't get me wrong, a fantastic document, very excited about it, and thanks for all the work the community and staff have done, but a real sense that it won't be successful. And remember, with my age, I go back to Vision 2020, which many of you have never heard of, and we had some really solid natural heritage policies that came out of that. That's 1995, and look at the losses we've had since. Food for thought. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Brian. Looking around for speakers. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, former Councillor McCaddy, for being here and advocating for all that you do. I wanted to ask, in your last slide, I wonder if Sal could just pull up the last slide again. I noticed that you had asked specifically for some very specialized roles. I think there was an aquatic supervisor or something like that. And I understand the impetus and the ideas for that, but if we do our jobs right, how necessary are these particular roles, and why would you make those recommendations? I also know that we're going to talk about watershed, but like I just wanted to get a little bit more terrestrial and aquatic ecologists. So I just wondered if you could just dig a little bit deeper and just share with us your thought process as to why these highly specialized roles.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Mr. Chair, through you, I think the importance is that although we have planners reviewing these applications and a natural heritage planner in particular, who is also a biologist in Melissa, I don't know all her background, but we do have some biological staff involved. But this is the essence of biodiversity, is understanding the ecology of the area, and impacts that might occur as a result of development applications. So having ecologists on staff to provide that expertise is particularly important. Important now in particular, given, and hopefully it's a blip in the history, but Mr. Ford's decisions to withdraw the ability to comment on natural heritage by the conservation authorities. And of course, the conservation authorities do have biologists, and we had access to that, which we no longer have formal access to.
Okay. Thank you. Second question then through you, Chair, is what are your thoughts around how we might incentivize better building practices? As you may or may not know, we are working on a potential, at some point, framework around incentivizing better building. So how would that actually work hand in hand with, say, the BAP, in your opinion?
Yeah, you may be referring, Mr. Chair, to the green building standards, and I've been watching that process as it evolved. Very progressive again, Hamilton, and I don't know that much about the incentives, what developers would need to do that. One would hope at some point that people are just doing that because it makes sense from an energy perspective and a climate change perspective and a long-term perspective. We no longer want to think short-term. I think specifically about the work by the Ward 2 councillor and others with the bird-friendly aspects of the green building standards, and those are such critically important things with all the buildings we have in the urban area, and any new buildings that go up must be, with the proper covering to the windows and the kind of thing that I know you've been receiving comments, detailed comments on that for the Hamilton Naturalist Club and others, but. I think it's critical to get the green building standards in place. And we have lots of examples, right? Toronto is way ahead of this on this. They had the City of Toronto Act, which gave them a step up on that, but exciting to see that happening here in Hamilton.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not seeing other speakers, but I'd like to ask some questions. Oh, Councillor Maureen Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian, for being here. Proud Ward 1 resident. My apologies, Sal. I'm wondering if you could keep that last hone up on the screen. My question's further to Councillor Wang's efforts. I just want to make sure I understand. First of all, a simple question. These are in no particular, are these in a particular order of actions, or are they, because here's my question. We're waiting for number 5 to be complete, and number 5 might inform perhaps number 1. I'm not sure if you would care to speak to the sequence of work. Through the chair. Thanks,
Mr. Chair, to the Ward 1 councillor. I think they are in order, at least the first 2. Okay. And to me, the important things, and I just wanted to emphasize that point where it's an audit of the planning system, the planning, the way things are done. So policies are obviously a key part of that, but by far not the most important from my perspective, but it's how implementation happens. So it's the process. What is the planning process? A developer comes in the door with a development around an ESA or a core area in the language we use today, and how is that viewed? And in light of the Biodiversity Action Plan, which makes some huge commitments, and the Montreal Pledge, quite frankly, how is that going to change? Or are we just going to carry on business as usual, environmental impact statements, look for mitigation opportunities, buffers from natural areas, and the ecological functions will continue to fail? So I think that first one is definitely the first one. And the second one kind of goes to the urgency piece, where we've lost 75–80% of the wetlands here in Hamilton. And so many streams are straitjacketed in channels, and we can go on, and species loss associated with that, biodiversity loss. So no more loss. We have to turn down every development that is in and around and part of our natural heritage system. Lots of other areas to develop down here in particular, and you've committed to that with the urban boundary, hard urban boundary. So I think that's it. I mean, it could be shuffled. The 3 through 5 could be shuffled, and they may well inform the audit, particularly when it's addressing, Mr. Chair, policies.
Thank you. So through the chair, for example, on a, and I am by no means really well schooled on these issues and their application, but in looking at, for example, the Appendix C, and it gives a list of the action items, and one of them being review the natural heritage policies of the rural and urban official plans and investigate options for amendments to strengthen protection and biodiversity in both rural and urban contexts, to be done within years 1 to 3. The City of Hamilton being the lead to undertake this review, working across the corporation. Would that work complement that, and or how does this work inform that? Because I'm assuming you're supportive of this, so just trying to test the relationship to make sure I understand the distinction on what this is saying and what you are suggesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to the councillor. Absolutely complimentary, the policy review by staff, and hopefully looking at best practices with other municipalities. We've got Ontario Nature doing that work for us. But it's far from just that. You know, I sat on the task force of sustainable development, spent thousands of hours during that process. Maybe some of you did too, as volunteers or maybe as a minister. So disappointed that the good policies that are in the 1995 regional official plan is called Towards the Sustainable Region. That was the name of the plan back in Hamilton Wentworth days. Just not implemented. So there's a gap between the policies and what actually happens in the corridors and in the offices here at City Hall and in the planning department in particular. Natural heritage planners provide comments, and really solid comments in most cases. The ESAG committee, the Environmentally Significant Area Impact Evaluation Group, provides comments to staff. But for whatever reason, it comes out the other end when you see it here in the staff reports as recommendations for approval. And the environmental impact statements are just apologies for we're going to develop here. Here's what we're going to lose, and by the way, we're going to develop here. So it's really devastating to have sat here and to be involved since the 90s, early 90s, and to see the policies, but yet not see the implementation. So that review of process, what actually happens, and reviewing past approvals too. You can't, we have to know what happened in the past in order not to repeat that in the future, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Councillor Wilson asked the same line of questioning I wanted to ask, so seeing no further speakers, one last check. Okay, thank you very much, Brian.
Thanks very much. Thanks.
Next, as delegate, we have Peter Appleton, who is delegating virtually. Peter, if you'd like to turn on your camera. There we go. Good morning, Peter. Go ahead and unmute. We'll see if we can hear you okay.
All right, how's that?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I wanted to, again, applaud everybody that's done a tremendous job on the BAP, getting it to where it is now. Listening to Brian's recommendations as well, I wholeheartedly support them. I've had a bit of experience in this world and past lives, and I could not be more supportive of the word process. The process of a BAP like this, as Brian pointed out, I too recall the Vision 2020. And so looking at, let's call it, other municipalities around Canada and the United States, the leaders have specific dates. I'll throw one out there, and that's our friends on the other side of this big country of ours, Victoria, has a program called 2037, and their BAP started in 2017. The timelines are laid out. The data supporting is laid out. The reporting is laid out. The budget is laid out. And the accountability is laid out for 20 years. And I believe that process is absolutely imperative to any scientific endeavor, because without those, there's no rigor. So starting with, as Brian pointed out, targeting and auditing the data that we have for our backyard with an AI that happens every 10 years has to happen before any further development happens. Or all of this is just, as he mentioned, a Band-Aid, an EAIS, an ESA to go, this is happening, here's the little mistakes that we might have made, and here's the Band-Aid to go on it. Once we get all of this amazing data, we assess these targets. That's when we figure out the timelines. That's when we begin the reporting. That's when we set the budgets, and that's when we get the accountability in place. One of the most important parts I've seen and looked at in many other municipalities is the important opportunity for all Hamiltonians to be a part of this. And one of the simplest things I saw, which was wonderful, was just everybody's got road boulevards with annuals being irrigated underground. Switching those, putting up your sponsor signs in many different places around the city, not just road boulevards, and abolishing non-native annuals and putting up native perennials is just one way to help biodiversity. Now, one thing we haven't spoken on, and I did not see at all in here, was assessing the natural capital as a dollar amount. Okay, when we have this amount embedded in every development decision, we now understand financially what this is worth and how it's going to help us mitigate climate change in the future, because climate change will cost us money. Nobody is going to be able to deny that scientifically. Sustained funding from municipality, provincial, federals, and NGOs are examples as to how these things can do it, and throwing that money from private citizens through boulevards and other sponsored areas is another great way. Increasing the incentives and these incentives / market opportunities for private landowners to conserve their biodiversity on their land is a massive and huge part of this. We know, after going through the Greenbelt issues, that there were dozens of landowners there that were scared and nervous to understand that they would maybe have a policy coming in place that was going to take their property away. And they were ready to do the right steps. They were ready to take an incentive and to take that market opportunity. And I believe it's very easy for us as a municipality to do that. One part I've not heard enough of is that First Nations must be a part of this. We must support Aboriginal First Nation access to biodiversity as well for economic development. And we need to build and fund First Nation participation. That's how it works. We have to give the opportunity and we have to make sure it's financially viable. A part of the very start was timelines, data, reporting, budget, accountability. And the next part of this is a transparent evaluation process. Brian said it's very easy, as he had seen over many years, to have many development meetings with developers one-on-one, and every single one of these needs to be transparent in the evaluation process. And lastly, the whole of government approach, which I know you all know extremely well as a term, is just like ecology and ecological corridors and a system being connected, the same approach needs to happen. We're the largest city in the most biodiverse region in Canada, and we need to be the leaders. Thank you so much for your patience and time, and I appreciate everything that everybody's doing on the council to move this forward.
Thank you, Peter. Just looking to see if there's any speakers. Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your delegation this morning. Moving on, our next delegate is Jen Baker from the Hamilton Naturalist Club. I think it's an in-person delegation. There's Jen. Good morning, Jen.
I shouldn't be shocked about that, sorry. Okay, hi everybody. I'm Jen Baker, General Manager with the Hamilton Naturalist Club. As you've kind of heard, one of the lead partners in the development of the Biodiversity Action Plan. And I'm very excited to be here today to talk to you about the BAP. For those of you who aren't familiar, HNC is a charitable organization with over 500 members who are dedicated to the study, appreciation, and conservation of our wild plants and animals. And HNC has been helping to lead conservation initiatives in and around Hamilton for over 100 years. So this includes acquiring natural lands, helping to initiate all the NAIs and the Bee City program, and working to bring nature back to the city through the Pollinator Paradise program. A few years ago, we started conversations with city staff and conservation partners about the need for some kind of biodiversity plan to act as an umbrella to guide all of our biodiversity conservation initiatives across the city. And this has become even more critical with our biodiversity and climate crises. So in sometime later today, it's a busy agenda, but you'll hear a great BAP summary from city staff. So I was going to focus on HNC's BAP story. And I wanted to point out the BAP would not be what it is without the help of stakeholders, residents, and in particular the BAP team, of very hardworking, dedicated experts who are committed to the BAP being success. And I think you'll see that you can agree in the first BAP that you're seeing today. I've also wanted to point out that I've noticed in the last couple of years an increasing number of city staff from across the different departments who have been involved in the BAP, making important contributions and sharing a lot of the really exciting work that's already underway or that will be getting underway soon. The BAP started with modest goals of getting more native plants and naturalization in public spaces, and it's really grown almost beyond expectations in terms of the commitment for this initial BAP, and we're already seeing discussions happening about this leading to even bigger and better initiatives. We're already seeing those things way beyond getting more native plants in the ground. And I think part of this is because people are seeing how critical healthy biodiversity is for a healthy and resilient community. The BAP envisions a Hamilton that is resilient to climate change, celebrates nature, and provides a healthy environment for all life. And we have goals to protect, explore, connect, and restore biodiversity. How we'll do that is with our 7 key priorities and over 50 actions committed to by all of the partners and stakeholders to work towards meeting these while addressing our main threats to biodiversity, so habitat loss, invasive species, pollution, and climate change. Now, will this first 5-year BAP fix biodiversity in Hamilton? No. No, it won't, but it will move the yardstick forward monumentally and provide a very large and solid foundation for our BAP partners, stakeholders, and community to then do even more for biodiversity protection and enhancement. And why am I so confident and positive that this will be happening? Because I think in Hamilton, we have a solid history of both small and large collaborations for conservation. So we have the RAP, the NAI, C2E, like we've used all the letters over the decades. And HNC has been involved in all of these initiatives. So I know that in our community, we recognize the power of partnerships and how we can't get anything done without all of us around the table. It's how the BAP was developed and how it will be governed and implemented. And there will be many seats around our table for everybody. Yes, I'm regularly told in my life that I wear rose-colored glasses, but I believe that this will be successful based on our history and our community. And HNC is looking forward to working with everybody on BAP implementation to protect and enhance biodiversity across Hamilton. So I'm looking forward to seeing protection for our important natural areas through acquisition and policy, helping wildlife to move around safely, engaging community in first celebrating the cool biodiversity that we have here, and then participating in actions to make it better, managing invasive species, which is something that I know far too much about, I think, and improving the health of our aquatic habitats. So agency is looking forward to working on all of these actions with everybody and then reporting back on our success. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for the delegation, Jen, and thank you for all the work that's gotten us here today. We do have a speakers list. First, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thanks, Jen, and thank you for all of your work up until this point on the team as well. I just wanted to follow up. I think you really captured this well. We're not going to solve the problem here today with this plan, but we are going to fundamentally move the yardstick forward. I really appreciate that framing. This is a 5-year plan. It's not the plan for the rest of time.
Right.
What are some things that aren't in this plan that you're excited to see in BAP 2.0 that maybe we'll have our NAI done, we'll have our studies, we're more mature as a partnership, a series of partnerships and going forward, you know, to maybe get us so BAP 2.0 is closer to that. Here's our roadmap to solving the problem plan. Because again, you got to take steps forward to get there. What are some of the things you're excited about in BAP 2.0 that maybe aren't here in the first version?
So some things, and this is me, not the BAP team, so I should say that. And maybe also this is intentionally a 5-year plan for all the things you said, Councillor Wilson, that we need to get everybody around the table and get used to working together. BAP 2.0, I see some of the things that Brian mentioned. So our natural areas are actually protected and the policies are working. Everybody knows what the rules are. So, you know, everybody's going into a development or a retrofit knowing that you need to plant native species and you need to protect this much space and we need to protect our waters and we need to have bird-friendly buildings and all of those kinds of things. And this is maybe a personal thing, I would also like to see it standard that our hydro corridors actually and transmission corridors actually do something. They're not just like mowed areas, they can provide some like function, whatever type of garden it is, and there are ways to do that everybody feels safe around it. And then I think more knowledge about our aquatic systems. Like we're really good at understanding our terrestrial systems because I think that's where a lot of us focus. And then I know for me, water is something else that like other people know. And so I think having a better understanding of that, and then also something that the club is pushing for to hopefully start in the first year and then build, is that more people are involved, like from the club. We have a good volunteer base working on these things because more people recognize how great our biodiversity is and that we're not starting with nothing. We have a pretty tremendous natural areas around here that we're building on. We're not starting with a big black hole and then trying to make nature happen in Hamilton. So if more people see that, there will be more areas in our backyards and private spaces. And I would love to see DeFasco's front lawn planted, and I would love to see more plantings in the industrial area.
Thanks so much, Jen. I think it's really important. The BAP has been something, I think, for some, you said it keeps evolving, and it for some has become this real potential moment. And so what's next, and the fact that this is the beginning of a journey, and giving us some heads up about what you think might be next on that journey as well is really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Not seeing any further speakers, doing a quick check. So thank you very much, Jen.
Okay, thank you.
Our next delegate is Tice Theismeyer from Royal Botanical Gardens, and Tice is making his way down. Yeah, Sal's going to get things set up, and then he'll turn on the mic. And before you start, I think there was a request for additional time. Is that correct? Yeah, Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Matt Francis for an additional 5 minutes. So we'll get that vote up. And the vote is up. All right, we'll get your microphone on, and then. Oh, sorry. We're not able to see that on the screen. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Go ahead, Tice.
Good morning, councillors and Mr. Chair. Thank you for having me. I think this is a fantastic step forward. It's a step. I cannot understate this simple fact. It's the world we live in, and whether you're at the municipality or at home on a property, we've all been doing stuff on this topic. This is more a way of gathering it all up. It's a very large topic. It's a difficult topic to gather up. It's full of passion because of the challenges in this world. It's a very nice job for a version 1. Very nice job. I'm borrowing a few of I basically got 10 pictures to emphasize some things in what is otherwise a large topic. Jen Baker, of course, has really spearheaded this in the background, and congratulations to her leadership. Lauren Freitz at the city, also congratulations, and to you all for investing in this and bringing it together. Let's just roll through this, and this is a thing near and dear to my heart because, of course, I work at the Royal Botanical Gardens, which is basically a biodiversity organization that draws people through tourism to experience it. That's the best way to say it. And we have one of the earliest properties, Cootes Paradise, sorry, in the protection world for a set aside to balance industry and urban development. It's a good little measure. There we go. I do want to pick on this map for a minute, and not pick on it, but just emphasize this was a hard map to find until the Biodiversity Action Plan came to be. I didn't actually know it existed. It was within city policy, fantastic, and planning. This is the intended natural heritage system. It's not the natural heritage system that actually exists on the ground. It's a planning document. It could use some refining, absolutely, and I see planning has picked that up. What is it really, though, just so we understand? Basically, it's hazard lands and parks as we have them right now. Hazard lands, steep cliffs, slippery slopes, floodplains, and wetlands. That's really what that is. So you have ribbons following up the watershed, and of course, most of it ends up down at Cootes Paradise. That's really what it is. It's an initial version. It definitely needs refining. You're into mapping issues and further thinking, because it's a large topic. But it's an excellent map, and it was hidden until this plan sort of came out. Another point I'd like to make. The federal government, the international world, and even the provincial government has really been going at this topic now for quite a few years. There's various documents, various initiatives, various funds at the provincial and national level. And of course, within the city, the municipal level, you would just simply upgrading a wastewater plant is investing in biodiversity. Top item on the ground, clean water. Basically, biodiversity thrives in clean water, clean air, and space. So natural heritage system, space. We have a big collaborative example of the federal government investing in the local community, be it wastewater or just this picture, which is a barrier on Cootes Drive. This is a major upgrade to a causeway road called Cootes Drive that bisects the back of Cootes Paradise. The road was installed far long before we ever thought about the impacts of these things, and this is really our challenge. Historical things that we didn't think through, and now we are paying the piper on how to fix it. But it was a collaborative project between us at the Royal Botanical Gardens, the city, and the Hamilton Conservation Authority. The challenge with projects like this currently is without a biodiversity strategy. When you had a road bisecting what would be one of your core areas, Roads Department didn't have a mechanism to help with dealing with the roadkill that happens. Maybe we do now. Water and climate change. The more the climate changes, the harder it rains, the more you're likely to spill the sewage that we haven't got gathered up yet. Maybe today's one of those days too with a rainstorm. There is a simple set of easy actions that really are not pushed out there yet. There's a bit of a downspout disconnection program, but it's not pushed out there in how to manage water. But it's filling up the combined system and it's spilling sewage constantly. Progress has certainly been made on this topic, but I put a little chart there on the left. That's spills to Cootes Paradise last year. So those are big numbers. 265 hours. 385, what is that number, billion liters? Big numbers just last year. And that's what happens when it rains a lot. It was a rainy year last year. That means when you're measuring, and this is a key priority, how to measure, and of course downstream at Cootes Paradise, it's a great place to measure. The water quality, which was once terrible, has graduated to marginal with actually some beautiful places within it. It is crossing over Cootes Paradise Marsh as a more inspiring place set in a landscape where you can see the escarpment in the background. But we're still pretty so-so on the water. Here's an example. I just wanted to emphasize core natural areas in the natural heritage system split by roads. In this picture, you have several corridors at the back of Cootes Paradise. You're looking at Dundas in the background, McMaster on the left. There's 3 waterways that come in the back, Spencer Creek, Ancaster Creek, and Sydenham Creek. Wildlife move between Big Cootes Paradise and the Dundas Valley up to the escarpment and beyond. This road fundamentally splits it. It was built in the 1930s before we thought about how many cars there would actually be. Last year there was a project on this, and it's been an ongoing how to patch up this project without the proper resources, because on our end, certainly we don't have a roads department budget, and this is a roads project. Some of the animals that get hit are big and don't do cars any favors also. There's a pretty solid barrier there, but incomplete. My little chart on the left with pictures, those are examples of animals that get hit when you run a road through a core natural area. There's snakes and turtles and deer and chipmunks and mink and on it goes. How did I gather that? This is through one of the elements that you can use now that's quite straightforward, community participation. It's an app called iNaturalist. And so you just create a little project there and anyone can submit an observation. The lower thing is a set of dots on Coots Drive, for example, where animals have been smucked. And that's older information because there's a better wildlife barrier there now, but it's making a difference. Wildlife corridors are a daunting topic when you're at a municipal level and you haven't dealt with it before because you get the image of what the national park might do with a massive overpass in Banff, for example. You don't need a massive overpass. Often there is passageways. They just need to be a little bit bigger often with some fence to guide them in there. This is all there is on Coots Drive, and it works perfectly. It's a chain link fence behind a guardrail with a solid piece on the bottom so that the snakes and small turtles and things don't get on the road. It's fairly straightforward, fairly inexpensive, but until you get confidence on doing it, you're not sure because all you think of is the massive overpass, the flashy things. It'd be nice to have one on the 403, but that's a different topic. There's tremendous resources now on, and I put this little caption in the bottom, on demystifying what it means to just manage wildlife with your roads. And I do want to stress the roads of priority are the ones that split a core natural area. So there's a few of those. There's not a lot of them, but there's a few of them in that natural heritage system where there's a road cutting it right in half. Invasive species. You'll see this as a big topic in the Biodiversity Action Plan. I'm emphasizing it's a big topic. It's particularly a big topic because Hamilton, which has a tremendous landscape located at the tip of Lake Ontario, has quite a history of having introductions to the area because of the shipping port, and not the current shipping port, the one that was in Dundas, and the immigration and everybody's desire to bring something from home on the other side of the ocean. What is an invasive species? This is always the stickiest topic. The federal government already did the leadership on this. We don't have to follow too hard, but basically boils down to something from another continent that doesn't fit in this system and has no checks and balances. And so suddenly it takes over, but it doesn't actually feed a food web. Because we have a long history of this in Hamilton, shipping, people bringing things. Some of the most common trees now in the old city and spreading out into the wider natural areas are definitely not from this continent. And they do wonderful things like provide shade and have a beautiful picnic under it. They're not feeding a food web. And they're switching out our best natural areas, trees, for example. And trees are just one example of invasive species. Out of that list, the common buckthorn in a city tree survey was number 2 tree in the city. Number 2, which is a bit of a bugger. Now, the interesting thing is the provincial government has set up an Ontario Invasive Species Center to help us all. We do all contribute to it, we learn from it, we draw resources from it, but that's a provincial government initiative to help us all. It's out there. A little good news, because there's always good news. It's actually a changing world. Often for the better, the air is cleaner, the water's cleaner locally, that's for sure. A massive project occurred in Westdale on Coots Paradise. My image up there on the lower left is actually the height of the spill in 2018. You can see that black oozy color in the water. That is the spill at its full mess. There are no plants in Coots Paradise at that point, which was quite a step back. Westdale Inlet's right beside the spill and the water wrapped around. We lost everything. Last fall, I went into Westdale Inlet, and it was like I was in Algonquin Park. That's a win. That's a win. To stand in Westdale on the shore of Princess Point and go, am I in the South? Wow. Anyway, so don't lose track of that. These are extraordinary things. And finish it up. We're here. We know a lot about biodiversity at Royal Botanical Gardens. Tremendous step forward. More to come. Go rain gardens. Go rain gardens. That's water management and gardening. Thanks.
Thank you, Tice. We do have a speakers list, so if you want to hang out for a minute there, Councillor A. Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Tice, so much for coming. We have someone with that experience in aquatic habitat restoration right here, and so I do just have a bit of a question for you about some of the aquatic habitat restoration and enhancement steps. So earlier you said what biodiversity needs is clean water, clean air, and space. In the context of restoration, sometimes we think about getting new spaces online and cleaning those up or getting those habitats restored. A lot of the actions I see in the plan itself with aquatic habitat is about water quality of existing habitats. That's all great, and we should do those things, and I'm not saying we shouldn't. Do you think we strike the right mix between space and water quality in this plan, or in future iterations of the plan, are places where you think we could go further in terms of maybe habitat creation?
I think we can go further, absolutely. That's a further iteration. I'm glad you asked me that question. I didn't even chat with him about it. One of the top challenges for core natural areas, because of course there's a balance you enjoy, you experience, it's part of your life, is we like to put people through them all. And it's difficult to be the more sensitive wildlife, which is most of them, if there's people around you all the time. So it's a missing step right now to go, wait, where's the spots where we know that's just for such and such turtle or the bald eagle or take your pick. It's an interesting challenge. On water, there's a few ditches, to say the least, that could use improvements. I have noticed, this is an interesting and fun thing, when a subdivision development moves forward, whether you like it or not, a full rebuild of the stream channel system tends to happen, and you come out better. So these are things, it's just not formally recognized that way. It's more looking at, look at the angst of all of this versus look at the opportunities. But there's a lot of opportunities. It was economics that drove the changes. It's going to be economics that rebuild it. I did like the comment that we heard from the other speaker, the natural capital. It's a thing we take for granted, the environment that we live in, until you don't have it. But it changes your approach to your day, your psychology, the functioning of the system. Here's the thing. I would like to go fishing in Lake Ontario and take a fish home for dinner. That would be the end game, instead of going to the grocery store and going, which other Great Lake can I get a fish from for dinner? And I think that's something for everybody.
Thanks, Tace. Really appreciated that.
Thank you, and not seeing any other further speakers, so thank you very much, Dice. Appreciate the delegation. Okay, so those are delegations for 7.1. Could I have a mover and seconder to receive them? Councillor Cretch, Councillor Wang. We'll go to the vote. The vote is up. That carries 11-0. Moving on to 7.2, delegations respecting 84 York Boulevard, which is item 11.2 on today's agenda. First up, we have Russell Bartlett for an in-person delegation. Looks like Russell is making his way down to the podium. Good morning, Russell. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes, so you hear a ding at 4 minutes. That's what you know, you have 1 minute left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Russell Bartlett. I serve as the lead pastor at Philpott Church, and I appreciate being able to speak with you today. Of course, I'm here to delegate on behalf of my church, and I'm appealing to you to withdraw the notice of intention to designate our church building located at 84 York Boulevard. I want to frame my delegation around two questions: who we are and why this matters. Who is Philpott Church? Well, we are one of Hamilton's oldest congregations. We are deeply committed to the downtown core of Hamilton. We are a growing, multi-generational, multi-ethnic church that offers services and programs every day of the week. We run many programs that serve some of the most vulnerable people in our city. For example, every Thursday, more than 100 people gather inside our church to receive service and a home-cooked prepared meal. Every week, our clothing room is open for people to come and receive clothing. This past year, we helped settle and furnish apartments for 82 refugees, from free haircuts and conversational English classes and recovery group. We are a growing church with a deep love for people and place. The pressing matter today is, why does this notice of intention to designate our church building matter? For more than a decade, our church has wrestled with what to do with an aging, deteriorating building. We knew we wanted to remain in the downtown core. We feel a certain calling to the downtown core. Could we carry out the needed renovations to make our facility safe, accessible, and more functional for our current and future needs? While the cost to us to maintain our aging facility mounted, we secured an engineering firm to conduct a complete assessment. The assessment concluded that a renovation project was far too expensive and impractical. In 2021, the congregation entered into a purchase and sale agreement with a developer who wanted to build much-needed housing at our current site. At the same time, we were able to purchase properties on King Street East, namely the site of the former Lincoln Alexander Center. A door had opened for us to stay in the downtown while creating a more modern facility that would better serve the needs of our growing congregation, the people we serve, and especially the folk of the downtown core. Renovations are in process, and we have already made a significant investment in our relocation. The notice of intention to designate our current building at 84 York Boulevard matters because the purchase and sale agreement at our current building has not closed. It's scheduled to close in September, just less than 3 months away. We are still the landowner, the building owner at 84 York, and the intention to designate our building has already created very concerning complications for our church. Most concerning is how this designation may impact the closure of the purchase and sale agreement already in place. The scheduled sale of our current building, 84 York, is absolutely necessary for our relocation project to continue. Without the sale, it's not financially viable. In conclusion, I'm appealing to you to consider our church, the people of our church, and the people we serve every day of the week. And I want to be clear that our relocation is not the result of a dwindling downtown congregation seeking to downsize in order to survive. Every week, hundreds of people come through the doors of our church to worship and to serve our city. We are very much a growing congregation seeking to use its resources wisely to better position ourselves to carry out the things we believe God has called us to do and for years to come. To designate our building now at this stage, I think is deeply unfair. Please consider the broader impact of this impending heritage designation. And again, please withdraw the notice of intention to designate our church building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russell. I don't see any speakers, so appreciate your delegation today. And next we have David Filetta, an in-person delegation. David's making his way down. We're just getting a presentation queued up. There we go. Okay, take it away.
Thank you, Chair and members of committee. My name is David Falletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bellsfields. And we've been retained by the church to also seek for the alternative recommendation in your report. I do want to start by thanking staff. I think the information in the report is super helpful. It provides a lot of context in terms of all of the information that is before you from the objections that you've received. I won't get into too much detail because I've noticed how quickly 5 minutes run. So I think Russell outlined for you who the church is and what they do and their importance in the downtown in terms of their the benefit to the community. It's clearly very important, and it's a very important issue for them as they've already started to move to the Lincoln Alexander Center. So again, we've heard that they have moved. One of the big reasons why is back in 2011, they did a fulsome assessment of the existing building. And that assessment is 200 pages, and I've read it very thoroughly. And there are significant issues with the existing building. And the issues relate to accessibility, which is important for their congregation. This building was built originally back in 1901. It's got lead piping, it's got knob and tube wiring. There's a number of issues with the building. Sorry, I just want to move this out of the way. And again, a professional assessment was done, and it concluded that a major renovation to make the building more accessible and modernize it for the current growing congregation would cost anywhere between $2.5 and $3.9 million. And that's to maintain the existing building and just to bring it up to snuff in today's building code, under today's building code. So as a result, as you heard from Russell, they decided to sell the building, find a new location in the downtown to continue to serve the community. Oh, no, it's not, no longer switching. Of course. I think I missed one. How do I go back now? What was that? There we go. So again, we're asking you to consider the recommendation on page 11 of the staff report, and that is to withdraw your intention to designate the site and to negotiate a heritage easement or covenant in lieu of the designation. And again, our consultant team would work with your staff to identify what those key heritage elements are, and that easement would be registered on title. In terms of why we think you should support the recommendation, the developer and the church retained MHBC, who's a cultural heritage consultant, and they've reviewed the building. They've done a detailed review, and they looked at a bunch of different alternatives. One of the alternatives was, again, I hit wrong. Sorry, this thing is in my way, and I can't move it. There's like a little, there's a window that's open. My apology. And I hit stop by accident. Okay. Pull that back up. There's a little window in the corner. There you go. So in terms of what that study did, again, it's not. So I don't like PDFs. Can we move that thing out of there? Or no, you can't move it. Okay. Okay. Oh, right there. Perfect. Thank you. Again, it's not. Okay. Sorry about that. My apologies. So in terms of the cultural heritage impact assessment that was done by MHBC, it looked at a bunch of different alternatives. And one of the alternatives was to look at the relocation of the building to another portion of the site. That was determined to not be feasible by that study for a number of reasons. And when you look at the building, one of the key issues with the building is that the original building was a brick veneer, and what you're seeing here on the screen is that that brick veneer was covered by a cement-based mortar. And what that has done is that started to create issues with the brick. So now the brick behind it is impacted. So there are cracks in the brick, and the brick is failing. And these are just some of the examples that have been found in the study. Leaving the building as is, again, would also is not feasible for a number of reasons. The building will continue to deteriorate over time on its exterior as well as its interior. And as you heard earlier, the interior of the building requires significant upgrades for any use, whether it be the church or future use. And then retention of the building and integration with the new development is also not feasible for those same reasons. You'd have to remove that mortar on top of those bricks. You'd have to repair the bricks, and then you would have to incorporate that building into a new development. And again, problematic for a number of different reasons. Finally, one of the suggestions in the staff report was to remove the cement-based mortar cover and replace all of the bricks. And in our opinion, it's not feasible. That wasn't reviewed by the study for a number of reasons. In our opinion, and in the opinion of the study, it would create a conflict because you'd have to basically take off the existing mortar. You'd have to remove all of the impacted bricks, and the study has found that the majority of those bricks have deteriorated, and then you'd be replacing those bricks with new bricks and then repointing it. So it's almost creating a new facade on that building, and the cost to do that, the cost of the repair of the interior, just don't make it feasible. I know I'm going over, so I'll be quickly. Again, costs are too great. We talked about that already. So what does the alternative recommendation do? It allows the church to continue to serve in the downtown. As you've heard from Russell, it's going to create a financial issue for the church if we can't close this. In addition, the church, the buyer, Hugh Pegg, who's the Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group, are also supportive of the alternative recommendation. It allows for the relocation of the church. It allows for the creation of new apartment housing in the downtown, and it provides for the redevelopment of a deteriorating building in the downtown precinct, which we know is going to get a large, significant investment. And I know I'm over, so I'm just going to say a couple more things. The last thing is the Ontario Heritage Act allows for City Council and this committee to make a balanced decision. And you've heard from staff and you've heard from the Municipal Heritage Committee, and their advice is based on their technical expertise in reviewing the proposal or the decision to designate that property against the criteria, and in their opinion, it meets it. But in my opinion, the legislation allows for council to make a more balanced decision, recognizing what the benefits are and what some of the external circumstances are. So for all those reasons and more, we're requesting that you go with the alternative recommendation. And thank you, and I apologize for being over.
Okay, thank you, David. Just checking to see if there's any speakers. Councillor Nan, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks for your overview. You've used the word feasible quite a bit in the presentation. Can you just break that down for us? Are you talking about cost? That it's too costly for you to maintain what is being recommended by staff and the future development that's proposed or thought of in the location?
Yeah. Thank you, through you, Chair, to the councillor. The feasibility really relates to two options. So the first option is bringing the building up to a stage where it can serve the current congregation or whatever use goes in there today. And the feasibility of those interior renovations, so that's removing all of the new tube and the wiring, the lead piping, putting in sprinklers, bringing it all up to snuff, making it more accessible, putting in an elevator, that would be between 2.5 and 3.9 million. That doesn't even take care of all the exterior elements that are happening with the building, and that requires some additional attention. So you know, what I tried to show you in the pictures is that the brick is starting to fail behind it. There's cracks, and it's just going to continue to deteriorate. And the only way to protect that and to address that issue is to remove that existing concrete that's on top, that's been stamped on top of that brick, and then repair all that brick. And that is, we don't even have an estimate of that because it's just way too expensive. And even the Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment acknowledges that the cost to do that just don't make sense in this circumstance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Not seeing any further speakers. Thank you, David, for your delegation.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll now need a mover and seconder to receive our delegations. Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Wang. The vote is up. That carries 11-0. So we've completed all our delegations, and those are for items that are much later on the agenda. Just for those paying attention, we do have a number of other things to get to before we get to the items we've been talking about. So we're moving on to 9, agenda item 9, consent items. 9.1 is active official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision applications. It's report PED 24067 citywide. Can I have a mover and seconder to receive the report? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kretsch. Is there any discussion? Not seeing any. So we will go to the vote. The vote's up. That carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. We're now moving on to agenda item 10, public hearings. The public has been advised of how to pre-register to be a delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the development applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So our first public hearing is item 10.1, application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 2481 Barton Street East in Hamilton. That's PED, report PED 24096 in Ward 5. So we have a staff presentation. Would committee like to see the staff presentation? Seeing no from the ward councillor. Okay, so I'll need a mover and seconder to waive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. The vote is up. That carries 10-0. Thank you. We do have a representative from GSB Group, Brenda Keys, in the audience today, attending in person. She's on her way down. We're just getting the presentation set up. Okay, good morning, Brenda. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Brenda Case. I'm a registered professional planner with GSP Group. I wanted to speak to you very briefly. We're very pleased about this development application and the recommendation of staff. It's been a long haul, and we're very pleased to have this brought forward at this time. So why I'm here very briefly is we support staff's recommendation, we support the staff report, but there's a little bit of a wording change that we're requesting in the proposed holding provisions. And what it does is it deals with the ability for this development to come forward sooner rather than later. We have the owner is very anxious to proceed straight to site plan approval, hopefully pending this approval. So what we have is a holding provision. This is 3E. You can find it on your, in the draft report. It's Appendix B of the staff report, and it's I think it's the third page. So 3E, it does not allow for or specifically mention the ability to demonstrate capacity within the existing trunk sewer. So I know that, I'm sure you're all aware of the servicing constraints associated with the lower Stony Creek area in Centennial Parkway area. And what we're asking is a modified holding provision. So very specifically, you can see here, 3E is how it's worded right now in the staff report in the draft zoning bylaw amendment that's before you. So it says that no development within the subject site can proceed until the city completes the design and construction of Battlefield trunk sewer twinning to the satisfaction of the Director of Engineering. So we know that's a little ways off. We know it's not in the capital budget yet. We know it's not going to be constructed probably till between 2026 and 2030, assuming it's in the 2026 capital budget. So what we've asked for is a modification to that particular holding provision to include the wording that you see in yellow there. So unless it is confirmed that there is capacity available in the existing Battlefield sanitary trunk to accommodate this development. So the developer will be required to do a special study to demonstrate that that capacity exists. We have reviewed this with planning staff and development engineering. And, oh, I missed the last, I guess that was the last page, sorry. So what we're requesting is that modification to the wording. We've discussed this in depth with planning staff and with development engineering, who are in agreement with the modification to 3E of the draft zoning bylaw. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Just taking a look to see if there's any speakers. Seeing none, so Councillor Francis, go ahead. Okay, just to summarize, you're in support of the staff proposal pending the modified holding provision, which we can address when we get to the report.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Ask a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? If you'd like to speak, you can come down to the podium. On this particular item, we have several, yes? Okay. And third time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this particular item at this public meeting? Okay, seeing none? Oh, we did not. Thank you for keeping me on track. Councillor Alex Wilson will move that. Councillor Nam will second. That's why we have the clerk here, to keep us on the right track. So we'll vote to receive the agent's presentation. That carries 11-0. And I've also asked 3 times if there's any members of the public. No one has indicated they wish to speak. So I need a mover and seconder to move that there were no public submissions received regarding this matter and that the public meeting be closed. Councillor Francis, Councillor Taddison. We'll go to the vote. That carries unanimously. So now I'd like a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations, and we can have some discussion if required. Councillor Francis, Councillor Wang. So Councillor Francis, first speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just through to staff, based on the presentation we just saw by the agent, was staff made aware of this modification to the holding provision that was asked here today?
Through the chair, we did have a meeting with the applicant.
Introduce yourself first.
Oh, sorry, Daniel Barnett, the planner on the particular application. Yes, we did have a meeting with the applicant and engineering staff, probably like 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, on this discussion. I may defer to Benu from engineering to basically get into more of the details of whether, specifically it's an engineering condition, so I might defer to him.
Okay.
Through Mr. Chair, Binu Korea, Director of Development Engineering. Yeah, staff actually had the opportunity to review the applicant's request to amend the holding provision request. And I believe the main reason actually for supporting this request is that the battlefield trunk sewer analysis is actually not completed by the applicant at this stage. So therefore, actually, they have an opportunity to complete the battlefield trunk sewer analysis that includes the previously approved applications, and also the battlefield trunk sewer actually goes right up to servicing Binbrook and also the AEGD areas. So as such, the applicant wanted to analyze the capacity in the battlefield trunk sewer. City will actually support to do that analysis. However, if there is no capacity in the system, they cannot actually proceed with the development until the lower centennial trunk sewer is extended.
Councillor?
Thank you. So is staff in support of the proposed modification here today?
Through Mr. Chair, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so at the appropriate time, I guess we would move to, I don't appreciate really doing this on the floor in this manner. If you guys knew a week ahead of time, we should have got advance notice that this was going to be coming here today. We shouldn't have been dealing with it in this manner, but happy to make that modification on the floor here. Look to the clerk for guidance on doing that.
Yes, you would put the amendment forward and we'll vote on it, and then the report will be as amended.
Okay. So Councillor Francis, you will move that?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Okay, and a seconder, Councillor Wang. So that was a motion to amend, or the amendment that was presented by the agent with the new wording on the holding provision E. Okay, is that clear? Does anyone else need to see it again? We're okay with that? Okay, so we'll go to the vote for that amendment. The vote's up. That carries 11-0. So that's the amendment. Any further discussion on the report as a whole? And if not, and seeing none, we will go to the vote on the report as amended. The vote is up. And that carries 11-0. Thank you, everybody. Moving on, we're at item 10.2. This is applications for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 118 King Street West in Stony Creek. It's report PED 24069 in Ward 5. We do have a staff presentation. Would committee like to see the presentation? I'm seeing a no from the ward councillor. Okay, then we'll need a mover and seconder to waive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor Beattie. We'll go to the vote. The vote's up. That carries 10-0. Thank you. Now we have Jared Marcus with IBI Group in attendance virtually today, I believe, or in person, it looks like. Jared's making his way down. Okay, take it away, Jared.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jared Marcus. I'm an associate principal and project manager with Arcadis, not IBI Group. We changed our name a little while ago. It's probably still on the application, though. Our corporate address is 360 James Street North here in Hamilton. I'm representing a numbered company you see on the screen, 1970752 Ontario Limited. They are the property owners. It's a partnership between three local businessmen led by Nick Uhak. And we're here for the zoning amendment and official plan amendment for 118 King Street West and Stony Creek. First couple slides here, Mr. Chair, give a community context of the subject lands. You can see the subject lands outlined here in red. Generally middle of the screen, you have Centennial Parkway running north to south here and King Street running east to west. The subject lands are generally located at the former municipal boundaries between Hamilton and Stony Creek and are the westerly portion of a former comprehensive commercial property with a gas bar and coffee shop at the intersection and lube shop and former manual car wash bays along the northerly and westerly perimeter of the site. Generally, it is a low-density neighborhood in Stony Creek and Hamilton to the southwest, north, and northwest, and east. But along King Street, you have some higher densities immediately to the west, and as you move easterly on King Street, you get closer towards the Stony Creek Historical Town Center. Up in the top left is the hospital and the police station here for context, and some vacant development lands and Battlefield House on the south side of King Street. This map just shows some more context within the community, 1 and 2 kilometer radius around the subject lands. There's a wide variety of recreational, natural, and commercial services in the area, with Eastgate Square being approximately 1 kilometer away, as well as the former historic Stony Creek downtown. This gives a closer view of the subject lands. You can see them again outlined in red. You have King Street running diagonal through the middle, east to west, and Centennial Parkway running north to south. You can see a closer view of the subject lands of the gas station, former car wash bay, which also existed here, and a lube shop there. The property has approximately 40 meters of frontage on King Street and an approximate 94-meter depth running away from King Street to the north, and it's about 4,000 hectares or 4,000 square meters rather, or 0.4 of a hectare. You can see some intensification occurring in the area immediately to the west, a 6-story apartment building and some live-work buildings, and then it's generally low density surrounding to the north, and some cemetery and vacant development lands to the south. You'll note the bus symbols here. It is highly serviced by a local HSR route with the 5 and 52 on King Street and the 42 bus line running on Centennial, which takes you to Eastgate Square and the future LRT route. So well primed for redevelopment opportunity on site. You can see that the subject lands are vacant with some much overgrown vegetation, which has been cleaned up since this photo's been taken. These are just a couple slides showing the property views immediately east and west of the subject lands. This is east looking at the gas station, and this is west looking towards the 6-story apartment building. Within the urban Hamilton official plan, the subject lands are designated neighborhoods, which of course allows a wide range of residential, commercial types of uses, along with a wide range of densities. Subject lands would comply with the UHOP. Within the Stony Creek Old Town secondary plan, you'll see the property here is outlined in the red oval. It is designated as local commercial. You can see that along Centennial Parkway, as well as to the west of the subject lands. They are designated for some intensification, and then you get towards the east here, which is where the Old Town Stony Creek is located. So again, it's designated local commercial, which allows a limited retail and service uses for the weekly needs of residents, as well as residential uses, but within commercial buildings. There are no explicit height or density restrictions within the secondary plan, but through the formal consultation, it was identified that the official plan amendment was needed due to the proposed scale of the development. Similar to the secondary plan, the zoning is local commercial with a site exception to limit the scope or scale of commercial uses, as well as permission for some residential within commercial buildings. And of course, we need a zoning bylaw amendment due to the size and scale of the development. Next slide shows the development proposal. I will note before I talk about the development proposal that I mentioned the property was part of a broader plaza, which is generally square in shape. In 2018, I think it was, we represented the property owner to divide the property into 3 separate parcels. So you have one parcel being the existing gas bar and coffee shop, one parcel being the lube shop with future commercial pad, and then the third property being the subject lands of today's applications. You'll note this is the property line, the dashed line here, that delineates the 3 properties. And you'll note that there is a light beige color that overlaps between the 3 properties. That's an existing easement for access and parking purposes, which was established through those previous consent applications. There is also currently an active site plan application on site for a different iteration of development, which included both the commercial building here, as well as a previous design for a mixed-use building here. Those are still active. That's still an active application, but an approval for this building, if granted, would require a separate site plan amendment application. So it is a 12-story building. Consists of 124 residential units and proposed 190 square meters of commercial space on the ground floor, which would be oriented in this portion of the building. The unit mix is 31 bedroom, or is proposed to be 31 bedroom units, 83 2-bedroom units, and 11 3-bedroom units. So a wide range. It's more of a family-oriented unit mix as opposed to 1-bedroom investor oriented. The building itself is in a general rectangle shape due to the just the shape of the property, the way it was created. When you start from King Street here, you have a light brown color. That's denoting a 2nd-story canopy which shelters the commercial and residential entrances from the elements as you're entering the building. You'll note we've got a bunch of different rectangles with a variety of colors. This first rectangle is meant to denote the 4-story podium step from King Street. So it's 4 stories at King Street, and then it steps back. This is the 12-story component of the building. It's pushed closest to King Street so that we could limit any kind of adverse impact on the residential properties to the north. From the 12-story component, it steps down 1 story to an 11-story component of the building. That's an approximate 30-foot space. And then from 11 stories, it steps down again to 9 stories. And then from the 9-story component to the property line, you've got approximately 32 meters, a little over 100 feet between those lower density residential units or uses and the building. Along the side of the building here is a 6-story step from the west. So it'll go 6 stories at the west and then up to the 12, 11, and 9-story heights. Overall, the building is serviced by 124 parking spaces. That's between surface parking and underground. That would be 118 spaces for future occupants and 6 for visitors. And lastly, we are proposing 16 short-term bicycle parking spaces for residential and commercial uses, as well as 87 long-term bike parking for the residences within secured space inside the building. This is an architectural rendering of the design. So this would be the front of the building here, and this would be the rear where the residences are. So you can see we've utilized a variety of materials, a variety of colors, a lot of articulation, both in horizontal terracing as well as vertical columns to try to break up the building massing from both the street as well as from the interior and exterior of the site. So this is the second story canopy. I talked about the resident commercial uses would be focused in the front of the building here, which would be accessed from a sidewalk directly from King Street. So this second story canopy will provide some shelter for those uses. This is the 4-story component from the street. It goes, building faces here, goes straight up 4 stories, and then it steps back to a 12-story component, which goes all the way to the top from the street. You can see the stepping from the north. It'll show up a little better on the next slides. This is the north, so it steps back at the 9th story, 11th, and then 12th, and this would be a mechanical penthouse space that's integrated into the design, so it just doesn't look like, so you don't see mechanical units and what have you visible from the street. So again, high level of articulation, materiality, and color to try to break up that massing so that it's not as much of a physical imposing presence on the street. These are the architectural building elevations. So again, just a 2D view of what you saw on the previous screen. This is what's visible from the north of the site if you were looking from the parking area. It's hard to tell. This is the 9th story step back. This is the 11th story, and that's the 12th story. This is the front of the building from King Street. So again, that's the canopy. This is the 4-story step back. This is the 6-story step back. It's not, or actually right here is the 6-story step back. It's not totally clear on that image. These are the side views from the east and the west. So this gives you a better indication of the building design and how it steps from both the street as well as the residences to the north. In this case, this is the view you would look at if you were at the gas station or the coffee shop looking at the building. So you have the step backs again at the 9th, 11th, 12th. This is the canopy and step back at the 4th story. And again, you can see the high level of detail that's in the architectural design. And this is a view from the west. Again, it's just illustrating the step backs in the building to show that we are providing a lot of articulation in the building to try to mitigate those views. So we've started this project, again, I mentioned 2018 when we started with the consent applications. In 2022, my clients decided to submit, or that they wanted to proceed with this 12-story option for that parcel. So we engaged the city a formal consultation in 2022. And this is, of course, the list of reports that were required to be submitted. It's hard to give you an idea in an image what most of those mean, but suffice it to say they supported the proposal for the development. Next slide, just one thing from that list I wanted to touch on is the shadow impact study that was submitted with those applications. So starting from top left and moving right, this is taken at the March equinox. So this shows shadows as you move from approximately 9 in the morning and then later into the day. So you can see some shadowing of the adjacent apartment building at 9, 10, 11, and by 12, of course, there's very limited shadow on the building. And then coming down from left to right, again, you have noon to 5 p.m. So noon, this is approximately the property line here. So noon, no shadow on the residences. It jumps to 4 o'clock. So 4 o'clock, just a very minor shadow. 5 o'clock, still minor shadow. 6 o'clock, and this is in March. So at 6 o'clock, there's going to be limited shadow impact, and it largely impacts just one property on Centennial. So again, I talked about the applications, the official plan amendment to the Urban Hamilton official plan from neighborhoods to mixed-use medium density, no special provisions required. But in the Stony Creek Old Town secondary plan, the amendment from local commercial to mixed-use medium density does require special provision to permit the proposed 12-story building height. Within the official plan, if you've seen the staff report, you'll note that the mixed-use medium density is generally a 6-story building height, but the official plan does provide policies that allow for 12-story building heights, so long as you meet a series of policies regarding built form and site design. So you see here it talks about mix of units, sustainable building design, shadowing, as well as stepping back the building from both adjacent residential developments and from the street. And as you've seen in the staff report, as well as on these 2 slides, we have addressed all of those requirements in the policy, which does allow for the 12-story building height on the site. And lastly, zoning bylaw amendment, we're rezoning from the local commercial zone to a mixed-use medium density zone, and it requires some site-specific provisions. Maximum building setback from the street line, a small change from 4.5 to 5.3 meters, just a slight adjustment. Interior side yard to the canopy, the 2nd-story canopy that I talked about. Otherwise, the building is 6 meters. Maximum building height to permit the 12 stories. And minor changes to the minimum planting strips along the westerly and northerly lot lines, and a request to remove a visual barrier on the northerly lot line, and that's because there is already an existing concrete noise wall along that northerly boundary, which would meet that provision. I'm going to skip quickly over the next slide because I am withdrawing a request that I was going to make. So that's my presentation. We'd like to request that we suggest that the application should be improved on the basis that they're consistent with provincial policies, local policies, and are compatible with the neighborhood. So thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jared from Arcadis, not IBI Group. And just confirming our support of the staff recommendation in the report?
I am, yes.
Okay, and we do have a speakers list, Councillor Francis, then Councillor Wang, and then M. Wilson. Go ahead, Councillor Francis.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I just want to see what that request was, if you actually could go back to and
Sure
speak
thing.
to it. Sorry.
So Mr. Chair, I can speak to that if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Generally speaking, we are not in favor of holding provisions that are, in our opinion, site plan matters. So things like hydrological brief, extension of a median, tree protection, easements, et cetera. To us, those things are site plan matters and should be dealt with site plan process. The first 2 on there, I believe the prior application today had a similar holding provision that Mr. Cora spoke to. We don't have any concerns about those. Those are broad servicing things appropriate for holding provisions. But we did speak with staff, Mr. McKay, and we've agreed that we won't proceed with our request to have those removed from the holding provision. So that's why I skipped the slide.
I appreciate that clarification. And just a couple questions from me. Given that this is going to be the largest building in the area in the old town, Stony Creek, by quite a number of stories, can you give me some assurance here today that you won't be back at a future meeting requesting additional height? Through you, Chair.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the speaker. I would give you that assurance. This is my client's proposed design. Their intention is to build what we've proposed and move forward with site plan if we are successful in our request today. So,
thank you. And just final question for me. We have a road reconstruction in 2026 of King Street from Centennial Parkway to, I believe, the Red Hill. And that's in 2026. When do you plan to build? I'm just trying to coordinate timing of potential road cuts and how that would impact that construction. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, there were 2 components to the site. There's this smaller commercial pads. My client is moving forward immediately with the smaller commercial pads, so construction of that will start as soon as feasible, going through the site plan application. That's already active. So on this new application, I would imagine that the earliest construction could occur would probably be a year from now. We have to go through a full site plan process, and that typically takes approximately a year, and site plan, and then secure financing, building permits, et cetera. So I think at a minimum, it would be 1 year, but likely a little longer than that.
Okay, I'll save my questions on that matter with the coordination of those projects with staff. So thank you.
Okay. Next, Councillor Wang, go ahead.
I just had a question about the first floor commercial. What were the ideal type of uses for the first floor commercial for your client?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. There isn't it's obviously early in the process. There's not a determined use yet. My clients also built the 6 live work units that were shown to the west of that development, and their experience is that there's a lot of called offshoot medical uses that want to be in the area due to the proximity to the hospital. So that's the type. It is still a small area, so it might be personal service, but those are the types of uses that they've been having interest. People have expressed interest.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was enthused to see your unit size and the number of 3 bedrooms. That's good news, which of course leads to the question of users. And I'm wondering if you could highlight what you think in the rendering would be supportive of, say, families who we know we have a supply crisis in rental buildings for families. We have an affordability crisis as well. And with a firm urban boundary, we're trying to tick all the boxes of intensification, and I think make multi-residential buildings more amenable to people who have children. I'm wondering if you would care to share with us some highlights that you think would make this proposal amenable to children.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned, it's still early goings in the building design. We're at zoning stage. One of the things I didn't mention in the presentation was that between the upper level terraces as well as internal amenity rooms, I believe I don't have a site plan drawing with me. I don't know where it went, but I believe we were providing 360 square meters of amenity between the upper level terraces as well as internal building amenity rooms inside the building. So we think that there'd be an ability to provide good amenities inside the building that would be supportive of child-friendly units. Given that we do have the commercial uses, I'd defer the final answer to that to staff, but I think day care is a possibility on the ground floor if there's a demand for that type of use in the building as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. I would imagine, Chair, that would be market dependent. Would you care to highlight any feature on the exterior of the grounds that you think would be sensitive to vulnerable users and their needs for space?
Sure. The presentation's not up there, so we'll go by memory. Through you, Mr. Chair, was shown on the rendering drawing. There's a large grassed amenity area at the rear of the building. I don't know if we haven't done detailed design there, but it's more intended for sort of passive recreation seating in that area. I don't know the size of it, if it would support things like a small playground equipment or something like that, but that's one of the things we can look at with our client through detailed site plan design.
Thank you. I'll take the remainder of those questions on guidelines for staff when we get to that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Not seeing any further speakers. Thank you very much, Jared. I'll need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation from the agent. Councillor Wang. Councillor Francis. We'll go to the vote. So that carries unanimously. Thank you. And now we're at the point of this particular public meeting on this particular property proposal. That are there any members of the public that wish to speak at the public meeting? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And then for a third and final time for this particular proposal at 118 King Street West, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? For 118 King Street West, or is it something else? Okay, we have a member of the public coming down. Okay, just one moment. If Sal will get your microphone on, and if you can just state your name and then proceed.
Pauline Roberts. I just had a question for the last speaker. I wanted to know how many affordable housing, how many disability apartments going to be in there, and if there's any daycare that's going to be there also. Because since we don't have a lot of affordable housing in Hamilton, I would like to know those information, please.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we can't go back and ask questions of the agent, but the questions could be noted. I don't know if staff would be able to answer anything. Yep. So unfortunately, we can't get a direct answer, but thank you. Okay, Councillor Wilson, do you want to speak? Yeah, okay. Okay, for a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting for 118 King Street West in Stony Creek? Okay. So then I need a mover and seconder that the public submissions regarding this matter were received and considered by the committee, and that the public meeting be closed. Councillor Wang, Councillor Francis. Go to the vote. Oh.
Just as we've done in past public hearings, could I just take a moment to ask staff if they have a number for affordable housing units? If not, that's okay, but my understanding is this is normally when we do that in that process.
Certainly, you can ask the question.
I think we got the daycare answers, we don't know yet, but on the affordable housing, do we have a sense of unit mix?
Good morning, Shannon Mackay, Acting Director of Development Planning. At the moment, no, we don't have the details on the affordable units, but that's something that could be addressed at the future site plan stage. But at this stage, no, we don't have those numbers.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much for the question. Any further questions? No? No, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. You're probably going to be noting a theme coming from me moving forward. It is not specific to this development, but it kind of is. If I could ask staff to comment on when we might be seeing the policy for family-friendly units. This is a good development in that it has a great supply of three-bedroom units, but the capacity of the municipality to both demand affordable and also demand certain unit size, of course, is limited by the market. But to that end, when might the policy be coming forward?
Through the chair, Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. We are looking at bringing forward that policy in Q4 of this year.
Councillor?
Thank you. And if I could ask a reminder, the scope of that work, presumably in providing for a policy on family-friendly units, it would be informed by amenities, space, and design guidelines or suggestions that would be family-friendly to the interior and the exterior. Will that be a complementary piece to this forthcoming work? Thank you.
Hi, through the chair to the councillor, Melanie Pham, Community Planning Program Lead with Sustainable Communities. Yes, the project coming forward on family-friendly housing would be a family-friendly housing strategy, which would contain a number of actions to move forward on, which would address design as well as other matters like targets for larger units. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. Just as we discuss the importance of linkages in our biodiversity, So it is important in our urban design and strategies to think about the linkages for children and pedestrians to amenities, to school, to green spaces, such that when we are building within our urban boundary, we're building communities actually, and intentionally so with our design choices that enables families to grow and to change so that they can stay and cast some roots in that community. And I think that's in our interest. So thank you for the latitude.
Thank you. Okay. We have the vote up to close the public meeting. So if you can indicate your vote. That carries 11-0. Thank you, everybody. So we'll now need a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations, then we can have any discussion. Councillor Francis, Councillor Wang. No. Any speakers? Councillor Francis, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple questions for me. I met with residents. They had concerns about the potential property damage as a result of the construction, blasting, the digging. It is a rather large building, underground parking, and obviously footings. Can staff elaborate for me, please, and for public consumption, the construction management plans and what will be done to mitigate impacts on the neighbors, specifically behind these properties? You know, the property to the west, actually, there's been reports of property damage as a result of that building being placed there, a pool cracked, foundation cracked. What are we doing to mitigate these issues, and who would be on the hook in this situation? Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So as part of the site plan process, the applicant actually has to submit a concession management plan. And also as part of the site plan process, they also have to submit a detailed geotechnical analysis to understand what kind of soil actually they are dealing with. And in addition to that, this is all the developer is actually responsible to submit the concession management plan, and also they have to make sure actually they do a pre and post condition survey for the existing buildings. And if any cracks or any other implications, actually the developer is responsible for it. As part of the concession management plan, if there is any shoring is required, city is actually going to enter into a shoring agreement with the developer, and developer is actually fully responsible to mitigate all the issues.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, the developer is on the hook for damages to property as a result of the construction, through you, Chair, just to clarify?
Mm-hmm. Through Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And back to my point two as well, that I was trying to coordinate the resurfacing of the road reconstruction in 2026 of King Street, which is failing and in very poor condition. I see it slated for 2026 in our capital projects. Can I just get some reassurance from staff that we'll still be proceeding with this project on time, given the fact that it is failing, and that I just hope that the project doesn't get delayed because of these road cuts? And how will this be coordinated so we're not dealing with a road cut after a nicely, freshly paved King Street?
Through Mr. Chair, there are 2 points actually I wanted to bring it to your attention. If you review the if you review the planning committee report, there are 2 components. One is the sanitary sewer capacity. This site is also dependent on the battlefield trunk sewer capacity, and they may have to wait until the lower centennial trunk sewer extension. And if I'm not fully actually sure any capital project actually for the King Street at this stage. I definitely wanted to go back and discuss with the Public Works. There may be a project actually from, the King Street reconstruction from Upper Centennial to Red Hill Parkway. That's probably the one, Councillor, you're actually talking about. If that is the case, as we will have a consultation with the Public Works, and if this project is ready to proceed and there is sufficient capacity, definitely we will actually coordinate that work with the Public Works and the developer.
Okay, just one last question, then I appreciate that. Just so I'm clear, we will not be delaying the 2026 project to resurface King Street, though, as a result of this project. That's all I need assurance for. Through you, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Through Chair, that's correct.
That's everything.
Okay, not seeing any further speakers. And I believe there was maybe potentially amendments needed to happen because of the delegation. We don't need any amendments to the report, is that correct? Okay. So we have a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations. I see no further speakers, so we will go to the report. Votes up. That carries 10-0. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, moving on to our third public meeting. It's item 10.3. We're going to leave Ward 5 for a little bit, go to Ward 8. It's application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 150 Mohawk Road East. It's report PED 24063. We do have a staff presentation. Would committee like to see the presentation? Seeing no from the ward councillor. Okay, so I'll need a mover and seconder to waive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Beattie. We'll go to the vote to waive the presentation. The vote's up. That also carries unanimously. With us today, we have Matt Johnson from Urban Solutions, who is going to make a presentation. Good morning. It's still morning.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee and staff, and any members of the public in attendance. My name is Matthew LeBlanc, and I am a planner with Urban Solutions, joined here by my colleague, Matt Johnston. And first off, we'd just like to thank Mark McNiack for all of his hard work on this file. Worked with Mark before, he's a pleasure to work with, and he's helped things move smoothly from start to finish. So as noted in the staff report, the subject lands are located at 150 Mohawk Road East in Ward 8. They're at the southwest corner of the Mohawk Road East and Upper Wellington Street intersection. And currently, they're occupied by an existing 12-story multiple dwelling containing 203 units. That's on the eastern portion of the site, and the western half of the site is occupied by a parking lot and one-story parking podium structure. On a broader scale, we're surrounded by a variety of community uses. To the north, we have a mix of residential and commercial. Directly to the east, opposite Upper Wellington, we have a commercial plaza with a Shoppers Drug Mart, a Hasty Market, and a physiotherapy clinic. To the south, we also have a mix of commercial and residential, and to the west, we have strictly residential. So from a policy perspective, we're designated neighborhoods in the Urban Hamilton official plan, and at the zoning level, we're currently located in a site-specific E2 multiple dwelling district in the old 6593 bylaw. So to facilitate the proposal, what we're requesting is to be rezoned to a new transit-oriented corridor zone in bylaw 05200, the city's new zoning bylaw. And as noted in the staff report, this was a recommendation of staff, and it's reflective of Mohawk Road East being classified as an arterial road in the Urban Hamilton official plan and also considered as a rapid transit corridor. So we thank staff for that recommendation. So what we're proposing today is to replace the existing parking podium structure located on the western portion of the site with a new 11-story multiple dwelling containing 161 units. We're proposing to retain the existing 12-story multiple dwelling and have both accommodated by 381 parking spaces contained within a new underground garage, a surface lot, and then a new parking podium structure as well. So here's a quick look at the development rendering from the perspective of the northeast corner opposite Mohawk. In terms of engagement, Urban Solutions did what we do with all of our sites, and we hosted a microsite on our company website. This generated just shy of 130 visits in total, and of those visits, none resulted in any written comments to our office directly. In terms of chronology, we submitted our initial formal consultation application back in 2018, and we received a formal consultation waiver in April of 2022. Around 6 months after that, we submitted our complete zoning application and have been working closely with Mark and the rest of staff to get to where we are today. So as noted in the staff report, we believe this application is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the growth plan, and implements the policies of the Urban Hamilton official plan, and we do support staff's recommendation for approval. As noted on page 5 of the staff report, there is one zoning regulation that we couldn't seem to agree with staff on, and this regulation in particular is found in section 11311I1 of zoning bylaw 05200. And what it requires is the finished floor elevation of all units to be a minimum of 0.9 meters above grade. And this regulation is intended to provide an extra layer of privacy when you have these units in a really urban context where you're opening your door and you're walking directly onto the public sidewalk. And while we don't disagree with the effectiveness of this regulation or its ability to, ensure privacy in these really urban settings, we believe that our situation is a bit different, particularly in that the ground floor units of this development along the Mohawk frontage are set back 4.7 meters from the front lot line and over 8 meters from the sidewalk at the closest point. Not to mention, they're located behind a significant brick colonnade feature and landscaping as well, which you can see a little bit better on this slide. So you can really get a sense of the separation distance from the sidewalk behind that brick colonnade and landscaping as well. So we're not going to request to have that regulation deleted today, but what we are going to request is that the bylaw be amended to increase each mention of height by 1 meter to reflect that additional 0.9 meter bump above grade. The bylaw was written using an architectural package and set of elevations that did not contemplate this additional 0.9 meter step up at grade. So in order for us to comply with that regulation, we're requesting to have the bylaw amended as shown here on the screen, just to bump up every height by 1 meter. So with that, we thank you, and Matt and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. Just a couple questions and touching on the earlier discussion about family-friendly development. The unit mix here is 25% 2 bedrooms and 75%, I believe it's 1 bedroom. So I'd like to give the proponents an opportunity to just discuss the unit mix and how they see that fitting into that family-friendly context.
Good morning, and through the chair, thank you for the good question. So the family-friendly policies that we understand are coming forward consider family-friendly units to be those that are 2 bedrooms or more. So in this case, we're providing that 25%, which is also aligned with the general target that is realized through a number of ongoing discussions with staff on most development applications. There is no policy direction that exists today to secure a specific amount of family-friendly units, but 25% is generally where all applications are landing these days, and we're compliant with that. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just a follow-up question. This is a new building that's being built or proposed to be built on the site of an existing apartment complex. What's the tenure here? Is it rental or condo? I can't remember.
Through the chair, this will be another rental build.
Rental. Thank you. So one of the questions from residents is you're going to have an existing building that I'm not sure what its age is, but you know, a legacy building, and then a brand new building. So are there going to be improvements to the existing building, which, you know, from the outside anyways, is looking a little tired, along with the grounds? And will those residents have access to amenity space in the new building? Is there going to be shared components?
Certainly, through the chair, the Effort Trust, being the owner of the existing building, one of the leaders in providing rental units across the city and this part of Ontario, have actually recently completed more than $1 million of interior renovations to the existing building. Granted, it looks a little tired on the exterior. That $1 million went towards a total HVAC mechanical makeover. It went towards 3 new brand new elevators to be compliant with those standards. And phase 2 of those investments will piggyback on this existing approval, where the facade, the balcony replacement program that's in queue is going to be programmed and really designed in a style that will complement the proposed build. So you won't have that striking contrast. They'll really be designed to complement one another. And from an amenity perspective, it is the intent to have the new amenity spaces in the new build shareable to those in the existing building.
Excellent. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, not seeing any further speakers. So just to confirm, you're in support of the staff recommendation with a request for a bylaw amendment.
Thank you. And I would be remiss if I didn't go off script for a quick moment. Fully supportive of the Biodiversity Action Plan and its intent. There were earlier comments made today that really touched a bit of a nerve, and I think it is only fair to speak up on behalf of all of the professionals at a staff level and external consultants who work together collaboratively. These are not closed-door meetings as suggested. These are not decisions that are overriding recommendations. And I think it was really offside to make those comments, and I just wanted to speak up on behalf of all those involved in those good projects. Thank you.
Okay. So mover and seconder to receive the delegation, Councillor Danko, Councillor Wang. Go to the vote. Pardon? Oh. That carries unanimously. Thank you. We're now on to registered delegations. We have Barbara Miller registered to delegate. Barbara's making her way to the podium. Okay, welcome, Barbara. We'll get your mic turned on, and you'll have 5 minutes. Go ahead, anytime you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and councillors. I'm representing some of the tenants that live at 150 Mohawk Road East, and we have concerns with this new building going on our property. We are an aging property, or aging population, and a lot of people with disabilities, including children. It's not just the elderly. Think of disabilities as not being old, but people with limitations. We're concerned about the parking for everyone. We have recently lost part of our parking under carport situation where this new proposed building is supposed to go. So we're already down a lot of parking spaces. So our question is, where are the contractors going to park? Where are all the tradespeople going to be parking? We have extended families in our units now. They usually have more than one vehicle. So it's not like years ago when each family usually only had one vehicle. We're going to lose our swimming pool for parking. We're going to lose our basketball/tennis court for parking. And heaven knows what else when it's completed. Accessible parking is a huge concern. I moved into the building in 1999. We had 16 accessible parking spots, which at the time, I think, did very well. We've lost 3 of them to delivery people. They were the 3 closest to the main door. We're going to lose 8 when this carport thing hits the ground, because there's 4 on one side of it and 4 on the other. We're going to lose 2 up by the basketball court. We have one that's a sinkhole, and we're not allowed to use it. And the one beside the sinkhole is totally unsafe for anyone to use. It's on I don't know, at least a 45-degree angle. Try to get your walker in there. Try to get your wheelchair in there when the wind is blowing the door shut on the backs of your legs. And then to get out of it, especially in the winter. So we have many concerns and wonder what the ramifications are going to be on these issues. The main entrance is of our building is the only accessible entrance and exit. The parking's all going to be behind us. How are we supposed to get there safely? The list of things that it's going to affect us is quite long. Where's the snow going to go when the plow comes in? Is it going to take up more parking spaces? I don't think accessible parking's been addressed in any of the documentation that I've been able to read with my magnifying glass. And what else? Oh my goodness, there's so many things. There's increased traffic coming in from the other building. We have motorists that can't wait at the red light at Mohawk and Upper Wellington during rush hour. So what do? They zip into our property and run through to go out the other exit on Upper Wellington. So now we're going to have another building and more traffic coming through. It just totally doesn't make sense to us. We don't have a sidewalk in the proposal that I can see of to walk along safely for children and other tenants, for everybody. We have to share the driveway with a sidewalk that's non-existent. There are many, many things that have not been considered, and I'm here today to advocate that you take these things into consideration when this building is allowed to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Councillor Danko has a question.
I'd just like to thank Barbara for coming in to sharing your concerns and on behalf of the other residents, thank you. I've noted a few questions on traffic, pedestrian access, parking capacity, accessible parking, and accessibility of the entranceway. So after we receive the delegation, I'll ask staff if they can comment on those. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Okay, Barbara, I see no other speakers. Thank you very much. You can take your seat. Okay, at this time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Come on down to the podium. Okay, Sal, we'll get your microphone on if you don't mind just stating your name, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Linda Yorkston. I also reside at 150 Mohawk Road East. I have a number of questions that are to do more along the line of when the construction is happening, although I am, concerned about the other questions that were also brought up. I wanted to know if there was a projected start date. What's the expected length of time for the duration of the construction? Will there be security on the property during this construction? Will security cameras be installed as part of the new build? Will these be covering the parking areas? Since parking is already tight, I'm hoping there will not be any construction workers parking on site, and how will the workers' parking be handled? With the addition of 161 new units, how will this impact the already busy traffic we have at this corner? How will the additional vehicles impact traffic patterns on the property, pickup and drop-off areas, the garbage collection, loading dock issues when people are moving in and out? Assigned parking, is this a possibility? And somebody already mentioned that amenities will be shared between the two buildings. That was also one of my questions. And snow removal as well. Because in the wintertime now, as we park, the snow gets pushed and it usually takes up a number of spaces, and right now we have less spaces than we have apartment numbers. Will someone control the flow of construction vehicles in and out so that it'll be safe for the people who have to access the building who live there? And will we have plenty of notice when there's an expectation that services will be cut off? Like if there's a hydro interruption or a water interruption or any of that type of thing, so that we can plan our day accordingly or know what to expect in the upcoming number of days. I'm sure there's a lot more, but for now, that sort of is my main concerns.
Okay, thank you very much, Linda. Appreciate the delegation. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Linda. And again, very much appreciate you coming in to share your concerns with committee. So I've noted a few additional questions for staff, questions about snow removal and storage, taking up parking spots, a few questions about construction, timing, security, staging, utilities, and then specifically to construction management for where those workers are going to park, and I think also deliveries for concrete trucks and that kind of thing, which is a bit of an ongoing concern at other sites as well. So I've noted those, and we'll ask staff to provide a response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda. So I will ask a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing nobody else, so I will ask for a mover and seconder that the public submissions regarding the matter were received and considered by committee, and that the public meeting be closed. It's moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Taddison. The vote is up. That carries 11-0. So now I will ask for a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations, and then we can have discussion. Councillor Danko, Councillor Taddison. And speakers, Councillor Danko to start us off.
Thank you. We'll just start with the questions that were raised by the delegates who took the time to come here to committee today. If I could just turn it over to staff, I'm sure they made a note as well, and any further answers that they may be able to provide. Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Michniak, Development Planner with the Development Planning Division. Through you, Chair, to the Ward Councillor. I'd like to begin by discussing some of the issues regarding pedestrian connections, snow storage, the sidewalks. A lot of those issues, while are important questions for consideration at this point in the development process, is something that we're not looking at those details. These are details typically that will be looked at through the site plan process, which will be required for this project. In regards to the number of parking spaces, staff would note that there are no amendments being proposed to the parking regulations found in zoning bylaw 05200. Currently, the minimum parking regulation is 1 space per unit, and they will be exceeding that number. Again, there is also the council-approved parking bylaw 24052. Under that bylaw, there is no minimum parking requirement for this location. So depending on whatever bylaw is in effect when the applicant submits for a building permit would be the parking regulations that apply. In terms of barrier-free parking, currently the applicant is proposing 5 barrier-free parking spaces. That is the requirement, which is 1 space plus 3% of the 161 required parking spaces. I will note also that under the approved bylaw 24052, this changes from required spaces to provided spaces. So that number could be increased to 13 spaces if the same number of parking spaces are provided. However, again, as I mentioned, the minimum parking has been reduced to 0, so the number of minimum parking spaces can change. There was a question also regarding traffic. A transportation impact study was submitted in support of this application by the applicants. Staff have reviewed this application, and we have found that the local road network can support the proposed traffic generated by this development. I believe that answers the questions that I'm able to speak to. I would leave to my colleagues to speak to construction-related issues.
Through you, Mr. Chair. As part of the site plan process, same as previously said, the developer actually has to submit a construction management plan guidelines. As part of the construction management plan guidelines, there are 3 things actually they have to address. Number 1, it's the construction details. Number 2, they have to submit a traffic management plan. And the third thing is they also have to submit a communication plan and the ward councillor, and they also have to send notices to surrounding lands and so on. But the traffic management plan, the applicant actually has to demonstrate how they actually managing the construction and also the construction workers and where actually they're going to park, and all that details actually has to be stipulated in the construction management plan. That is actually reviewed by the Public Works Engineering Services, and they provide comments accordingly. So this issue actually must be dealt with at the site plan stage.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff. Just a couple comments on this development. So this is 161 new residential dwelling units that are rental tenure. Interesting that we're seeing quite a few more rental, purpose-built rentals being proposed in the city recently. The market economics seem to favor that at the current moment, along with government policy. So that's, I think, really good news. In particular, this project is quite interesting because it is a new residential building that's being built on the footprint of mainly an existing parking garage. So utilizing space that was used for cars, for people, I think is also good news. Using specifically the transit-oriented corridor zoning, which is a bit of a newer application. We've seen a number of these in Ward 8 come forward for the the existing legacy mountain arterial corridors. One thing that I did want to touch on, and further to the discussions earlier, was that issue of family-friendly development and how we can really encourage more family-friendly uses. That was something that I actually noted as a bit of a miss for this proposal, in terms of that there are no 3-bedroom units. I would personally like to see a higher mix of larger 2-bedroom units, but understanding that the industry kind of standard usually settles around 25%. And then, as the residents mentioned, the loss of those existing facilities, existing swimming pool, an existing basketball/tennis court. And I think that for me, it reminds me of those legacy purpose-built rental buildings that were built of a certain area in the 60s and 70s that had just absolutely amazing family-oriented amenity space, along with family-sized 2- and 3-bedroom units. They very consistently had swimming pools, tennis courts, pathways, playgrounds, parks, green space, trees, and they're really built as, for somewhere for people to actually live and raise a family in a multi-residential setting. And, it's not unique to this development, but it is something that I think is certainly missing, or not as well thought of as it was in the past. But it is good to hear that there will be new amenity space, new, I believe, rooftop amenity space, and the tenants on the existing building will be able to access those new spaces as well. So that is good news. One final comment on, the concerns that the residents have raised about parking and traffic. So that is a fairly consistent concern that is raised by existing residents for most, if not all, new developments. But I think, for us as a municipality, I think, we have to be really cognizant that when we're approving construction on the basis of a transit-oriented corridor, that we follow through with the transit component of that. Because if we continue with status quo, then yeah, those concerns about traffic and parking are absolutely going to be realized. So Mohawk is identified as a rapid transit corridor. We're improving service there, but we need to be really careful that we're making those investments on the transit side as we improve these new developments on the planning side. So overall, I'm quite supportive, and I believe I need to put an amendment on the floor for changing the height. And I just want to ask staff to make sure that they're aware of that proposed amendment and if there are any concerns.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, staff are aware of the proposed amendment, and we do not have any concerns with the modifications proposed by the applicants.
Okay, so I will move those proposed amendments to increase the height permissions by 1 meter.
Okay, and a seconder, Councillor Nan. Does anyone need a refresher on what that request was as part of this motion? No, I think everyone's okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We will go to the vote. The vote is up. And while we're waiting, I'll recognize Councillor Pauls, who has joined us virtually. Hello. That carries 12-0. Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along. Oh, sorry, as amended, yes. So we have the amendment, and mover and seconder to approve the report as amended, Councillor Botanical, Councillor Taddison. We're just waiting to get the vote up. The vote is now up. That carries 12-0. Okay, we are now on to 10.4. This is applications for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 399 Green Hill Avenue in Hamilton. It's report PED 24093, and we are back in Ward 5. So we do have a staff presentation, and Daniel Barnett is here for the presentation.
Chair and members of the Planning Committee and members of the public, my name is Daniel Barnett. I'm the city planner for this application. The application is for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the lands at 399 Green Hill Avenue in Hamilton. The applications are to facilitate the development of 553 multiple dwelling units and 975 square meters of commercial gross floor area within 4 buildings. 2 that are 12 stories in height and 2 that are 4 stories in height, and a total of 502 parking spaces are proposed. I'd also like to note that the applicant has indicated that this is intended to be a purpose-built rental development. So the subject plan is subject property is located on the north side of Green Hill Avenue and west of Mount Albion. The subject property currently includes an existing commercial plaza and associated parking with that plaza. To the north of the developed subject property is 2 12-story buildings as well as single-family dwellings. To the south includes townhouses and single-family dwellings. And then to the east and to the west is also townhouse dwellings. The subject property is identified as neighborhoods on Schedule E of the urban structure and designated neighborhoods in Schedule E1 of the urban land use designation in the Urban Hamilton official plan. The property is currently zoned C3 community commercial C3 zone, which permits a range of commercial uses but doesn't permit a multiple dwelling. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to change the zoning to a site-specific mixed-use medium-density zone, C5 897, with a holding provision. The proposed C5 zone includes a number of modifications, including to permit encroachment of porches towards Mount Albion Road, to permit the existing fencing to be retained along the northerly lot line, to permit loading between the building and the northerly lot line, to permit establish minimum step backs from the street line at various heights, to increase the maximum building height from 22 meters in the C5 zone to 39 meters, to require minimum step backs at various heights from the northerly lot line, and then also modifications to include a minimum percentage of 30% of the units to be 2 bedrooms and 5% to be 3 bedrooms or more. There's also modifications in a bylaw to be held in abeyance to the new parking regulations, specifically with respect to a modification to only require 25% of the property of the parking spaces provided to be electrical vehicle parking spaces, as well as modifications to the new short-term and long-term bicycle parking ratios. There are holding provisions that include holdings for tree protection plan, record of site condition, updated pedestrian wind study, updated noise study, and a revised functional servicing report. So this is the concept plan for the proposed development. So you have the 2 4-story multiple dwellings close to Mount Albion, and you have a 12-story multiple dwelling that is perpendicular to Green Hill and runs north-south. And then you have a 12-story building that runs parallel to Green Hill Avenue, and this is the building that will contain the 975 square meters of commercial on the ground floor. So the purpose of the official plan amendment is the fact that Green Hill Avenue west of Mount Albion is actually classified in their official plan as a local road, whereas in the commercial units, which are local commercial uses in the official plan, are only permitted to be fronting onto a arterial road or collector road. So that's the purpose of the official plan amendment, is just to basically allow them to be fronting onto what, at least in our official plan, is classified as a local road, even though it functions differently. The proposed development does include some surface parking, but includes underground parking as well, and it will also have access to the development from all kind of 3 roads. It has vehicle access off of Mount Albion, a vehicle access between the 2 12-story buildings on Green Hill, and then another vehicle access on Harrisford Street. So this is a rendering of the proposed development seen from Green Hill. This is a more zoomed in rendering, also from Green Hill. This is the north and south elevations of the proposed development. This is the east and west elevations of the proposed 12-story, of the westerly 12-story building. So that's the one that's closest to Harrisford. This is the east and west elevations of that perpendicular 12-story building that's in the middle of the site. And this is a elevation for the 4-story multiple dwellings close to Mount Albion. Just a quick photos tour of the area. This is a photo of the easterly portion of the subject property seen from Green Hill looking northeast. This is a photo of the westerly portion of the subject property as seen from Green Hill looking northwest. This is a photo of the subject property taken from Harrisford. And it also shows the 12-story buildings at 30 and 40 Harrisford Street located to the rear, the north of the subject property, looking northeast. This is a photo of the 12-story building again to the north. This is a photo of the existing townhouses located to the west of the subject property, looking northeast. This is a photo of the existing single detached and townhouse dwellings located on the south side of Green Hill, looking southwest. This is a photo of the existing townhouses as well as the 12-story building that's located at 288 Mount Albion Road. This is again seen from Green Hill looking southeast. So this is another photo of the townhouses and the 12-story building to the south of the subject property. This is a photo of the existing townhouses to the east. This is a photo of the rear of the subject property as well as the 12-story buildings to the north. This is seen from Mount Albion Road. And this is the photo of the existing kind of low-rise developments and single-family dwellings to the north of the subject property on Mount Albion Road. Oops. Thought I included that. Go back to the concept plan. Staff received 12 written submissions at the time of writing of the report with respect to the proposed application, and they expressed concerns including with respect to servicing, traffic impacts, parking, shadow impacts, impacts on view of the escarpment, loss of commercial uses including a grocery store, impact on property values, provision for affordable housing, noise impact, impacts on school capacity, noting the concerns about the abundance of small dwelling units, the scope of the public notice, construction impacts, as well as waste collection. In conclusion, staff are recommending that the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment be approved. It is the opinion of staff the proposed development is consistent with the provincial policy statements, conforms to the Ontario Growth Plan, and complies with the Urban Hamilton official plan, subject to the approval of the official plan amendment. That the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment is appropriate, represents good planning, and facilitates a compatible form of development for the area. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Councillor Francis would like to speak.
Thank you. I have a bunch of questions for staff, but I'll wait for the report. I do have a couple questions on the presentation. Could you speak to, you spoke about the tree protection plan and the holding provision on that. Could you just elaborate a little bit further on that for me, through you, Chair?
Yes, so there was an initial tree protection plan that was submitted. They will have to update that as part of the site plan process, and we put that into a holding provision, so they won't be able to proceed with the development until they've completed that component. One of the things that was noted is that there is a row of trees between the subject property and the property to the north. One of the modifications that we've included with respect to the visual barrier, allowing them to keep the existing fencing in place and qualify that as a visual barrier, even though it's under the typical height, is to avoid kind of disrupting that existing row of trees that is on the adjacent property to the north. And in terms of the overall tree, just to kind of give you an there was, in the initial tree protection plan, there were 61 trees that were inventoried, and they're only proposing about 16 to be removed as part of this development. And obviously, they'll have to compensate that as part through the site plan process.
Okay, just so I'm clear, thank you. So they're protecting most of the trees, 16 are being removed?
Correct.
Are the 16 that are removed, are they between the north and south of the property? Where are those 16 trees?
Yeah, I do not, sorry, I don't have that in front of me in terms of exactly which trees, but the trees in the north are all in the adjacent property, so if they were to try to remove any of those trees, they would need to get permission of the adjacent landowner. So those were not, would be protected because they are not owned by the applicant in terms of those trees.
I appreciate that clarification. And just the last question on your presentation. You showed the renderings with the 12-story building. If you could bring that up. Sure. Yeah. So is that 12 stories or is that 14 stories? There's a bit of confusion on that with the mechanical room up the top there.
So in terms of how the zoning bylaw classifies stories, the mechanical penthouse doesn't count towards the building height for zoning purposes. There's no units up there. Pretty much all multi-story buildings have mechanical penthouses to contain the elevators, the HVAC equipment, and so on, but they do not count towards stories in terms of the zoning. So the 12 stories would be at the top of this component, basically. That would be where the 12 stories would be. The mechanical penthouse projects above that. And it does add to that, the mechanical penthouse does not take up the full width of the building. It's only for a small component of the building, and it's stepped in from the edges of that building.
Okay, thank you. One more question on this. So the parking minimum. So you spoke about how many parking spaces there are. I believe there are 400 and you'd have to refresh me on that. You touched on it. On that though, the parking minimum, is there anything preventing the owner from going above and beyond that after hypothetically, if this was approved today, could they then go out and obtain more parking for this development? Through you, Chair.
Yeah, so through the chair, they are proposing 502 parking spaces under the current provisions, so not the new council adopted ones, but the current ones that are in effect. They need about, I think it was like 468 or something like that, or somewhere in that vicinity. So they are exceeding those current requirements. And under the new parking standards, they would actually be exceeding it by more than 100 parking spaces. They need about 388 parking spaces approximately under the new standards. And those are minimum standards, so that they can obviously go higher than that. I do believe the bylaw has a maximum of 1.25 spaces per unit. But I'll be corrected if I'm incorrect on that assessment. So there is maximums that they would be capped at, but they're not proposing to exceed those maximums currently.
Okay, just so I'm clear. So could I just get that clarification? What is the maximum? And could they, after the fact, go and achieve that maximum? Through you, Chair.
I'm going to defer to senior staff.
Through the chair, Shannon Mackay, Acting Director of Development Planning. I'll have to look that number up quickly for you, Councillor, if we could come back to that question.
Okay, that's fine. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any further speakers, so if I could have a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. Councillor Francis, Councillor Wang. Go to the vote. Votes up. That carries 12-0. Thank you. We have Anna Winveen with Bousfields Inc. in attendance today to make a presentation. Anna's making her way down. Good afternoon. And we're just taking a moment to get the presentation set up. All right, we'll get your microphone on.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair and members of committee. My name is Anna Wineveen. I'm a registered professional planner, and I'm an associate with Bousfields Inc. We're the planning consultants for Medallion Developments, who are the owner and applicant. Oh, are we having some, hold on. Maybe I can do this. There we go. Okay. I'll just go back and repeat that again. We're the planning consultant for Medallion Developments, the owner and applicant for the subject applications with respect to their property located at 399 Green Hill. I'm here today with an owner's representative as well in case there are questions. Seems like there might not be an opportunity for that, but we are available. I just want to say briefly we're supportive of staff's recommendation to approve the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment for this property, subject to the holding provisions that are included within the bylaw. I'm not going to I'll briefly go through a timeline, but I'm going to try to not cover too much of what Daniel has already covered. This slide illustrates some of the key dates in the application process. A formal consultation was held in February 2021, and then the applications were filed in April of 2022. In this period in between, there were some back and forths, and we worked collaboratively with staff and the community to sort of evolve the plans and incorporate design changes. In June 2022, Bousfields, along with the project architects, presented to the Hamilton Design Review Panel. And in October 2022, we held a virtual community meeting that was attended by local area residents. In April 2023, revised materials were submitted in response to comments received from city staff and the DRP. Additional revisions were made to the concept between August and September of 2023. These are mostly related to the architecturally and visually breaking up the massing of the building fronting onto Green Hill, as well as adjusting the unit mix to include more 3-bedroom units, which has been a topic of conversation for a lot of the applications today. So I'm just going to breeze through a little bit of my discussion of site and surrounding areas. I don't think I have anything else to kind of add here, except to note that, the character of the area is sort of predominantly residential with some institutional uses. And I will note that although there is sort of predominantly low-rise character, there are a number of mid-rise buildings in the area. I'm going to pull up a sort of oblique aerial. You can see the 2 12-story buildings at 30 to 40 Harrisford Street. Those are the Harris Towers, just to the north of the site. South of the site, which you can see at the bottom of the screen, is a 10-story apartment building at 288 Mount Albion Road. And then actually further along Green Hill, it's sort of off the screen here, there's the Glen Valley Apartments at 420 Green Hill, which is 9 stories in height. I'm just going to briefly touch on the official plan. The site is located within the neighborhoods element of the city's urban structure in the Urban Hamilton official plan. The subject site, as well as the properties surrounding it, are all designated neighborhoods. The goal of the designation is to develop compact, mixed-use, transit-supportive, and active transportation-friendly neighborhoods, to develop neighborhoods as part of a complete community, to plan and designate lands for a range of housing types and densities, and to promote and support residential intensification at an appropriate scale and in appropriate locations throughout the neighborhoods. In my opinion, this proposal will help to achieve those goals by delivering new purpose-built rental units with a range of unit sizes and unit types in a compact built form, as well as continuing to provide community-oriented retail on the site. And in my opinion, the site is an appropriate location for redevelopment, and the proposed building scale is reflective of the surrounding context. So taken together, the proposal conforms to the growth plan, PPS, and the Urban Hamilton official plan by seeking, which all sort of seek to provide a full range of housing and non-residential uses as part of a complete community. So I'm just going to move on quickly to the site plan here. So Daniel's already gone over a fair bit of the development, so I'm not going to kind of talk in too much detail about the building. I will say that a considerable amount of architectural design time was spent sculpting the building so that they present a sort of 3-story street wall along Green Hill and then terrace back above the 3rd level and then at the 9th level as well. And you can see this more clearly when I get to the renderings that are coming up in just a bit. And then also, part of the reason of having the stacked townhouse form, which are 4 stories in height along Mount Albion, is to sort of continue that lower-rise residential character along that street. It's a bit easier to see the buildings popping out on this conceptual landscape plan here, but a key part of the design is sort of comprehensive landscape plan. Vehicular access will be provided from Harrisford and from Mount Albion at the north and sort of run all the way through. There's a secondary access running up from Green Hill. The at-grade parking that's provided at the rear is just for visitors and retail uses on the site, and the residential parking will all be provided below grade. I know Daniel already sort of addressed the amount of parking, so maybe we can come back to that in questions. I don't want to sort of go over too many things. I just want to point out the large landscaped area at the rear. It's over 1,100 square meters in size, and while this is still conceptual in nature, we believe that there's an opportunity to provide outdoor, at-grade, family-focused amenities on this site. And we actually have a rendering of that. I'm just going to skip one more. We actually have a rendering of that rear amenity space shown here. So again, moving on to some renderings showing the Green Hill frontage, you can sort of see how the brick element at the base and then the stepping above the 3-story element kind of creates some more, kind of brings presence to a 3-story street wall along Green Hill, and then the building is sort of, has a number of architectural features and articulation above. I'm also going to show a sort of similar view that Daniel showed. This is the retail space at grade in Building A. As he noted, there's almost 1,000 square meters of retail in this space. This is an elevation view of the stacked townhouses. We don't have a rendering at this time, but you can generally sort of see the scale and anticipated architectural style of these buildings. So I'm just going to go again to pause at this rendering because I want to talk about how, in addition to the building and site design, which in my opinion will result in a functional and attractive new development that fits within the context of the area, I want to highlight some important city building objectives that I think are being achieved through this proposal and also were brought up in the discussion of previous applications today. So the owner, Medallion, is a purpose-built rental developer and housing provider, and the buildings will be purpose-built rental, which will support the achievement of a variety of policy goals for the city, in addition to supporting the city's targets for new housing, in addition to specific targets set for purpose-built rental housing. In addition to that, the draft bylaw secures a substantial amount of family-oriented units. The draft bylaw requires, as Daniel said, a minimum of 30% of the units as two-bedroom units and a minimum of 5% as three-bedroom or more units. I'll mention that the plans today show even more two-bedroom units than this. I think it's around 45% two-bedroom units. But in terms of what's been actually secured in the bylaw, we're doing 30% two beds and 5% three beds. I also want to mention that in addition to unit mix, the proposal provides grade-related rental units in the stacked townhouse dwellings. Those will all be two-bedroom units, as well as units in the more traditional apartment style form in building A and B. And I also want to underscore that we understand that having access to local amenities, such as those provided in the plaza today, is important for area residents, which is why the continuation of non-residential uses on the site was an important part of the overall design. And that's all. I'd like to thank staff for the work on this file, specifically Daniel. It's been really nice collaborating with him and also with Spencer on this project. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Amanda Weinveen. I'll get your name correct on the record there. And we do have a speakers list. Councillor Francis.
Well, thanks, Chair Kassar. I've got a few questions here. I see there's a proposed dog park. I'm happy that there's green space there. That's good. Are you willing to keep the green space and eliminate the dog park designation on this? That would be very noisy between all those buildings, the existing and the new buildings that be going up. Through you, Chair.
Yes, thanks for the question. So the plan that was shown that identified a dog park, at the zoning stage, it's typically a landscape concept plan. So it's just some ideas that we think of how the amenity spaces could be utilized. But certainly that's feedback that we have heard loud and clear today, and also through comments that were submitted from residents. And that's something that we will reevaluate when we submit more formal and more detailed landscape plans through the site plan process, because I understand your perspective.
Okay. I will at the appropriate time suggest we direct staff to put an amendment to read as follows: notwithstanding the definition of amenity area, a dog park shall not be permitted. And that would eliminate having to rely on, your comments and taking that back. We get an assurance that that won't be going forward then. So at the appropriate time, I'll move that amendment. I just noticed the retail that you've got there. It all fronts onto Green Hill Avenue, where it's kind of bottlenecked down to one lane. There's no parking on Green Hill. There's very limited parking, if at all, on certain parts of Harrisford. So you're relying on just a small strip of parking in the back end of the property to the north. So my concern is about the accessibility to actually using that retail. Just trying to understand how that, that's quite a hike for folks to go up and around and over to this area on the front, and just trying to understand why it was designed that way through your chair.
Sure. I think part of the reason why we have the buildings fronting along the street is to ensure to sort of support a pedestrian-friendly environment rather than having buildings set back with street parking in front. To have the buildings fronting along the street edge, it creates a sort of sense of enclosure as well as overlook onto the public realm. So there's lots of sort of urban design and planning objectives that are achieved with having the buildings fronting on the street. In terms of locating the parking at the rear, part of the reason why we do sort of have multiple entrances to that rear parking from Green Hill and from Mount Albion is to ensure that there's a sort of clear direction to that parking from whichever direction that you're coming from. I also would imagine that through the site plan application, there would be more details around signage and about how directing people about how to get to that parking area. But I do think that a big kind of component of that Green Hill driveway that goes northward into the site, into the parking area, is in order to make sure that people who are coming to visit the retail space have a sort of clear direction of where to go for parking.
And on that, since we're on the retail question, can you speak to the anchor tenants? Or do you have anchor tenants that are lined up to come back? I know we're obviously going to lose a number. We've already lost the grocery store, which has just been, it's been horrible for our community, losing that grocery store. Can you speak to some of the anchor tenants you've secured for going forward through your chair?
Sure. So at this time, I don't believe any tenants have been secured. I think that this is sort of an open and ongoing discussion that the owner is having with their existing tenants. I think that there is a desire for many of the existing tenants to come back to the new building after construction is over with. But that's something that I don't think has been sort of fully fleshed out at this stage.
Okay. Well, thank you. I mean, I strongly disagree. I think that with this design, I think there should have been a way to design this where you could have fit a grocery store. It's a huge property. I see no reason why you couldn't have done that. And I certainly hope, I mean, given the fact that there's a lot of seniors in the neighborhood, I certainly hope that, a drugstore is included. And I know we can't force them to do that from a city's perspective. I get that, but I'm certainly hoping that the developer understands the demographics of the community, is trying to work to secure some of the existing amenities that are there that service the demographics of the neighborhood. My next question is on parking minimums. Obviously, you've gone with slightly higher than the minimum. You haven't gone to the maximum. Given the fact that this is located in, I would call it a car-centric neighborhood. I mean, you're right at at an exit off of the Red Hill Expressway. I mean, let's be honest, you're going to be attracting folks that they're not using transit. They're getting in their vehicles, they're hopping on the highway. It's the ease of access to this expressway. So I know we can't, you've gone with what's permitted in terms of the parking. Are you willing to, after the fact, work to increase those minimums with staff and with myself on this through your chair?
Sure. So just to start off, I know as a land use planner, the sort of limit of my ability to comment on the appropriateness of parking is, I'll just say it's limited. I will sort of mention that the transportation department did review the amount of parking and concluded that it was an acceptable amount of parking for the development. And as you noted, it is within the sort of bylaw minimum and maximum. I will say that, the owner is a purpose-built rental provider, which, again, based on my understanding, the actual utilization rates of units within a purpose-built rental building are a bit different than an ownership building. But also being a purpose-built rental provider and kind of committing to owning the property for the long term, it is in their interest to make sure that the right amount of parking is being provided on the site. They're not interested in building parking, selling units, and then leaving sort of future issues to be dealt with by a condo corporation. They're sort of interested in the long-term operation of their building. So I don't think there's any desire to minimize parking to the fullest extent. And certainly there's an opportunity to revisit parking standards to revisit the parking supply as we move forward into the site plan process.
I appreciate that reassurance. My last question, and this sort of feeds into what you're just talking about, given the fact that Medallion is primarily in the rental business, there's some negative comments about Medallion out there, including an article written. And certainly I've heard from residents quite a negative reputation of Medallion as a landlord. Can you speak to why the local residents here should be trusting of Medallion as to be a good neighbor? Through you, Chair.
Sure. So I guess I'll just say that, first of all, Medallion is a rental housing owner, operator, and developer that owns properties all across Ontario. And so, I'll just sort of leave it at that. Their reputation is large and nuanced. It's not they have a large portfolio of rental housing stock all over. What I will say is that, with respect to this subject application, I know that based on my conversations with the owner, that they are committed to, providing a attractive building that functions properly, because they are, and I know this, they are sort of committed to the long-term kind of viability of their portfolio as landowners. So, in terms of the details around other issues with tenants and property management located at other properties, I can't really speak to that. Did I answer your question properly? Or is there some? I'm just not sure what sort of assurance I can give you about this particular development. Other than that, they're committed to building what was being proposed today, and we have been collaborative working with the city, and we want to ensure that something happens that works well for Medallion and as well for the residents in the area.
Councillor?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Taddison.
Well, Councillor Francis handled many of my questions. I just did want to speak to just one area. I worked in this neighborhood for 7 years with many of the families, and I just know in building a complete community, you need to have those amenities. And that grocery store was so important to people. That was local, they could walk to it, get all their needs met there for food. My question is, like, the non-residential uses for this building, I just don't see that grocery store being replaced.
Mm-hmm.
How does Medallion square that with the local community?
I mean, again, I'm here as a planner, not as directly as a representative or employee of Medallion. But my understanding is that, the tenants that come into commercial plazas create their own lease agreements, and then they get to decide if and when they leave. And, other than that, I'm not sure what other sort of comfort I can give about why the grocery store left and whether there's a market to bring it back. I just, I think that, I think it's been sitting vacant for a couple of years. And, I understand the desire to have a grocery store in the community, but I think that there's certain things that are within the control of land use planning and certain things that are not within the control of land use planning.
And I appreciate that, and I just want to put a note out there that building a complete community means all the amenities need to be there within a walking distance. So thank you for your comments. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next, Councillor Danko, then Councillor McMeekin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of fascinated by the resistance to a space for dogs. I don't know if a councillor really wants to be on record as being anti-dog, but okay. So my question is that this space specifically it's a rental tenure, and it's expected that tenants are going to have pets, including dogs. And this space would be for somewhere for them to exercise their dogs, and especially for dogs to socialize off leash. And, as the proponent, that is an amenity space that you believe is important in terms of, livability of the development that you're proposing.
That's the question. Do I believe that dog parks are important for this development?
It was a very leading question, yes.
I would say that dog amenities, sorry. Is it time for me to give my answer? Okay. I will say that, I do believe that, I don't have any statistics about the increase in dog ownership, but anecdotally, it does seem that many people in our urban areas have dogs. I think that there are other ways to provide dog-friendly amenities that are located within buildings. There are often pet relief areas that can be located. All I'm saying is that, we are looking to kind of create an amenity package that both works for our client and it also works for the local neighborhood. So that's, I think, where we're coming from in terms of pet amenities at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMeekin, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just an observation, it sounds to me if you could deliver a grocery store on site, this would be a slam dunk. and we'd probably stop asking you questions about some other things. But that aside, my question has to do with your project rendering. There's appeared to be some beautiful trees out front there, and I'm just, oh, look at that. Are those all real trees, or those are just kind of the thing my grandson puts on the mat when we're building little fake communities? Grandpa, we need these trees here. Is that a commitment to keeping green space? Can you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, so Daniel already answered the question, first of all, about the trees that were being removed through the application. I think I have the same stats written down in my notes that 61 trees are located on the site and 16 have been proposed to be removed. But I will note that there are additional trees being planted throughout. And yes, I think, I mean, this right here is the landscape concept plan, but I think that, you know, this represents sort of what the vision that we're hoping to achieve is, which includes a sort of treed boulevard along Green Hill, additional planting along the driveway up through the center, planting in the amenity space, planting along Mount Albion Road and sort of without and throughout. So yes, that's definitely something that's a priority for us.
My comment was meant as a compliment. You handled it well. Thanks.
Well, thank you.
Okay, and I think that's the end of our speakers list, and just confirming that you are, as you stated before, in support of the staff recommendation in the report.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Francis. We'll go to the vote. That carries 11-0. We now have two registered delegations. First up is Faye Downey. Is Faye here? Good afternoon. Come on down to the podium. You ready? Yeah, you can come first, and then I'll call for additional public speakers, and they can come at that point. Welcome, Faye. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Committee, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for letting us speak today. We are representing Wentworth Condominium Corporation 76, which is Harris Towers. We're located at 30 Harrisford Street, and we have 182 privately owned condo units within our complex. We share our southerly property line with 399 Green Hill. Our complex was built in 1980 as part of the Davis Creek official plan. This plan was to disperse small areas of 12-story high-rises amongst single-family homes, townhomes, schools, and 3 small commercial plazas. Our community is landlocked with the area bordering the Red Hill Valley Parkway, King Street East, Centennial Parkway, and the Niagara Escarpment. We are good neighbors, and we take pride in being part of this community. Our 182 privately owned, spacious 2- and 3-bedroom units, 64 of those will be directly impacted by the proposed development. It will cut off our southerly panoramic views of the escarpment that we have come to enjoy for over 50 years. This proposed development will affect our quality of life by increased noise pollution, air pollution, traffic, and parking congestion. The 64 units will see a decreased property value of up to 4% as per consultation through the real estate property assessment, compared to the north side of our building that continues to have unobstructed views of the city. We acknowledge that the property at 399 needs a renovation. We agree that change is hard, especially as our population grows and ages. We would like to take the opportunity to work with the developers and the city planners and find some compromises to our concerns. We have done our due diligence and researched across all media platforms Medallion's reputation as a property owner. We are skeptical about their maintenance and management of this future development in our neighborhood, as they do not have a stellar reputation. First, we'd like to thank the Planning Department for their request for updated reports of surveys for noise, wind, shadowing, trees, infrastructure, and traffic. Most of this previous data was gathered during the COVID lockdown in 2022, and a lot has changed in our area in 2 years with the addition of housing projects and a new Christian high school less than a block away. So we respectfully ask that the new traffic flow studies be done when the 3 schools and the recreation centers are open, which is September to June, especially during drop-off pickup times, rush hour times, and during events that close the Red Hill Parkway, as this causes traffic to exit into our community. Trees. Noted in Section 2 of this report under recommendations in Appendix C, all trees are to be tagged and fully protected with a fence barrier beyond their drip line. We respectfully request that this tree protection apply to our trees that are bordering the shared property line and these trees not be removed as highlighted in the plans. These trees must be protected. Fencing and visual barrier, as noted in 8 sections of the report, Appendix C and E. All noted current visual barriers are owned by 399 Green Hill. The fence on the north side is shared property line and spans the entire length of our property. This fence ranges from 1.8 meters to the west to 1 meter to the east. Currently, students and adults are hopping the lowest section of this fence, which is 1 meter high at the east end. They use this as a shortcut to get to Harrisford and area schools. If the fence is lowered to 1 meter in height, this will present a serious and dangerous situation for anyone hopping the fence anywhere along the entire length. The danger is that towards the west end of the fence line, there is a significant drop of 2 meters where our complex has a retaining wall and runs directly along the fence line. This new development is promoted as family-friendly, and we want to protect the safety of children. We respectfully ask staff to amend the report to reinstate the minimum required 1.8 meters for the entire length of this fence line and change it within all sections of the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a quick look for any speakers. Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Next, as a registered delegate, we have Mary Sodergaard. Come on down, Mary. Welcome, Mary. You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Mary Sodergaard. I live at 40 Harrisford, which is right behind the proposed 399 Green Hill. We are opposed, my husband and I are opposed to the application by Bowesfield Incorporated on behalf of Medallion Developments for the lands located at this address to rezone the subject lands. What they are proposing is not feasible or safe for the specific area. The Green Hill exit of the Red Hill that goes by this proposal is the last southern exit before the top of the Red Hill Expressway. When there is an accident or a closure, either to the top of the Red Hill or to the link, all traffic is diverted to the Green Hill exit. When there was an accident this year, as well as a closure, on the top of the Red Hill, trucks, buses, and cars were diverted to the exit. And because Green Hill is a local street with schools nearby, the flow of traffic was constant and staggering. Harrisford Street, a few hundred feet from the Red Hill, is the first exit, which only goes north and is a 30K, whoops, hang on, sorry. It's a 30K with St. Luke's School at the end of the short street, as well as a Christian school to the left on Albright, which is also 30K. So if you have cars turning left onto Harrisford, to which is about 100 yards from the Red Hill, which would cause a backup, and then about 50 yards further, you have a stop sign with a crossing guard causing another backup. And then the proposed entrance to the new building about 30 yards. And then another 100 yards is a stoplight causing further backup. This would not be a good or safe idea to approve the proposed 553 rental units with retail as well, and only 502 parking spaces. Where is the overflow going to park, as Harrisford Street is always full for parking? With these new units, I am sure that there would be children who would have to be bused, and the pickup and drop-off would cause even further traffic problems. The last time a traffic analysis was done was during COVID. I am imploring that a real traffic analysis be done, plus a review of the density of the area. It must be done during regular hours, not on holiday. Full day, I stress, must. As to the food land that was there, the reason it moved was because the property owners weren't taking care of the place. We have an obligation. We have an aging population, which nobody seems to care about. As listening to the one on Mohawk, it seems like, to me, the developers, it doesn't matter. There is a goal. It doesn't matter. There's no vision for Hamilton anymore. You have to look at the whole area. And I'm just appalled that, has anybody gone out and really looked at what is happening at the traffic? It's not feasible. I don't even know how they could even, the planning or transportation department could approve this. I don't understand it. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Mary. Not seeing any further speakers. Thank you again. Okay, now I will ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. Please come on down to the podium. Oh, looks like there's a couple, so just one at a time. Okay, if you could just state your name and then proceed.
Richard Groff, Director at Harrisford. An extension of Fane's proposed. Electrical vehicle building parking. Appendix E, Section 5.7.4.A. Electric parking proposal. Currently, the city requires parking for electric vehicles, charging for all new buildings to be 100% of the residential parking and 50% of others. In this report, planning are saying that 25% is equitable. This development is being built to take into consideration future needs of the community and its residents. Since it will not be completed until years away from all new vehicle requirements, will 25% be enough? We respectfully request that planning adjust this percentage to reflect future needs. Rooftop mechanical. I think that was taken up a little bit. We don't seem to be able to get much to do on that one. Height of building, shadowing. Appendix C 2B, zoning 3 to, or zoning C3 to C5. As stated in this application, the height of the building is to be 12 stories. The building will exceed 12 due to the installation of 2 stories for mechanical room each tower. Now, this takes towers to 14 stories. You must take into account 399 Green Hill property is at the higher level than adjoining neighborhoods. This contradicts the 12-story max as per Niagara Escarpment Commission and will only add to additional shadowing, visual obstruction. In 22, Planning Department responded to previous submission by Medallion and stated that they had concerns that the height of these towers would be causing shadowing and recommended that the developer lower building heights. Specifically, Building A, proposal height, Building A and B not changed in this proposed. In our original Urban Hamilton official plan for Davis Creek area, it was laid out so that the building would not look onto each. By amending the official historic area plan, we now have a tower within 36 meters of 40 Harrisford building. We respectfully ask for review of the height of this building. The dog park amenity, I believe, and I might be wrong, that the city asks for an acre to be present if there is a dog park presented. So I think that should take care of the dog park in itself. We strongly recommend that the area be modified to a children's play area. Retail parking, Appendix G, page 3 of 12. The proposed retail area are to be assessed from the front of the Building B that faces Green Hill Avenue and will not be storefront parking. The proposed parking for these retails is at the rear of Building B. In order to access the retailers, customers will have to park in the rear. I'm not sure about most, but I'm not a youngster. And in our building, there are quite a number of people who use the retail that is at that location. And if they have to park in the rear, those retails are being set up to fail. Balcony balustrades. As proposed, towers will be within 36 meters of the building at 40 Harrisford. We prefer not to gaze upon tenants that offer gatherings on the balconies. Our balcony balustrades are solid, integrated into our building, and as such, create a clean and uncluttered facade. We respectfully ask that the balconies have solid, opaque, and not clear or smoke glass vertical. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. We just have one speaker, Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for coming down today. Just a quick question about the comment on the Niagara Escarpment Commission. Just, can you point me to where that comment is?
I believe Fane has that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to
I
see
don't
where-
have it with me.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Potentially
That's all.
ask staff about that.
Yeah, I'll ask staff at the appropriate time about that. Thank you.
Okay. We have another speaker approaching the podium. You just come up and state your name, and then you can proceed.
And my name's Lorene Ross, and I live at 11 Harrisford, just across from this new location that you're talking about. What I want to give you is a little touch of reality about what happens in that neighborhood. This minimum parking that you've come up with for all of these things is very unrealistic. So right now, we have people who are actually fighting in the street over parking spaces. In our complex, we have people who are screaming at board members because they're getting ticketed for parking in visitors parking. Now, they've already got people from the new houses at Mount Albion and Albright coming to park on Harrisford because they don't have enough parking. Now you want to add more houses onto Red Hill or onto Albright that are not going to have enough parking. And then you're going to add these massive buildings. There is nowhere to park. There is one street on Harrisford with very limited parking because in front of the townhouses, there's almost none, and very few on Albright. Not realistic at all. I don't know who ever thought that this would be fine. I don't know who thinks that there are not people driving here. Every house has at least 2 vehicles, and many have more. Most of the children who are growing up now can't afford to move out because mortgage rates are ridiculous. Rental rates are insane. So now we've got those kids still living at home, all driving cars. And then we've got the ones who are coming home because they can't afford to keep the places they had. They have cars. I don't know where you think these people are going to be, but that's the reality. My other question is, so now you're going to have this parking for stores. Where are the staff members going to park? Because if there's only a few spots for stores, I don't know where their staff are going to park. How are they going to manage this? Because there's no parking for them. And then we also have trouble with parking for all these kids that are being dropped off for school and picked up. We have those parents out there fighting in the street. No one's taken a look at this. Those people are parking, they're double parking, they're blocking the buses. We actually had a neighbor who went to the police department because of concerns over children being hit by cars because people aren't watching, and the police department said, unfortunately, that's their lowest level of concern right now. They don't have time to worry about it. They opened the high school. Now we have high school drivers who come down, don't bother to stop at the stop sign, and I've seen it numerous times myself. This neighborhood is becoming a danger, and you're wanting to make it even more kids in there. There's one small parkette. There's one school. We've got 2 blocks there. One of those blocks is made up of 122 homes. That second block has a church, has a school, has 2 apartment buildings already, condo buildings. And you want to add 4 more on that corner. And that's supposed to be medium density? Because I don't see how that's medium density. Well, who came up with that? All of those homes are going to have at least 2 cars. This is not a bus-friendly neighborhood. You can't get anywhere from where we are. And once those homes go in there, you won't be able to move out of that neighborhood because you have 1 lane going out to the expressway and 1 lane coming in. You're going to have thousands of cars. I'm an end unit, so I see the traffic coming up and down Harrisford. The number of cars that are already coming from the other side of Mount Albion who come down Albright and come along because they don't want to have to go to the stop sign at the top is phenomenal. It's constant traffic all the time for 1 block. And then when the issues happen that the expressway now causes traffic to divert, if a train comes, now you've got even more backup because it blocks both lanes. You can't get down Mount Albion and you can't get down Green Hill and you can't get down Quigley. Where's everybody going to go? I've actually sat at the corner of Harrisford. Normally I don't, but the last time there was an issue, I had the time. It took me 15 minutes to turn left, and that was because somebody finally was kind enough to stop and allow me. Normally, I just turn around and go back down to Albright and over to Mount Albion and up Mount Albion to Green Hill, so I have a light to turn at. And you're going to add thousands more cars, thousands, and that's the reality. Over 500 units, thousands. You don't have enough parking for the ones that you're putting on Albright, that's another 500 likely right there. Somebody has to start looking at this in a more realistic manner. Somebody needs to come out and look at what the traffic is like here and the density. You're talking about a green space. You're worrying about dogs. We don't have enough green space for kids. And you're worrying about the dogs having a park.
You're at time. Could you just wrap up, please?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry that I've taken so much of your time. The other thing is, I'd like to know what the rental prices are going to be, what you consider an affordable rental. And whether or not you can remember as a council that you're supposed to be working for the citizens of Hamilton and not the developers of Hamilton, because I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see any speakers. Thank you. Okay, I'll ask again, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay, so could I have a mover and seconder that the public submissions regarding this matter were received and considered by the committee and that the public meeting be closed? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kretsch. We'll go to the vote. The vote's up. That carries unanimously. And now could I have a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations, and we can have discussion. Councillor Danko. Seconder. Councillor Alex Wilson. Okay. Any speakers? Councillor Francis, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just a few questions for staff to start, and then I have closing remarks to make if I can get back on the speakers list if there's any other questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Just first question based on one of the delegations. Just curious if staff have received any comments from the Niagara Escarpment Commission and what they were. Through you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, there was no comments received from the Niagara Escarpment with respect to this application. In terms of the official circulation, they were not included because it's just not in their regulated area in terms of delegated authority or so it was not circulated to them, and we did not get comments from the Niagara Escarpment on this particular application.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. The other issue that came up is obviously traffic. That's obviously a huge concern. Can someone speak to the traffic study that was conducted? I know that was during COVID, and they used a 4% change because of COVID. I'm not sure, where that number comes from. If maybe staff can articulate that for me, and also hypothetically, if that traffic study had been significantly higher, would that have impacted the density allowed on this site? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation, Planning and Parking, is our staff that reviews the traffic impact study. It is correct that it was done in 2021, but recognizing that that was an uncertain time with respect to traffic, we did a few things. We also went back in time and looked at 2019 traffic counts, compared them to the counts that were conducted by the consultant, took the higher of the two. We always add actually 2% growth to account for unknowns. And with respect to your question, and the traffic study looked at a lot of intersections, notwithstanding some of the issues raised by the residents. Overall, the traffic level of service at all locations was acceptable. Operating at level of service C or better, and just as a quick FAQ, we look at things. Level of service A is the best, level of service F is the worst, so level of C is generally pretty good, less than capacity. additional studies could be done. I don't think they're going to material change the conclusions. Just one little point of note, we are fortunate to have one of our staff members that lives very, very close to this site, so understands the traffic situation and provided his insights as well.
Okay. Councillor, go ahead.
Just to clarify a little bit further, I appreciate the explanation. I live just down the street from this, and I mean, I can attest to the fact that it is a crazy intersection, especially during school hours. Hypothetically, if the traffic study was higher, would this have impacted the density that's being allowed, or what we're allowing be proposed here today, that staff are recommending for approval? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, in my opinion, well, first of all, we look at the site as proposed. We don't speculate on what ifs, and it worked based on our review. In my opinion, there is transit accessibility. It's a fairly walkable neighborhood. Kids can walk to schools. I just Googled it, and I've been testing it this morning. It's about a 19-minute drive downtown, not bad, 43-minute transit, about 3 kilometers away from the future LRT line. So it does have a lot of the transportation network amenities that can support this type of development.
Okay. Moving on. It is, at the end of the day, a food desert, though, and that's one of my big concerns about this. Just a question to the chair, I guess, or procedurally, if I wanted to move that amendment, the controversial dog park amendment, when would I do that?
Why don't we go through speakers, and then when there's no more speakers, you can do that. Okay, next on the speakers list, Councillor Beattie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Just a quick question about the dog park amenity that was proposed in the dog area. And I know that we've had a lot of conversation about a lot of things on development proposals around this table, parking, traffic. I don't think dogs have ever come up before. This is the first. But if this was to be, and I'll ask this perhaps of staff, if this would have been, and I know it's not, but if it were a city facility, would it meet the requirements that we have put together when it comes to proposals like this?
Through the chair to the councillor, unfortunately, I don't. Oh, okay, sorry. I may defer to Cynthia Graham.
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. Dog parks fall within my portfolio, so that's why this question was referred to me. So typically for city-owned dog park facilities, we look for sites that are at least 2 acres in size. We like them to not be located in dense residential areas. We can't be in environmentally significant areas, and have some requirements for fencing and on-site parking. So without seeing or knowing the specific details of this development, the nature of it being right next to a dense residential area, we would not consider this for a city facility. I would clarify, though, we do plan our city facilities to be places that are regional and that people would drive to, and that's part of the nature of why we design them that way.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that. And I know the limitations of the question that I asked you, but I did also make note that the ward councillor had made a possible suggestion about some change of direction. I'd support that. I think that it would be prudent in this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, followed by Councillor Pauls.
Yeah, about a couple things. About the dog parks, I wonder if I could ask Director Graham if any of the dog parks are more 2 or 2 acres in size.
Through the chair, we do find it challenging to find locations that are of that size and have made exceptions in order to accommodate dog parks in areas where they're not capable of meeting that requirement.
So I take it that's no, that the dog parks in Ward 2 are not 2 acres in size.
Through the chair, the dog parks that are in Ward 2 are not 2 acres in size, but we do have several across the city that are.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that Central Park, which is a citywide park that was refurbished in 2022, does not have a 2-acre dog park, and neither are there 2-acre dog parks in other parts of Ward 2, and so near Corktown, for instance, and the temporary one in the north end. And so we make it work because we understand sometimes there are constraints, and it happens across our city on a regular basis, so I don't see the issue here if there's a way to make it work. As for the food desert issue, I empathize completely. There are tons of food deserts across our lower city, and I can think of a place where for years we had, I wouldn't say an affordable food option, but an option for food in the Corktown neighborhood, for instance, where people could go to a market and they could get access to food. In Toronto, a city councillor put forward a motion some years ago to kind of mandate or force there to be a grocery store in a development. It didn't really work. And the reason why it didn't really work is because you can't do that. There's no way to mandate those kinds of things. You can get community benefits agreements in place that say we're going to strive to put a grocery store in here and we're going to do everything we can as a developer to do that. And I've had conversations with developers where I've said, hey, can you do everything you can to get a micro grocer in here? Will this work? And we've seen a lot of developments downtown start to do that, put micro grocers in, put other kinds of grocery store amenities in. So that seems to be the path to do it, is to try and get folks to be able to do what they can. But we can't force a grocery store to say, well, I'm going to ignore my financial model and put a grocery store in here if one wasn't successful here before. And like, it's sad that the grocery store left the neighborhood, but that's likely part of the reason, but who knows? I can't speculate on that. I don't know that grocery store history very well. Just want to say I empathize with that issue and there being a food desert, but these things aren't necessarily solvable at the planning committee. We can't compel people to put a grocery store in, though I wish we could, because laundry services, grocery stores, all these kinds of things are needed as part of communities. And I've been saying this for the greater part of probably a decade now downtown, talking about why we need these things. But there are other models and partnerships through community benefits and other kinds of ways to get these things in here. So great. The province, unfortunately, doesn't really give us permission to do that right now. As for this development, I just want to say that this represents kind of in lots of ways an ideal development that I would see happening downtown in terms of the structure, the form, the density. And in terms of something comparable or something maybe slightly similar, not exactly the same, but if you look at the Corktown neighborhood, just near the escarpment there, where we talk about landlocked and these kinds of things, the development was recently approved for 3 30-story towers on a site just near St. Joseph's Hospital. And so we're seeing a tremendous amount of density across our city to maintain the urban boundary. And while this is nothing close to 3 30-story towers, I think based on everything I'm hearing, it seems like an appropriate level of density for this neighborhood, even though there may be issues that need to be mitigated with traffic calming and traffic safety. I'm confident our staff and ward councillor can work on those issues as this develops and as people start moving in and mitigate those concerns. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. And just a reminder to committee that a dog park was part of a conceptual plan. We're not approving that today. It is a OPA, official plan amendment, and zoning bylaw amendment. So just to remind everybody. Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And my question is for the traffic study that was done, and the director said that they did it in 2019 and 2020. This is 2024. I had a lot of sympathy for the last delegate and felt her pain about the traffic and all that. My question to the director is, because I'm pretty sure it's that area, I heard there's a new high school. I'm wondering, the new high school that just moved there, how many students do they have? Because that school, I'm pretty sure, is the school that moved out of my area and moved into Stony Creek. Can you tell me the high school, how many students go there?
Don't know if there's anyone who can answer that question here. No, I don't think so. Councillor Stein.
Okay, my concern is, I understand the delegate that when a traffic study is done in 2020 and 2019, and the school is not there, I wonder if we should consider that, doing another traffic study, considering a high school. To me, that could be, 300 students, 400 students on top of that. So I'm just wondering if there's an appetite to maybe do another traffic study and making sure that, we have it all covered. And because it's not my area. I could just say, well, it's not my area. I wash my hands, but I'm just concerned as well, because in my area as well, we have schools, and I know there's a lot of cars. High school students drive cars now. And sometimes they do go through the stop sign, and sometimes they, speed and all that. So I wonder what appetite there is. And it's not my area, so I'll leave it to Councillor on the ward there, Francis, if he would maybe do another traffic study.
Director Hollingworth, would you like to comment?
Through the chair, I believe we also did a traffic study for that we're looking at that high school. So we look at traffic in the area through different lenses of different developments. We also look at something called background traffic growth. And I mentioned we apply a certain percentage to account for the unknowns. This study was done in 2021. 3 years later, not unusual for a little bit of time passed, and we have to basically lock things in and use our judgment, our professional judgment, looking at the results. And as I mentioned, they're not horrible. There's certainly some localized problems, but in this case, I don't know that an additional traffic study would change the conclusions.
Thank you. Thank you. And through the chair, I'm fine with that, but I'm just saying you still have 3 years after. That school just moved in. I think they just moved this year. So again, I said, it's not my area. I leave it to Councillor Francis. And those were my question. How many students are there? Are there 300? Are there 500? I know there's lots of buses. I know, because it wasn't my area. So that's all I'm asking. And thank you for the answer. And it's up to the councillor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any further speakers. Order, please. No, now you've had your chance to speak. Okay, so not seeing any further speakers in the committee. So we have a mover and seconder. Oh, further comment from staff. Go ahead.
Sorry, Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager. There is currently, staff are recommending a holding provision to the implementing zoning bylaw. If committee is concerned about background growth or organic growth in traffic in the area, committee could add the requirements for an updated traffic impact study to one of the as a new holding provision, and that would the developer would be required to submit that study to Mr. Hollingworth's team's satisfaction prior to the lifting of the holding provision, and generally that would occur at the time of the site plan application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I appreciate that clarification. Do I have to move that right now okay, I would move that. I still would like to go forward with the dog park. I'm sorry.
Okay, so.
I'm sorry, Duke.
Correct. That's sufficient?
Yes, that is. It is. And I just, maybe what I have to clarify 2 items. One is the city's official plan identifies these lands as being within the urban area, and we have policies about urban areas that are within the Niagara Escarpment Plan. It does not require that the city circulate or obtain the Niagara Escarpment Commission's approval on development normally within the urban area. Development applications are referred against our normal official plan policies, and those policies were negotiated with the Niagara Escarpment Commission at the time of the adoption of the Urban Hamilton official plan. That is why for generally urban development, we do not require the NEC consent. There are provisions in there for affecting escarpment rural, or protection areas, or we also have policies that Niagara Escarpment looks at the escarpment brow in terms of skylighting or breaking up the brow of the escarpment. That was the reason why staff did not circulate the Niagara Escarpment Commission. And then secondly, I did confirm with our MLE staff, should this area be used as a pet exercise area? We do see that within other multiple dwellings where people come home at night, they bring their dog down and they walk the dog in the area. If there's nuisance complaints being generated in terms of dog barking, whether it's a pet walking, identified or unidentified area, MLE staff will do the necessary investigations. If the zoning does not permit the use, Animal Services will look at it. Either way, MLE staff and or Animal Services would investigate any pet-related complaints being generated by the proposed outdoor amenity area / dog park. I just wanted to clarify that, or provide that information for committee. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the traffic study amendment, Councillor Francis, do you have a seconder? Councillor Pauls is seconding. Okay, so does anyone else or anyone need to see the language on that, or do we understand the request? Okay, we're good to go. So put up the vote for an additional traffic study. Okay, that carries 10-0. Councillor Francis, back to you.
Yeah, just to move the, I appreciate the clarification from Acting GM Robichaud, but I still want to move forward with the amendment. Could we have it up on the screen there? And I do love dogs, and I do love Duke. I met Duke once. Duke's a very nice dog. I just think if Duke was barking between those buildings, there may be some serious issues, so I want to move forward with that.
The wording is that notwithstanding the definition of amenity area, a dog park shall not be permitted, and it will be amending Appendix C.
Correct.
Okay, is committee okay with that? Councillor Danko, you want to speak? Oh, Councillor Danko is seconding it? And, oh, sorry. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, Councillor Pauls.
Councillor Pauls is seconding. And our speakers list, or do you want to speak to it anymore?
I'm good.
You're good, you've spoken to enough. Councillor Danko would like to speak.
I never saw Councillor Francis as a cat person, but honestly, it kind of explains some things. The reality is, residents that are living in a rental building are going to have dogs, and having an area where they exercise them, if that's something that the developer, the property owner thinks is a good thing for their tenants, I don't think that us as the city have a role to dictate that kind of interference on private property. But, putting the issue aside of what amenities are appropriate or not, I think just this idea of dictating something like this on the floor of planning committee when we're considering a planning committee application that has nothing to do with the application that's before us in terms of our legislated role here is really inappropriate. So, putting the dog park issue aside, we as a planning committee should not be involved on these kinds of aggregate issues that are not in our jurisdiction in the decision that is before us today. As you said, Chair, that this is a conceptual thing that would be handled at site plan, and it should not be considered today. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Wilson's next.
I'm just going to say I'm willing to withdraw the amendment on the floor. I appreciate the comments. I can count. I can do math. Simple, basic math here. That's not going to pass. We did hear from the developer's proponent, and that is they're willing to work on this with me. So I will take that offline with them and work with them on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Francis. So Councillor M. Wilson, do you still want to speak? Okay. One more comment from Councillor Francis.
Thank you. Just closing comments from me. I'm not supporting this proposal, and I appreciate the perspective from the downtown councillor, Councillor Crutch. But respectfully, this neighborhood is far removed from downtown. It's very different. It's not an apples to apples comparison. It probably would be a good development downtown. I just approved, or we just approved rather, 2 other 12-story buildings in my ward that made a lot more sense than this development. This development, it over-intensifies the site location. There are multiple schools within a stone's throw. Traffic is a disaster. These small residential streets as it is, and you want to add 500 units and, probably 1,000 cars to the area. Green Hill is just simply not like Barton Street. It's not like King Street, like we just approved, and I supported on those applications. The local residents have clearly indicated and made a good case as to why this is not a suitable location for this development, and I'll be supporting my residents. And I also look at a map of my ward and the geography, and I cannot understand why such a large mass of land, which is approximately a third of my ward, and its residents do not have easy access to their grocery store. That's a massive territory. So I will not be supporting these zoning changes. There's no reason why the developer couldn't have listened to the feedback and accommodated a grocery store on the site and still obtain their density. The grocery store, I can tell you for sure, Foodland and the previous Delesios, it was always busy. There was it wasn't a case of it not being a busy grocery store. And I can attest to this living down the street for the last 10 years, and how disruptive this has been since the grocery store closed. And I cannot imagine what this would be like for seniors who, many of which walk and take transit. Now they've got to go to Queenston and Nash, or they've got to go up to Ward 9 where it's not convenient. And although, I'll work with the developer to increase the parking, there's no guarantee that the developer will actually follow through with this. We've seen other councillors at previous planning committee meetings right here been denied when they've tried to increase these minimums. This development's located in a very car-centric neighborhood, and people are going to have cars and lots of them if they're going to live here. And I'm going to work with the developer and staff to try to hopefully, with their cooperation, increase these minimums. And I just want to say to my residents, if this proposal is approved today, I want to assure them I'm going to do everything possible to advocate for them to mitigate negative impacts as this development progresses. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any further speakers. I think we have a mover and seconder. It was a while ago. Okay. And so we're voting to approve the recommendations as amended. We'll go to the vote. And the vote is up. And that carries 7-4. Thank you, everybody. So at this point, I'd like to entertain a motion to take a half-hour break for lunch. Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. For 30 minutes. So to 2:15. You have to vote. The vote is up. And that carries 11-0. We'll be back at 2:15. Welcome back, everybody. We are on to 10.5, Rental Housing Protection Policy Review. It's report PED 22091A citywide, and this is an outstanding business list item. So we have a staff presentation. Would the committee like to see the presentation? Yes? Okay. We have Melanie Pham. Welcome, Melanie.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and members of the public who are here today for this item. My name is Melanie Pham, Community Planning Team Lead with the Sustainable Communities section in the Planning Division, and I'm pleased to be able to provide an overview today of the staff report for the city's Rental Housing Protection Policy Review. Okay. It just worked on the. Thank you. So before I begin, I do want to acknowledge the contributions from all those who participated in consultations and took the time to meet with staff and also to provide written input in various ways. This feedback was instrumental in confirming and shaping the final recommendations that we are bringing before Planning Committee today. I also want to thank Legal Services, who was a key partner on the project, and various staff groups who provided support, including the Housing Services Division, Housing Secretariat, the Building Division, and Bylaw Enforcement. Just as a quick background, the city's Urban Hamilton official plan has a group of rental housing protection policies, and these policies provide direction on when rental housing is proposed to be demolished or converted to something other than the rental housing, and they outline some limitations on when this can happen. And some of the key reasons why we have these policies in our official plan is based on an understanding that rental housing forms a very important part of the city's housing continuum, and it is also a significant contributor to affordable housing options. And then also recognizing that some of this existing housing, rental housing, can be lost when conversions or demolitions take place. And we need to consider rental housing needs if this is proposed. As a background on this project, the Rental Housing Protection Policy Review was initiated several years ago. In 2022, staff had undertaken a preliminary review of the city's conversion and demolition policies in the official plan as they relate to rental housing. This work was undertaken in response to a council motion directing staff to review the existing official plan policies on conversions of rental housing to look at ways to strengthen the city's policies. Demolition policies were also included in the review because they are part of the rental housing protection policies and are similar, so it was important to consider all of the policies comprehensively. A report was then presented to the Planning Committee in May of 2022 and included a number of different background information on housing, data, past vacancy rates, and past applications for conversion or demolition, and a review of policies and practices in 21 other Ontario municipalities. The report proposed to enact a rental housing protection bylaw under the authority of Section 99.1 of the Municipal Act to create a permit process that regulates conversions and demolitions of primary rental housing. The key benefit for this is that it creates a standardized process for requiring rental replacement units, and it would enhance the city's ability to consider and address tenant needs through permit conditions and agreements where conversions or demolitions are proposed. Other changes proposed included simplifying language in the Urban Hamilton official plan by amending some of the detailed policies on conversion and demolition criteria and adding reference to a Municipal Act bylaw. Some changes were also proposed to the criteria themselves for considering conversions and demolitions, and also relocating some of these details from the official plan to the Municipal Act bylaw. New policy language was proposed to be added to permit replacement units, which was not previously contemplated in the policies, with the exception of the downtown Hamilton secondary plan. Staff were directed to consult with the public and relevant community partners and interest groups and report back with final recommendations. In the fall of 2022, there was an extensive promotional campaign that took place in advance of the consultations to reach as wide of an audience as possible. This included newspaper notice, email notifications to a mailing list, social media promotion, and promotion through the Engage Hamilton platform, as well as promotion through the Our Future Hamilton newsletter, the youth newsletter, and the youth Instagram channel, and also communicating information at the Development Industry Liaison Group. And following these notifications, staff undertook numerous consultations and feedback was collected using various methods, including a virtual community meeting, consultation with the Development Industry Liaison Group, use of the Engage Hamilton platform, an online survey, collection of written comments, and individual meetings. And I would like to note at the time that consultation was undertaken, there were restrictions on in-person community meetings remaining in place due to the COVID pandemic. Therefore, we did not have any in-person large-scale meetings. So there were a lot of comments submitted. Staff did receive a wide variety of input, and we heard a number of different views on the proposed changes. And there was really a diverse mix of opinions, with some opinions very supportive of the changes. There were some concerns raised, and as well as some views that the changes don't go far enough and requests for additional changes. Details of this feedback are included in staff's report and in Appendix G to the report. Just want to highlight here a few of the high-level themes that we heard. One was a very strong desire to minimize rental housing stock losses. Also key, a need to protect existing tenants and provide support to mitigate the impacts of demolitions on existing tenants. A need to reduce regulations and hurdles for landlords and find a balance between protecting renters and encouraging investment in Hamilton. And as well, it was highlighted that there is an urgent need to also focus on measures that will increase our supply of rental housing in addition to protecting existing tenants. So the final key recommendations for the project remain the same as I outlined previously, although some of the specific details have been revised as a result of the consultations. The overall intent of the proposed rental housing protection bylaw and the policy changes is to establish appropriate protections for existing tenants and also to provide clear and consistent standards and requirements for landowners and developers. And I'm going to go over in the next few slides some of the specifics of the criteria details and some of the other recommended changes. So the official plan lists various criteria under which a conversion or demolition would be approved if a proposal meets the criteria. And there are several changes proposed to strengthen protections for the rental unit supply. And these include increasing the vacancy rate requirement to 3% rather than the previous 2%, and increasing the affordability measure to 100% of the average market rent instead of 10% below. And these specific numbers are also being shifted to the new rental housing protection bylaw, and changes to the policies are proposed to reference the requirement for a permit under the bylaw. Two additional criteria for conversions to condominium are proposed to be deleted. One is the policy that requires 75% support from existing tenants, and a policy which allows conversions if a building has heritage status. Both of these were removed because they are not based on an assessment of rental housing needs or supply, and the changes put more focus on maintaining an appropriate supply of rental housing, particularly affordable rental housing, which is a key objective of the rental housing protection policies. For demolitions, a policy clarification has been added that demolition includes internal building renovations that result in the loss of dwelling unit types, which are defined by the number of bedrooms in a unit. For example, internal renovations that change larger 3-bedroom units to smaller 1-bedroom units would be considered a demolition. And this interpretation has also been built into the language of the rental housing protection bylaw. This was identified in the consultations as an important matter to address. Policy language has also been added, as mentioned, to allow demolitions subject to the provision of replacement units, which was not previously addressed in the policies, except as mentioned, it is in the Downtown Hamilton Secondary Plan. Other changes include removing an option for cash in lieu of replacement units, which was not supported by the majority of the feedback received through consultation. And substantial edits to the text of the rental housing protection bylaw have also been made that improve language and function, but they do not change the overall intent of the bylaw. In addition, amendments to the former Hamilton official plan have been added as they relate to the West Harbour secondary plan area to ensure that the policies are consistent across both plans until such time as the West Harbour secondary plan is brought into the Urban Hamilton official plan. So just a brief outline on what is in the rental housing protection bylaw. It was written by legal services in collaboration with planning staff, and it applies to any site with 6 or more dwelling units and at least 1 rental unit. The bylaw sets out the process for obtaining a permit, and it outlines routine approval situations where all vacancy rate and market rent level criteria are met, and these would receive approval subject to any appropriate conditions, similar to how the policies are laid out in the official plan. And it also identifies discretionary approval situations where a permit may be issued subject to meeting other scenarios, for example, in a situation where replacement rental units will be provided. Just a quick overview of the process that the permits would undergo. A process map has been provided in Appendix I to the report, but some of the key elements are listed here. So initially, to identify potential proposals requiring a permit, building division staff and planning staff would direct applicants who may require a permit to fill out a screening form. If an application is required, the full application and fee would need to be submitted along with any other required information. And once a permit application is accepted as complete, the applicant is required to notify tenants within 14 days and to hold a tenant information meeting within 30 days of the notice. Planning staff would also notify planning committee of the application within a certain time frame. And concurrently with this, staff would advance the review of the application and prepare a report and recommended conditions. if the application is approved, any conditions would need to be fulfilled prior to permit issuance, or a number of conditions typically require the registration of an agreement on title of the property to ensure that the conditions are implemented. I also want to touch on one of the matters which staff received a lot of feedback about. One of these matters was questions regarding specific tenant assistance and what would be provided for tenants. So while this doesn't form part of the rental housing protection bylaw, it is a very important component to consider. And having a framework outlining how compensation amounts and other matters will be determined is needed. And as such, staff have prepared a guideline for tenant relocation and assistance, which provides more information about what the expectations will be for tenant supports. So some of the key items for compensation are listed here. While it does leave some flexibility for different situations, it establishes a greater certainty for both applicants and tenants. I also want to highlight a few provincial legislative changes that impact this project. So there have been several recent provincial changes related to rental housing protection bylaws, which may have an impact in the future on what cities can require as part of these bylaws. So in November 2022, Bill 23, which was the More Homes Built Faster Act, received royal assent and made amendments to Section 99.1 of the Municipal Act, which provided the minister with the authority to make regulations that impose limits and conditions on the powers of municipalities for prohibiting and regulating demolitions and conversions. And then in June 2023, Bill 97 received royal assent, which is the Helping Home Buyers Protecting Tenants Act. And Bill 97 made an additional change to the Municipal Act, allowing the minister to set minimum requirements for replacement bylaws. So potential regulations were also released around the same time for comment, and the city provided comments on them at that time. So at this time, no regulations have been enacted, and it's not known when any new regulations may be created. So staff don't know what the exact implications of any changes might have. These would need to be assessed in the future should any changes occur. And then in closing, in terms of next steps, the official plan amendment is proposed to be held in abeyance until January 1st, as well as the other bylaws and bylaw amendments would have the same effective date of January 1st, 2025. And over the next 6 months, according to the recommendations, staff must prepare necessary materials for implementation of the process. So this includes a number of things, communication of changes and process details to staff, preparation of guidance materials for applicants, all the forms and legal agreements need to be established, as well as detailed implementation steps. And so this is also including matters such as detailed methodologies for determining matters that would be dealt with through conditions, like the rent gap compensation. Since this is a new process and it is a learning process for staff, staff are recommending that the process be reviewed after 2 years and that staff report back on any adjustments that may need to be made to improve the process. And then finally, if there are provincial changes that are made in the future, staff would review and report back at that time on any implications. So thank you. This concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Lead FAM, for the overview. Also, thank you to the interdivisional staff team that supported the work. Thank you to our residents who provided input, as well as all the stakeholders throughout the process, and also staff integrating much of that feedback into the final presentation of the bylaw in front of us today. Chair, I only have one question right now, and then I look forward to hearing from our registered delegates. But in terms of the review proposed occurring in a 2-year timeframe, I just wanted to get a little bit more clarity from staff about why 2 years. Is 1 year feasible? Could we get like a mid check-in point? Particularly given the importance of this bylaw to protect existing affordable rental stock. I'm just mindful of that 1 year review period versus 2 year. Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for that question. The 2-year review timeline was recommended because we don't expect that there will be a large number of applications received, so that's one component of it. And sometimes these applications, just based on our conversations with City of Toronto, they can take some time to process, to go through those negotiations and set the detailed conditions. So we were looking to 2 years as a more appropriate timeline because that will give us a better length of time to actually see how the process is working and go through the full process for a few applications.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any further speakers. Thank you very much for the presentation. If I could have a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Cretch. We will go to the vote. Oh, 1 second. Councillor Pauls has her hand up. Do you have a question?
Yes, I raised my hand there. I don't know if they saw it. I needed to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, can you explain a couple of things? When you talked about rental replacement agreement, and you said protecting for the renters, you also said that the cash in lieu was going to be removed. But then when we went to the second section, you said tenant relocation and assistance plan. You're saying there is a financial compensation, 3 months rent. And then you said moving expense, $1,500 to $2,500, and then special needs, 3 months rent free. What is the difference between removing cash in lieu, and that policy? I'm just a little bit confused. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, through the chair to the councillor, the cash in lieu is actually something that Mississauga has in their bylaw, and it's essentially rather than providing replacement units for tenants, the developer makes a cash contribution, which is then used for affordable housing purposes. However, as is mentioned in my report, that was not supported because it doesn't protect the tenants that are existing and living in the building right now. So the cash in lieu was essentially a payment in lieu of providing replacement units, whereas the other compensation amounts are amounts that would be required directly to compensate the tenants and reduce hardship if there's a demolition proposed. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that, but I still don't, okay. So a builder wants to change their apartment into condominiums, and you're saying that they cannot offer cash in lieu for them to move out. But you're saying as well that they can relocate them and assist them with financial planning, with financial assistance. So I don't really see the difference. To me, they're still giving them money to move out and to get another place. Is that right? Or am I missing something here?
Through the chair to the councillor, so the cash in lieu is a little bit different because the cash is not being provided to the tenants. It would be provided to the city in lieu of actually building the replacement units, whereas the other tenant assistance amounts are actually for the tenants when a unit is demolished. to help with those moving expenses and all of those other matters.
Okay, that's a better explanation. When we had delegates come and talk, they said that they were offered money from the developer or from the, people that wanted them to move out. And I remember somebody saying they got $1,500, $2,000, $5,000 to move out. So that's what I thought cash in lieu was. I did not understand that it went to the city. Am I getting it right now, or? So cash in lieu, the money doesn't go to the renters. That's what you just said, right?
Yes, through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, I'll just listen to the delegates that come, because my understanding is when I talked to different people from Acorn and from other organizations, they were saying they were offered money to move out. So that's why I'm raising those questions. So, but okay, I'll listen to the delegates and I'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, no further speakers. We have a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. So we'll get the vote up. The vote is now up. That carries 10-0. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we are now on to registered delegates. We're very fortunate to have, I think, 11 people registered to delegate. Just a couple of notes. One, just for people, everybody here, make sure your phone is on quiet so we don't disrupt the meeting. Secondly, I'm going to hold everyone to 5 minutes tight. So when you hear that first beep at 4 minutes, please continue or begin to wrap up. We have a lot to get through. And then I want to encourage delegates to present new information during your delegation and do your best not to repeat things that have already been said. Okay? So with that, our first delegate is Damien Ash. And I believe that's a virtual delegation from Acorn.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Damien.
Yes, good afternoon now. Good afternoon. I can start? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, City Council and City staff. My name is Damien Ash, member of Hamilton Acorn. Acorn members are here today to share their stories and demand strong eviction and tenant replacement policies. If anyone in the gallery or watching online is unfamiliar, we are a national tenant and community organization with a membership of low and moderate income families and individuals. We're also thankful to be joined by the Hamilton Community Benefits Network and Hamilton Community Legal Clinic. Sorry if we seem a little tired. Acorn delegates Christine Neal, Pauline Roberts, and myself returned yesterday from Acorn Canada's 20th anniversary 7th biannual convention in Oshawa. It was a great weekend to connect with tenants from across the country, organizing around similar issues. There was lots of praise for Hamilton's anti-rent eviction bylaw from tenants, community, labor, and government reps that spoke. Hamilton delegates were really proud to share how our city has become a leader in not only Ontario, but the country in protecting tenant rights when other levels of government fail to recognize that if people have affordable homes, we need to keep them there. Now to speak on the agenda item today. Acorn Hamilton strongly supports the proposed rental housing protections bylaw with some suggestions for staff and councillors to consider for implementation to maximize tenant protections. Ontario is in the midst of a worsening housing crisis. One of the key contributing factors is the rapid loss of affordable rental housing due to no-fault evictions. These types of evictions happen despite tenants doing nothing wrong. They pay their rent, but because they've lived there a few years or decades, they pay less than what the landlord could be getting if they re-rented the unit. No tenant should apologize for having affordable rent, but we are made to feel guilty and that our time of having a home is up. Our home is treated as a business and there is more money to be made. Tenants are disposable. Rent eviction has been the big issue we have seen. As the threat to purpose-built rentals, Hamilton and the city passed policy earlier in the year to address that crisis. While Acorn has seen demoviction and condo conversion at a smaller rate, backed up by the numbers in the staff report, we know that Hamilton is a hotspot for landlords engaging in no-fault evictions. From the Landlord and Tenant Board application filings, there were 337 and 13 filings in Hamilton between 2017 and August 2023. That makes Hamilton number 2 in the province after Toronto. While we assume the majority of these N13s were reason 1, landlords needing vacancy for renos, it shows that affordable housing is under threat in our city. The outcomes of demoviction and renoviction are pretty similar. Tenants get permanently displaced from their homes. Yes, landlords are required to offer units back to tenants after renovictions, but unfortunately, we have yet to see that once during 7 years of organizing in Hamilton. We have organized at one building that was demolished. Tenant Gord will be delegating later, and have had members in 4 buildings where their units were totally reconfigured, either 1 bedroom to a larger unit, or what is more likely happening is a larger family-friendly housing destroyed to make way for much smaller units. We are happy the proposed bylaw will address both situations. For condo conversion, we have seen stories in the news of rentals converted to condos, but have not experienced it firsthand. We have, however, had several buildings be told their units were being sold or becoming condos as misleading information to bully tenants out. To wrap up, we did have several tenants submit letters in support of the bylaw. I encourage you to read them. 5 are from 195 Wellington Street South, where tenants were told in 2021 by their landlord Medallion that parts of their building were being demolished, but tenants have been left in limbo with no clear answers on the status of the demo or possible tenant protections. And also, Acorn's submission lays out our ideas for strong implementation. The next delegate will touch on that. And what Burnbury, BC, and Toronto are doing with their demo eviction protections. I hope the City of Hamilton continues to lead the way in policies protecting tenants. Thank you again to City staff and consulting and listening to tenant voices and putting this policy together. I thank you for your time and will try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Damien. Are there any speakers for Damien? Not seeing any, so thank you very much for your delegation.
Okay, thank you very much.
We will move on to Christine Neal, also from Acorn, an in-person delegation. Welcome, Christine.
With this saying, good morning. Good morning, Chair, councillors and city staff. My name is Christine Neal and I am the chair of Acorn's Downtown Chapter. And as Damien said, I spent 4 days in Oshawa, so I might be a little blurry-eyed. I was this morning. I am so more now. Along with other tenants and allies, I am delegating to support the Rental Housing Protection Bylaw, and will comment on a few suggestions Acorn members have for a strong implementation. I'll start by saying I usually delegate in support of tenants facing renoviction and demoviction, while thankfully not directly facing it myself, but now my worst fear has been realized. The 10th floor building 2 blocks south of GO Station, I've called home for 18 years, has now been sold to a company with a reputation for using N13s for both renoviction and demoviction. As a 74-year-old person, this is daunting. Peel Acorn is currently fighting against my new landlord to stop the demoviction of tenants in Brampton. They have applied for a demolition permit to add 552 residential units in place of the current property of 507 Balmoral Drive. Brampton does not currently have a rent replacement unit bylaw, such as Hamilton is considering today. Back in 2022, myself and Hamilton Acorn organizer Olivia met with city staff to consult on the proposed bylaw. We shared a list of things to be included in the tenant assistance program and rental replacement policy, and we are happy many of the suggestions were included. That being said, to ensure maximum protection for tenants, we are sharing a few outstanding points we hope this committee will consider for implementation. Improve how rent top-ups are calculated. Our recommendation, use average market rents for tenants of the same type that have turned over in the last 3 years across the city, or follow Toronto's example of only including rents from units constructed in 2015 or later. If we only use the difference between CMHC average market rent and their original rent, tenants will not receive enough of a rental top-up to afford housing while waiting to exercise their first right of refusal in the new development. For example, The Spectator reported today, average new rents for a one-bedroom is $1,806, while CMHC reports Hamilton average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is $1,501. Make replacement units truly affordable forever. We need to ensure that both units occupied by tenants exercising their first right of refusal and replacement units occupied by new tenants have the same rents before the redevelopment and the rent controlled in perpetuity, in other words, forever. After reading the staff reports, we are not totally clear what the fate will be of these units and are worried they will not be really affordable or will only be affordable for a certain amount of years. Lastly, if improvements are made to rent top-ups for the rental housing protection bylaw, similar changes should be made for the renovation license, and relocation listing bylaw. Rent top-ups are an option for tenants displaced by renovations. This tenant support should be the same amount for both bylaws. You have to excuse me, I'm really dry right now. Lastly, we look forward to the review of the bylaw in 2 years. It will be important to monitor the bylaw's strengths and weaknesses and give tenants the opportunity to provide feedback for improvement. We hope all councillors are on board to move forward with this bylaw and also hope our suggestions can be taken for strong rental top-ups and rental replacement requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Are there any questions for Christine? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is Carl Andrus, who's here in person. Welcome, Carl. You can raise the desk there if you want to your right. There's a button.
That's fine. Thank you. Normally, I would present a PowerPoint presentation, but I've had a recent injury, so I'm just going to go with an oral presentation today. So good afternoon, Planning Committee members, staff, and residents. It's great to have an opportunity to delegate again in support of the rental housing protection policy. Thanks for hearing my delegation. It's amazing to see such a policy being undertaken proactively before the problem becomes a massive displacement issue for tenants. In Toronto, mid-sized apartment buildings are increasingly being demolished for towers as land value skyrockets. Eventually, with Hamilton's firm urban boundary, we will see similar pressures here. The completion of the long-anticipated LRT will also accelerate this process here in the city. This is another excellent tool to help keep tenants in their affordable market units. The City of Toronto's rental housing replacement bylaw has secured 3,571 rental apartments as of 2022. As elected leaders, you should consider a few tweaks to this bylaw. The first, as mentioned by the previous delegate as well, is the question of rental subsidies while a tenant awaits new construction. Using CMHC average monthly rent charge isn't a good measure of what tenants pay, or what tenants must pay while waiting for their replacement units in the new building. Currently, CMHC shows a two-bedroom, I'm going to give the two-bedroom stat, on average being $1,617. However, rentals.ca, an aggregate for current available market rental units, presently shows a two-bedroom at north of $2,100. CMHC average current rents and averages current rents and market rents, so it always reflects a lower cost than what tenants face when searching for new rental properties. The bylaw must consider that, and perhaps staff would consider using the CMHC rental condominium market data as an average point for calculating the rental requirements of a market. It's a better high-end indicator of potential rent top-up calculations between existing and new rents while the tenant awaits construction. I was also reviewing Appendix D of the proposed bylaw and noted this wording, that Schedule A to bylaw number 12-282 be further amended by adding the following note to the planning fees. The permit to demolish fee shall be waived for all charitable and non-profit organizations proposing to demolish and replace rent-geared to income rental housing units, which shall be confirmed at the discretion of the Director of Planning and Chief Planner. It reads that not-for-profits planning to demolish non-rent-geared to income units, that is to say the subsidized housing units that are either paid through the Ontario Canada Housing Benefit or through the City of Hamilton's own rental top-up programs. Any affordable housing units outside of the scope of that will be subject to the fees required for the rental replacements. This is going to put an undue burden on social and not-for-profit housing providers in constructing new buildings. And I would urge you to take a look at the language in the fees in Schedule D to maybe provide some more discretion for not-for-profit housing providers who provide affordable housing that's not rent-geared to income, because that's a very specific program that's specific only to those two things that I mentioned. So Hamilton Home is doing a great job of tackling the housing crisis. Extra exemptions and the impacts of this bylaw should be considered with regards to that. Lastly, there may be another concern that needs consideration. As apartments are demolished to be rebuilt, and they are new buildings, the units will no longer be subject to rent control as outlined in the Residential Tenancies Act. So after 1 year in the unit without additional protection, this bylaw may only delay the eviction and displacement of affordable rental units in the market, not stop it. As I'm sure some of you are aware, the rental protection granted by the Residential Tenancies Act does not extend to buildings built past, I believe it was 2015 or 2018, just off the top of my head. So any new constructions are not subject to rent control. So after 1 year of tenancies, they may see that rent increase drastically. And this pressure could lead to increased encampments. Thank you today for your time. Staff have done an amazing proactive work on rental protections. And again, I want to thank the staff and you councillors for centering tenants and using all of your municipal powers to help stem the hemorrhaging of market affordable units. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Are there any questions for Carl? Councillor Wang.
I'll ask him personally later about what happened to his hand. Thank you, Carl, for your delegation. I think that ultimately, I would really like to understand, you had a lot of facts and figures in there. So I'm just, if you had to boil it down, what was the sort of the one overarching anomaly or gap that you think we ought to be really focusing in on? Because you said a lot, so I just wanted to think, like, is there one that that would bubble up to the surface a little bit?
So I think that, as I mentioned, there's kind of three core issues. One, of course, is that rental replacement, that rental subsidy, and the calculation using CMHC market rent is an inaccurate figure. It in no way reflects what it will cost you to go out and get an apartment today. So finding another measure to use, whether it's, the aggregate data presented by rentals.ca every month, which is an average of all of the available listings, or whether it's CMHC's rental market condominium, which actually only reflects rental market condominium units, which is a much higher number and much closer, sometimes even higher than the renters.ca aggregate as the number. The other one is just that additional fee measure that may be put on nonprofits in, as I said, in Appendix D. There's an exception put for geared to income rental units, but not for profit housing rental units in general. And I think that exception to the fee needs to be expanded to all apartments that are being replaced by not-for-profit housing providers. And then lastly was just a consideration around, and the previous delegate alluded to this as well, is sort of that tenure of what happens once you return to the unit, because they will no longer be rent-controlled units. So there's kind of three basic things that I'm interested in you as councillors working with staff or again investigating. And that last piece is just the fact that there is no rent control on new buildings.
So 4 things then, okay. Thank you.
I think that was 3.
Well, somebody can't count. I'm not going to say. Councillor Pauls.
And thank you, Carl. I'm just wondering, and I just want to be clear, I'm in favor of protection policy for the housing and for the rent here. I'm all for it. My question to you is, all these protection, do you feel that the reduction in housing, reduction in conversion of apartment to maybe improve the apartments, you think the builders are going to say enough is enough, I cannot do this? Do you perceive any reduction in housing because of all these bylaws?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question, Councillor. So I don't think that we're going to see a reduction in housing. What these bylaws attempt to do is to stop the loss of market affordable housing. So there could be a scenario where someone who owns a mid-sized apartment building with 150 units may delay tearing that apartment building down until market conditions make it profitable enough for them to rebuild. What we're seeing in Toronto is just a whole series of these mid-sized apartment buildings, those ones that you see in Corktown, Durand, up on the mountain, those 10, 14-story buildings. There's a lot of them that were built in the 70s, a few of them in the 80s, a lot of them in the 60s. Those types of buildings are coming down in Toronto now in favor of 30, 40, 50-story condominium towers. And so this bylaw aims to get ahead of those transitions and to protect those units so that the tenants that are in those buildings that are being torn down and then a new building being put up. But this won't prevent this will allow the right to return for those tenants in the new building at their existing rent. So it will preserve some of those affordable units in the new building, and it won't see a net loss in housing. And of course, any owner of those buildings isn't going to redevelop the building until market conditions are right for them, until the land value is worth more than the rents they're collecting every month in the building, until they can cover the construction and mortgage fees of a new construction on the building. So it's not going to see the disappearance of buildings, but it will protect the tenants that live in those buildings when eventually those developers decide to redevelop those. And I still think we're probably a good 5 to 10 years in Hamilton from a massive influx of seeing those kinds of things that we're now seeing happening in Toronto more and more. There's still a lot of land to develop for developers.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just wondering, I see houses being built, apartments being built, and then they're all vacant because the cost of building things have skyrocketed, and you know that. As a builder, if I have an apartment and it's sort of needs repair, for me to fix it all, it's going to cost way more than it did a few years ago even. So that's my concern. I'm wondering if a builder or someone that owns an apartment says, well, I'm not going to fix them. I'm going to leave it like they are until the construction, until pricings come down. So that's what I'm worried about. But I agree with you. This policy is good. We need it. I just some concern about what's happening around Hamilton, around Toronto, and more and more I see people saying they're not they don't want to build. They don't want to start rent their apartment because it costs too much. So, and that's what I've been hearing. So, but thank you for all your stats. I always like listening. You're fast, but great. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can just respond briefly, I would suggest that, especially specifically this bylaw, when we're dealing with older apartment buildings that might have some maintenance issues, that landlords are already kind of deferring those maintenance issues and have been doing for quite some time in these buildings. And of course, interest rates are going to come down eventually, and the cost of building will not continue to expedite. So like what you're doing here as city is proactively preparing for the demolitions to come. Right now, apartment conversions, as you'll notice in the staff report, are 0 to 5 a year. They're not a huge thing. It's not happening in Hamilton yet. So what you're doing is preparing for the future, for when those market conditions are right for those building owners to start tearing these multi-unit buildings down and building something else.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And not seeing any further speakers. Appreciate it. Next, we have Katie King, which is a virtual delegation. Katie, are you there? There she is. Katie, are you? Oh, there you go.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name's Katie King. I'm organizing coordinator with Hamilton Community Benefits Network. Thank you for having me. I'm going to do a brief delegation in support of Acorn. I'm here representing HCBN as well as myself, a tenant living in Ward 2 in the Beasley neighborhood. I would like to share my support for the rental housing protection bylaw that staff has created. We encourage you to pass the rental housing protection bylaw with the implementation suggested by Acorn. HCBN supports Acorn's demands that will ensure maximum protection for tenants, especially during a time where we are in the midst of multiple interlocking crises that will continue to add and amplify stresses for tenants on top of the persistent ongoing stress of housing insecurity. Moreover, strong tenant support bylaws like this one are necessary during the construction of the LRT in order to mitigate displacement, renoviction, and demoviction that will occur due to increased zoning and property prices along the corridor. We cannot build this transit system on the backs of low-income tenants. As I know you are aware of, and it was already mentioned in the staff presentation, losing affordable, already existing mid-size rental units to condos will not solve the housing crisis, as increasing rental stock is not the only answer. Retaining rental stock is also a part of that answer. So I'm just going to briefly, not to repeat, but I might just repeat. I'm not going to go through the full demand, just the top 3 demands that we fully support. We support all Acorn demands, but these are the ones we want to amplify. We support the improvement of how rent top-ups are calculated. We don't, Acorn and we don't recommend using the CMHC average market rent because it is lower than what we're actually seeing in Hamilton. So the top-up would be insufficient. The second amendment we support is to make replacement units truly affordable forever. As the bylaw stands right now, it is unclear what is the fate of these units. Will they be affordable, or will they be only affordable for a certain amount of years after renovation? Will the landlord be responsible for replacing those units during the redevelopment? How long will the rent be kept affordable? It sounds like some clarity around the replacement units afterwards would be helpful. And third, lastly, if improvements are made to rent top-ups, demand number 1, for this bylaw, similar changes should be made for the renovation license and relocation listing bylaw. Rent top-ups are an option for tenants displaced by renovations. This tenant support should exist for both other bylaws. Thank you for having me, and that's everything. I hope you're able to implement these amendments and pass this bylaw. Take care.
Thank you, Katie. Just a brief pause to see if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you for your delegation. Next on the list, we have Gordon Smith from Acorn. Gordon, are you in person? Okay. Okay, we'll just wait to get your microphone on there, Gordon, and you can proceed.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, councilors, staff. My name's Gordon Smythe, and I am a downtown Hamilton Acorn member. I'm delegating to share my experience with dem eviction and support the rental housing protection bylaw so tenants don't have to go through what I did and am still going through. I just want to iterate that. In 2015, 468 James Street North was most affordable rent I could find, but even 9 years ago, it was difficult finding affordable housing on a fixed income. On the Ontario Disability Support Program, my annual income is $15,000 a year or $1,255 a month. My 2021 rent was $525 a month, which was 42% of my income. This is 9 years ago. My income has not gone up one penny. When I first moved in 2015, 468 James Street North had all 12 units occupied. By May 2021, we were down to 4 tenants and counting the days until we lost our homes. It started escalating in 2017 when Red Brick Rentals sold the building to John Van Nostrand Developments, JVND, and they had plans to demolish 476 to 468 James Street North to build a 92-unit condo building with the aim of providing affordable home ownership to households with incomes ranging from $25,000 to $125,000. But they backed out of the project in 2019. In early 2021, all remaining tenants were notified that the building had been purchased by a new owner, and on March 2nd, we received N13 eviction notices to vacate the property by June 30th of 2021. This gave me 3 months to start searching for another affordable unit. Keep in mind, at that time, rents were about $1,500 for a bachelor, $300 more than my monthly support. I applied to subsidized housing with the City of Hamilton with homelessness status. With a wait list of over 5,000 households, I realized the prospect of securing a spot in social housing by June was slim. With Acorn, we organized a rally in front of the building and were able to secure a meeting with the developer and negotiated higher compensation for each tenant and more time to move. Preparing to be homeless, I bought a wagon to pull behind my mobility device so I could carry what was needed, and a generator to charge the chair, my hearing equipment, cell phone, portable cooking appliances, etc. I also got a tent big enough to store all of my gear and a canopy to cover it all and keep it out of the sun and heat. I was homeless for 6 months, and 12 affordable rents were lost. I went by 468 James Street a couple of weeks ago and headed to Bayfront, and it is still a hole in the ground, but apparently condos are coming. It's called Harbor Life condos, starting over $400,000 up to $700,000 and promising huge returns for investors. Hamilton urgently needs rental replacement and protections for tenants from dem eviction, or we will continue to see this happen and create more homelessness. We need tenant protections from dem eviction. Tenants do not want to move and lose their affordable homes. Now, as for me, the federal, provincial, and municipal governments have already decided my fate. I was given 3 choices when the housing support workers came to offer me an affordable place to live. The first one was $100 above what I get for monthly support. The second one was $100 less than what I get for monthly support. The third one was pretty much forced on me because they said, you get 3 chances. If you refuse the third chance, we're no longer going to help you find housing. Now I'm in city housing. I pay market rent. My market rent is 50% of what I get for my monthly support. My subsidy granted by the city of Hamilton or by Housing Hamilton, thank you very much, $12 a month. So I can now afford a bag of milk and 2 loaves of bread. So for people like me that have to be forced to live in a place where, to be honest, the health conditions and the people that live in there and the stress and suffering I go through 24 hours a day, I'd sooner be in a tent. Rather than trying to solve homelessness, I strongly advise you embrace it. Because although this proposal is going to make a world of difference, for people like me, it doesn't do a thing. I don't want to see the tens of thousands of people in this province or the hundreds of thousands of people in this country go through what I am now, because there is no cure for me. But let's hope we can look after the people of this future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Are there any speakers? Any questions for Gordon? Not seeing any. Appreciate you being here today and sharing your story. Our next delegate is Pauline Roberts from Acorn, an in-person delegation. And Pauline is just making her way down. Good afternoon, Pauline.
Hi. Good afternoon, City
Go ahead.
Councilor and City staff. My name is Pauline Roberts. I'm a member of Acorn and a tenant of Ward 3. I'm delegating today in support of tenant fighting to defend their homes. I met a tenant over the weekend from Toronto who is recently demo-evicted. They are a senior and experience severe health issues after losing their home. This lady is 82 years old, and she was demo-eviction in Toronto, and she had a heart attack, and she's living on the street in a tent. I don't think we need that anymore. This is a huge issue in Toronto, and we need to get ahead of it in Hamilton. We have already had tenants demo-evict like Gord, and we need to prevent more demo-eviction. We have one coming up at 60 Erie Street. 40 Erie already was demo-evict, and now 60 Erie is going to be demo-evict. Like previous delegates says, we are supported the bylaw, but we want to stress that tenants facing this type of no-fault eviction do not want to be displaced. In the first place, our hope is that the requirement for tenant supports and rental replacement will discourage landlords from pursuing these type of redevelopment. Losing rental housing to condos will only make the affordable rental housing crisis worse and intensify and creating more units at the expense of low-income tenant will not get us no further ahead, not to mention all of the new units will have no rent control. Housing is a human right, and this is going to impact more people. Like right now, Hamilton has what, over 2,000 homelessness? If we do this, we're going to probably look at more people being homeless. And for me, I can't handle that anymore, seeing all these homelessness. And I don't think any more people in the city or any across the country can handle any more of this. And I mean, we were at a convention on the weekend, and there was about 300 of us, and we all talked about our stories and the fact it's horrible what people are going through. And the one thing we could say, out of all the provinces, everybody was looking at Hamilton and what we did in Hamilton. And I want us to keep doing what we do in Hamilton and make everybody know that Hamilton is proud and we're not going to back down from these landlords. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Not seeing any speakers. Appreciate your delegation. Thank you very much. Next, we have Timothy Duke from Acorn, which is a virtual delegation.
I'm sorry, he's withdrawn.
Okay. Okay, then we had one more virtual. Mirama? Is Mirama available? Okay. Okay, so we have some three pre-recorded delegations. First one is from Esther Stam. get that queued up.
Hi, my name is Esther and I'm a tenant of Ward 3 and a member of Acorn. I'm delegating in support of the rental housing protection bylaw. At my apartment, we faced threats of dumb eviction last year. Our landlord told 3 units that their units were being demolished and that we had to move. Fortunately, we organized and tenants knew their rights, and for whatever reason, our landlord had a change of heart and did move forward with the eviction. But we don't know how long we'll be saved from it happening again. Only 4 of us are left in the building and no vacant units are being rented out. There have been ongoing major repair and pest issues that have been ignored by the property management, despite city bylaw office involvement for almost a year. We are worried the building will be sold to new owners and efforts will start again to push us out. Could be demolition, renovation, or even condo conversion. I stand with Acorn members and tenants in the city, calling on the committee to support the bylaw. Us remaining tenants are paying affordable rents, and we will be homeless if we're forced to move. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Esther. Our next pre-recorded delegation is from Keir Williamson.
Hi, my name is Keir, and I am a tenant in Ward 2 and a member of Acorn. I live in an apartment at the end of Portdown Park, and in 2021, we were all told that the building was getting torn down. Then we were told that another section of the building was going to be torn down. And nothing has been demolished yet, but there is absolutely no conversation and no updates on anything. We are in limbo. Most of the people in this building are low income and are extremely vulnerable. And we need a strong tenant protections against demo eviction. Thank you for listening to us today, and my delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Keir. And our final pre-recorded delegation is from Susan MacArthur.
Hi, my name is Susan MacArthur, and I'm a tenant in Ward 2 in the Durand neighborhood and an active member of Acorn. I am delegating in support of the rental housing protection bylaw. I live in a 9-unit building that received N13 notices last year. Despite the landlord and the LTB calling it a renoviction, we believe it is a demoviction. And we are happy to see changes to the unit size being captured as an issue with this bylaw. My unit is a 3-bedroom, and the landlord wants to turn it into 2 2-bedroom units, suggesting, of course, that I would be able to move back in, but at the same cost that I'm currently paying now for less square footage. During the hearing, the landlord couldn't even say where the door would be for me to get back into my apartment. They're completely reconfiguring the units. I do not have faith that I, as a tenant here, will be able to come back. Losing my home would be a great loss to me, one I can hardly speak upon. But I truly hope that this bylaw will get passed so that there are protections available to people like myself who find themselves caught up in these horrible situations. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thanks to Susan for that delegation. And just to check to see, clerk, okay. We have Mirama available to delegate. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, Council. Wonderful. Thank you very much for accommodating me and taking the time out to let me engage in this process. So my name is Marima. I think we've met in the past in some capacity, but as a brief reminder, I'm a staff lawyer at the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic, and it's within my role at the legal clinic that I have the unique privilege to work alongside ACORN members and other tenant organizers fighting displacement. And it's from within this role that I get firsthand experience watching the ways in which tenants are taking on the brunt of the systemic work in order to resist displacement. I have been tuning in where I can to listen to some of the delegations, and so I can say that I echo some of the proposed recommendations for a stronger housing protection bylaw put to you today, including more effective rent top-ups, which reflect the market pressures faced by tenants experiencing displacement, and truly affordable rent replacement units for those units which a landlord seeks to demolish. You've already heard today about the impact of demo evictions. Ms. MacArthur is one member who's spoken to you just briefly, but it is a process that a landlord undertakes to evict a tenant permanently through demolition, and the consequences of condo conversions continue to impact tenants and their ability to return to their rental units. I'm going to pull a bit from my delegation on the proposed rent evictions bylaw to begin by discussing the reality of what displacement looks like for most tenants. Displacement has an ultimate consequence of eviction, but the mechanism by which this occurs is typically not a fast or sudden process. Or older buildings are left in disrepair. Landlords are not encouraged to repair these buildings, but instead oftentimes neglect to perform not only basic maintenance within the units in the residential complex, but neglect to perform future-proof renovations, such as changes to plumbing systems, introduction of HVAC systems, modern energy-efficient laundromats, and wiring throughout the building, examples like that. Some tenants will be displaced in the process of this neglect, largely within their own units, but from my experience, others, who have very few options in the rental market, will continue to live within worsening conditions. At times, landlords pursue above guideline rent increases, which allows them to seek up to a 9% rent increase per application for some of this future-proof work. They begin the work of downloading the cost of large-scale renovations onto tenants, and not from their own profit margins. In my experience, and as many tenants can testify to, the quality of these renovations too is often ineffective, quick, cosmetic, and seldom addresses the large-scale issues within the building which have been left to fester. Eventually, time runs its course, neglect persists, and a tenant receives an N13 in the mail. Reason 2, renovations, is common, as many of you have come to find out through the process of tabling the rent evictions bylaw. But with growing regularity, reason 1, demolition, is becoming more and more common. Unlike an eviction for reason 2, which affords the tenant a legal right of first refusal, but again, it's complicated by the practical right that Ms. MacArthur was speaking about as an example, reason 1 doesn't. Demolitions are truly no-fault evictions in their definition. All a landlord needs to provide in order to secure a permanent and life-altering eviction is a permit from the city that they've been granted the right to demolish the rental unit. That's all they have to provide to the landlord-tenant board. This creates a unique relationship between a municipality and those tenants who will be permanently displaced. So rental replacement policies are proactive approaches to preserving one's home compared to the complaints-driven process offered through the Residential Tenancies Act, as my colleagues at the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario have put to the Ministry in response to Bill 23. Most of the housing units at risk for demolition are those older buildings with some of the most affordable rental units left. From a review of the Toronto and Mississauga bylaws, it seems that the rental replacement requirements for tenants are triggered by an assessment of the affordable market rent, so the AMR and the vacancy rates. And the trouble is that sometimes the definitions employed in assessing the AMR are overbroad or overly generalized. Put simply, if landlords are targeting older buildings with a high concentration of the most affordable rental units, then more tailored vacancy calculations and AMR assessments are needed. For example, specifically under this bylaw, under section 99.1, where the city determines the criteria to issue a permit for demolition, there should be more tailored calculations for the average market rent price, which would allow a landlord to meet the criteria by adopting something that already exists within the Toronto bylaw, which includes considering or defining, sorry, I'm noting I'm at time.
Just wrap up.
Could I? Okay, my apologies. The Toronto bylaw, it more specifically identifies the AMR and vacancy rates based on assessments about buildings constructed in 2015 or later. An AMR calculated on the basic CMHC average rent, which can include a mix of all different types of housing, may not be specific enough to the conditions. And the City of Toronto's bylaw also considers a very strict definition of affordable for the purposes of replacement and retained units. Their definition is tied to income rather than market conditions, where data can mix a variety of rental housing units. So in conclusion, I'm really encouraged and supported to see the work that the city is doing in implementing a rental, a particular kind of statutory scheme that it is pursuing now, targeting renovictions, targeting demo evictions, targeting conversions. And I hope that with a little bit of additional work, definitions that can become critical points for tenants in assessing displacement and assessing the threshold that a landlord needs to cross in order to displace can be more tailored to the market conditions and the practical conditions the tenants are facing on the ground. Thank you very much for your time, and I apologize for going over.
Thank you, Marima. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your delegation. Okay, at this point, I'll ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting beyond our registered delegates. For a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay, seeing none, may I have a mover and seconder that the public submissions regarding this matter were received and considered by the committee and that the public meeting be closed. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kretsch. We will go to the vote. The vote's up. Okay, that carries 10-0. So now may I have a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations, and then we can move to discussion. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Nan. I'll pause for speakers. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Oh, I don't think there's surprises as to what the questions are. I'll save the CHMC one for, I think Councillor Nan has that prep to ask, but I was just more so wondering about the affordable housing providers, what Delegate Andrus brought up specifically. Was that considered in the drafting of the appendices in the bylaw, and do staff have a comment on the limit, like the narrow scope of RGI versus the broader recommended scope of affordable housing providers for exemptions?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll maybe start with sort of the historical or the background in terms of some of those fee exemptions. So there was a report done, I think it was in 2015, where we looked at reducing planning application fees or waiving the fees for charitable and not-for-profit organizations proposing affordable housing projects. So I think what we talked about is that that's a change that we could look at making to align the two definitions so that the fee waivers would be applicable and consistently defined across all the different kinds of applications that planning would look at. So I think that's a change that we would support making.
Thank you. Just given the time, I know there's a preference to do things at committee than council. I'd much rather work with staff on getting that, especially if staff are supportive of that change for council ready to go. So just flagging that intention with committee. My other question, and I see there's others on the speakers list, so I'll just stop it at this second one, is about rent top-ups and having parity between renovictions and demevictions bylaw processes and having some kind of parity or symmetry between those processes. That was a request that we heard from multiple delegates, just again asking if staff have a comment, if that was considered throughout the process, and does that impact the recommendation coming forward today? Thank you.
Look to the bench.
Hi, Melanie Pham, Community Planning Program Lead. So the rent top-ups, some of the information that was raised is new. So the City of Toronto just recently, about 6 weeks ago, Council had approved some changes to how they calculate rent top-ups. So that was the reference to using 2015 and newer buildings. And they were also looking at indexing the rent gap payments, looking at increases over the last 10 years. And that was looking to address the gap between the CMHC data is only available once a year, and by the time that a tenant vacates, there was concerns that maybe the rates will have changed. So we have not had a time yet to look at that in depth. That doesn't form part of the bylaw. So the bylaw allows us to apply those types of things as conditions. And we do have some sort of more basic guidance within the guideline that we had prepared. So if council would like us to take a closer look at some of those other alternatives within the wording of our guideline, we can certainly do that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that answer. Sorry, and then maybe I specifically the renovictions versus the demevictions was the question there. I think that's an answer to a different question. I think it is appreciated, but just wondering, do we have the same top-up amount if someone is renovicted versus if they are demevicted? Knowing that the renovictions bylaw is not in front of us, but it's something also in the works. Is there parity between these two systems?
Through the chair to the councillor, we hadn't. Part of our implementation work that we were looking to do as next steps would be sort of to refine that methodology. So I can't say at this point whether it would have been exactly the same. We do have a staff member here who worked on the renovation bylaw as well. So I don't know if she would like to add something to that as well. Thanks.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Jillian Barkovich, Manager of Policy and Programs, Licensing and Bylaw Services. Through the chair, I can confirm those top-ups. Right now, we use that average market rent based on number of bedrooms in a unit through that CMHC report. So no, there wouldn't be kind of parity between the top-ups at this time. Certainly something we could look at reviewing prior to implementing the program if necessary, though.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Next on the speaker list, Councillor Nan, then Councillor McMeekin.
Chair, I think my question has been already answered, and happy to work on any amending language staff propose and bring it to council. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor McMeekin, over to you.
It's on a left field maybe, but what, to the bench, what was the reaction of the landlords you spoke to about this bylaw?
Through the chair to the councillor, so as the report outlines, there were some concerns from current landowners. We did speak to the Hamilton District Apartment Association and the Realtors Association, and also with Effort Trust, which is a large landowner in the area. So some of the concerns that were raised was about the additional regulations, the cost of those. So in general, I would say that they weren't supportive of it. However, we are trying to balance all the interests, and this exercise was trying to increase our support for tenants and to make sure that we're protecting existing tenants. So we were sort of looking at it from that lens as well.
Thanks very much.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further speakers. Oh, Councillor Pauls, I'm sorry, right there on the big screen. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. Can I have clarification? Is for nonprofit, do we waive the DC for rent to income? Like most nonprofit, they're not all rent to income. Some are for, the lower income, but it's for profit. So can I just get a clarification? Are we asking that all nonprofit do not get charged for DC's charges? Just, can somebody explain that for me? I missed it.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor. Yes, under the Development Charges Act, there's a mandatory exemption from development charges for affordable housing providers. We also provide a fee relief on the development application for affordable housing providers. What we are suggesting is consistent with that fee relief program, we would exempt affordable housing providers from having to pay a fee to do a demolition of a rental building, but they would still have to follow the process. But, we'd be assuming that they, much like the city or city housing is doing at 405 Janesville, where they're proposing to demolish 91 units and then rebuild new units in place. So they would be exempt from the fee where they are demolishing existing housing that's reached the end of its life and the business case decision has been made to replace it with a new affordable housing project. We would exempt that affordable housing provider from having to pay a fee where they are rebuilding or replacing affordable housing through the necessary steps and processes. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts the speakers list. We have a mover and seconder already. So we will vote on the report recommendations. The vote is up. Thumbs up from Councillor Beatty. And that carries unanimously, 11-0. Okay, moving on to 10.6, official plan amendments, alignment with Parks Master Plan and Bill 23. That's report PED 24060. We have a presentation. Would committee like to see the presentation from staff? I'm seeing a no. Okay, and I just need a mover and seconder to waive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. We will go to the vote. The vote's up. That carries 10-0. Okay, now I will ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. For a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder that there were no public submissions received regarding this matter and that the public meeting be closed? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Beatty. The vote's up. That carries 10-0. And may I have a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Alex Wilson, Is there any discussion on the report? Councillor Kretsch, go ahead.
I realize we still have a packed agenda, even though it's 3:47 p.m., so I'll keep it brief. But really wanted to thank staff. I know we didn't see the presentation. It's available on the agenda for those who want to look at it. But a few highlights from it that I think are important to mention, especially around how we looked at the Parks Master Plan amendments here and some feedback that staff received, and just grateful that it was incorporated, including reducing minimum walking distances to neighborhood parks from 800 meters to 500 meters, recognizing that 800 meters is quite a distance and 500 meters is more within industry standard. We're looking at walkability scores. We talk about access to LRT. We're always using that lower number of meters to understand what a neighborhood park is, so I'm grateful for that. Also really appreciate that they're including a social equity lens to parks planning, and so that's the thing I want to spend a minute talking about. Already when we look at the Hamilton Parks Master Plan, we see that when it was constructed, that was part of the discussion. And if you look at the very end of that report, you see kind of a listing of the neighborhoods where parks are most desperately needed, where we don't have green space. And it won't surprise you to know that the majority of those, except for one exception in Ward 11, are in the lower city, right? Majority of them being in Ward 2 and Ward 3. And that's great, that's helpful. But there's all kinds of other elements that involve parks planning that need to be thought about in terms of how we allocate budget blocks, how we decide what parks will be programmed before others, where there's a lack of green space and we need to have green space. And just really thankful that we're starting to infuse these equity discussions into our public works planning discussions. So thank you for that. I'll leave it there. Appreciate this report.
Thank you. Not seeing any further speakers. We have mover and seconder. We will go to the vote. The vote's up. That carries 9-0, and that brings us to the end of our public meetings for the day. We are now on to 11 on the agenda, discussion items. First is 11.1, expanding administrative penalties, APS bylaw number 17-225 to include new penalties for the licensing, property standards, vital services, safe apartment buildings, and renovation license and relocation bylaws. It's report PED 2409. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve those recommendations? Councillor Wang, Councillor Alex Wilson. Is there any discussion? Councillor Wang to start.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. What is the cadence in terms of when we actually come back and look at the actual penalties? Because I know that they're currently set out in this report, but do we look at them every year? Do we look at them every 5 years? What's the cadence there?
Who would like to handle that one?
Through the chair, it really is dependent on a variety of factors. So if we see trends related to kind of complaint data or enforcement issues, we may review more frequently than, than yearly. But typically we would review those charges, I would say, annually or biannually, dependent on the program and other external factors.
Chair, I already appreciate how much work and time and effort this is. I think that we ought to continue moving this forward. I just think that some of the areas like the vital services or safe apartments, perhaps as we're building them, let's also look at a fee structure that would actually generate compliance. Just because I know that these numbers are kind of arbitrary. So I want to make sure that we're looking at this quite frequently, so then that way we can adjust it to make sure that we are ensuring compliance and building the best possible outcomes for all of these bylaws that we're putting forward today. Okay. Thank you.
Just a quick check for other speakers. Seeing Councillor Pauls again, look up at the screen, Chair.
Don't forget about me, okay? Okay, thank you. And through the chair, can I ask, I saw the fee, what percentage did we increase it? Can I just have a percentage? Because I don't see, I was trying to look what the increase was. It just states what we're going to charge.
Through the chair, there isn't a percentage increase in terms of these penalties. These are, in the case of each bylaw, it varies. Some of these bylaws are new bylaws where charges didn't pre-exist. And for those bylaws that did pre-exist, vital services and property standards, with the exception of a couple of charges, that was a repeal and replacement with a new version of those bylaws. So they wouldn't have increased by a certain percentage. They would just be appropriate based on what we determined would achieve compliance.
Okay. All right. Just was wondering, especially for property standard, I was interested in that, what we charge for people that, don't cut their lawn and we send somebody and we cut it. What was the increase? Because I just had a couple of people email me about that and I did not know what we charge, but so I thought there was a percentage that we have increased it, but we haven't.
Correct. That was the answer, yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further speakers, we can go to the vote. That carries 9-0. Thank you. Moving on to 11.2, notices of objection to the notice of intention to designate 84 York Boulevard, Hamilton, under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, PED 24077. That's in Ward 2. Could I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Alex Wilson. Is there any discussion? Councillor Kretsch, go ahead.
Thanks. I'll be very brief on this by just saying that this is now the third or fourth time we've spoken about this, once kind of informally at the Heritage Committee, more formally at the Heritage Committee, here at the Planning Committee, and we're back again here at the Planning Committee on this discussion. And just reminding folks listening into this that the issues that have been raised continually about this project are known, and part of the heritage designation process allows for there to be quite a bit of negotiation with property owners around how they build and where they build and what they build. There is space available here to include a significant downtown development, but no, not as significant as had been hoped if the entire building here was demolished. Totally understand some of the concerns the developers raising about the brickwork and these kinds of things, and there are some measures that can be taken to repair those or to replace some of the brickwork. I know it's not going to be as feasible as planned, but the knowledge that this property was going to be purchased and may have to be maintained has been in the public realm for some time now. And I think it's important that we maintain our heritage assets. This is one of them. Many of us spoke to that point at the last meeting. And I'll leave it there, except to just ask staff if they could just speak briefly to exactly what it looks like with the heritage designation process and how developers can work with those folks. And then I have one final comment to make after that, but what that process looks like to get something developed through a heritage designation process.
Through the chair, Alyssa Golden, Cultural Heritage Program Lead. So in terms of the process for designation, the reason this is back in front of you today is because we've received objections to the notice of intention to designate. Council must consider those objections before either withdrawing the notice or proceeding with passing a designation bylaw. Any further appeals of the designation of that passing of a bylaw would then go to the Ontario Lands Tribunal. Once a designation is in place, a property owner is then required to go through the heritage permit process to make any changes to the identified designated heritage features within that bylaw. That's a process that we work closely with applicants in terms of balancing and weighing what's proposed for the changes, how to maintain and conserve as much of the heritage fabric and what's significant about the site as possible, while still allowing for adaptive reuse, intensification, in terms of balancing all of those interests. Through the heritage permit process, any applications significant such as adaptive reuse, who might require a cultural heritage impact assessment, which would be done by a qualified professional that would also review the alternatives for how to accommodate that change in a way that minimizes those impacts. All heritage permit applications are reviewed by our permit review subcommittee, and depending on the type of application, it might also go through Heritage Committee and to Planning Committee and Council, requiring that approval before those changes take place. We also work closely with applicants in terms of redevelopment applications that require both heritage permits under the Ontario Heritage Act and Planning Act approvals. In the case of this particular property, we have only received a formal consultation application for redevelopment. So any subsequent Planning Act applications, as was currently proposed, would require site plan and holding removals. We would ensure that those two processes are aligned in terms of the Ontario Heritage Act requirements, Planning Act requirements, and work closely through that heritage impact assessment process with the applicants to find that balance in terms of reasonable changes to accommodate change on the site while also maintaining what's significant about it.
Thanks, and if this goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal, just as a quick follow-up, I presume they're not going to be weighing in on property values and these kinds of things. That's not really their mandate. They're there to talk about whether or not this meets the tests to whether it should be designated, and frankly, this meets a high number of them. Even if a couple are removed, we're still well within the threshold. Could you speak to that?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, as noted in the staff report and recently discussed at Planning Committee on another file, any appeals to the Ontario Lands Tribunal, their guide for appeals do indicate that they only consider appeals related to the merits for designation as it relates to the provincial criteria for determining cultural heritage value or interest, and that they don't consider issues of cost, maintenance, and other property value factors related to designation. Yes, sorry, what was the second part of that question again?
That's great, thank you. I understand and appreciate that. So my last comment on this is that there's quite a footprint on this site in terms of different properties from different ages. It looks like all one big piece of property, but it's not. There is one bit that's special and important to save, and I think heritage staff are going to work with the proponent around the different kinds of properties that are there that may be younger, the different spaces that can be used and utilized to build a property here. And it might be slightly more expensive to do so in the downtown core around a heritage property, and that's not a surprise, I think, to anyone. One of the things that motivated me to join the Heritage Committee was seeing a lot of the natural heritage in our city demolished in different ways, and the built heritage in our city demolished in different ways. Things go to neglect, things are left in a state of ruin. And I don't know about you folks, but a great number of Hamiltonians lament many of the buildings we just thought to get rid of in order to do something else. So there are a few special buildings around. I think this ends up being one of them, and I think we should do what we can to protect it. I think this has gone through an extraordinary amount of consultation and discussion, and I think our heritage staff have made an excellent case for why it can A, be preserved, and B, they can work with the developer around making sure we can still get housing on this site. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. I mainly agree with the ward councillor on this file. Reading closely and listening to the delegations on the objections to designation, mainly the property value, and to be frank, that's not a consideration whether to designate or not. That's not something that this committee should be basing this kind of decision on. And then the consideration that it isn't actually a heritage value and all the arguments of why or the costs. And again, I have full confidence in our staff and their evaluation of that. But I am going to just leave the door open just a tiny crack to this ongoing debate or trade-off between heritage designation and development of the site. So I would like to just explore that just a little bit to see if there are any options there. So if this committee today didn't make a decision, what is the timeline for a final decision? I think it's 120 days. Could this be bumped to the next planning committee? Is there time to do that?
Through the chair to the councillor, I need to double check the date, but I do recall we were looking at the timeline, we did need to meet this planning committee in order to make a decision and pass a bylaw within that 120 days. So as per our current timeline, we would need a decision through this planning committee in the next meeting of council.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, just on this, this consideration of development versus a heritage designation, I'm reluctant to go down that road because we've done this as a city a few times before, and it hasn't worked out very well in the city's favor, where we've not moved forward on a heritage designation, and on the promise of development, and development never occurred. I mean, James Street Baptist is the most obvious example of that. So, you know, maybe there's a little bit of time between now and council for any discussion on, you know, a specific proposal from the developer. I mean, in this case, it's even that much more complicated because the developer doesn't even actually own the property. So there's no opportunity, I think, for us to have any kind of agreement for development because they don't actually own the property. Is there any avenue forward for that, or is it basically we need a decision today and that's it?
Through the chair, just double checking the dates, we issued the notice of intention to designate on March 27th. So the 120 days would take us to July 25th, if I'm counting correctly. Realistically, I don't know if that provides a reasonable amount of time to actually look at a proposal to date in terms of the reports and assessments that have been discussed today, the delegates mentioned this morning, and in our previous staff reports, the cultural heritage impact assessment that was completed. At no point was an option for integration of the building reasonably explored. There were some other alternatives. So I'm not sure I can speak to feasibly how quickly that kind of alternative could be looked at to discuss, but prior to a decision being made by council.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, I think I'm hearing advice for caution from our staff that, and as the ward councillor has indicated, we've discussed this a number of times before, and just the complication of, again, you know, an undefined promise of development versus a heritage designation has not worked out well in the past. So I'll leave it at that. Maybe something else for council, but I'm prepared to make a decision on this today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Not seeing any further. Oh, Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, someone else needs to speak, I think. Thank you, Chair. As I listened to the presentation, and this isn't an easy thing to discuss, but let me just bear with me for a sec. This building's 123 years old, and I'm sitting here wondering, why hasn't it been designated? Are we moving to designate it because word got out that the congregation was about to sell it and renew their ministry and move on to do some new challenges, particularly given some of the physical costs that we've heard from the pastor and some of the elders of the church is unbearable from their perspective, and how important it is to them to be into, I've written down here, some kind of church redevelopment, which would be a change in the form and style of their ministry. I had a chance to chat with a couple of the delegates who really tried to emphasize how they want to take, and all things are connected, Chair. I mean, let's be really frank about that. They want to take the potential of closing the sale. I think there's some pending potential sale there, and using is not just the property value, but is using the resources, the asset, to invest in doing more of the inner city work that they want to do, which and I'm on the library board, when we go to the library board meeting, I see all the homeless people over on the porch there, which I know there's a real concern from the community of faith about. So is this about projecting down the road a crippling of their ministry in the inner city? I mean, that's a real question for me to struggle with. And I just find it ironic that in 123 years, nothing happened. And then when they finally, from their perspective, got their act together in terms of deciding what they want to do and what they want to commit their faith-based community to, suddenly we're there wanting to designate it heritage. So I don't know what might happen. I'm picking up on Councillor Danko's point about maybe taking some time to explore with the person who has expressed an interest in doing something there. I see when I go into the Y, I see that James Street space across the street all the time. None of us wants to see that kind of thing happen. When we try to stave at the facade and even the builders saying there's some real questions about that. But is there a compromise that would actually work? Or are we going to allow the one project to kind of poison the thinking of other subsequent projects? That's my dilemma. I think if there was some way to delay it, as I think Councillor Danko started down that path, to see if we can bring people together, if they can come together to hammer something out before we make this horrendously important decision. I'm really torn because I'm a heritage buff. So, I mean, it really is a challenge here. I also understand how faith communities struggle with trying to redevelop a ministry that's more meaningful, particularly in an inner city core. Anyhow, those are my comments. I can't move a deferral because I've spoken, but maybe somebody might do that.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think I'm on the same boat as Councillor McMeekin. I'm a little torn on this from the perspective that we have seen other instances around the city where heritage features have been reincorporated into a total rebuild. So you have a building that resembles what was there before, but has all of the sound structural elements that we're looking for, and the usability factor is much higher. I have a personal connection to Philpott Memorial, and I couldn't quite figure out what it was. Every time I would go past the building, I would just marvel at it, because it is quite the impressive structure. And so I was talking with my dad, and I said, what's the deal with Philpott? Why do I just feel this connection to Philpott? And he said, when my grandmother immigrated to Canada in 1952, a widow with 8 children, one of the first jobs she got was as a cleaning lady at Philpott Memorial. And she would take my father and my uncle, who were aged 6 and 8 years old, and that was the daycare of the day, was to follow mom around the halls of the church. And I've come to rationalize that I'm not sure if it's the building I'm attracted to or the congregation that I'm attracted to, because their kindness was important in a formative time in my family's history. And so to allow them to reinvent themselves, to free up the capital that they're looking for so that they can continue to do new and innovative things and to help others into the future as they helped those in the past, passing something that impedes their ability to do that, as has been professed by members of the congregation, that's my struggle. Am I protecting the building, or am I protecting the congregation, the good work that the people inside the building are doing? And I wish that there were other options, that we could see something of both saved and not have one at the expense of the other. So I'm very cautious on this. I may vote one way now and differently at council, I don't know. But I'm very very reserved.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on the speakers list, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
I don't think my comments are going to be informed by, I appreciate Councillor Kretsch's comments on this isn't a new file, and there have been many opportunities and public points along the way for this discussion. I would just like to say that I will refuse anybody's interpretation of my vote on this as an acclamation of or ascribing a value to the activity within the building. I think that's really dangerous for us to do because it could work the other way in me not valuing that and that informing my vote, which has to, in my opinion, and will be driven by our professional staff telling us it meets 9 heritage attributes, I think, 9 or more. And that is what has to inform my responsibility as a publicly elected person, and not to enable myself to enter into a space where my vote is being determined by whether or not I ascribe or I value the work of the congregation. As a footnote, yes, I do, tremendously, but I can't allow that to influence my vote because it's dangerous, because it could go the other way as well. So I have appreciated the public process and that this discussion is before us and the responsibility is ours. And I will be voting in support of the public report, the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Quick check for any other speakers. Not seeing any. We have a mover and seconder, and we can go to the vote. Yeah, yes, vote yes is supporting the staff recommendation in the file to designate. And that carries 8-3. Okay, moving along to 11.3, Hamilton's Biodiversity Action Plan. We do have a staff presentation. Committee like to see the presentation? Yes. We need to.
Yeah, sorry, just going back to 11.2, that Councillor McMeekin has indicated I recorded his vote incorrectly, so the vote on that would have been 7-4.
7-4, okay.
Yeah.
That'll be
Thank
corrected
you.
in the record. Okay, thank you for clarifying that so quickly. Okay, for the presentation, we have Lauren Freites and Casey Livingston.
So thank you, Chair and members of committee. My name is Lauren Vreitz, and I'm a senior planner in the Sustainable Community section of the Planning Division. So the report before you today is a joint report between Planning and Economic Development and the Public Works Department. So I'm joined today by Casey Livingston, Senior Program Coordinator in the Environmental Services section of Public Works. Casey and I are pleased to present the committee with this recommendation report for the Biodiversity Action Plan. And for those of you who are just hearing about the plan for the first time today, which I don't know if there's many of you, but maybe some people listening, the city is one of several partner organizations who have worked to develop the plan. And today, Casey and I are going to present the final plan to this committee, focusing on the city's role in implementing its actions. So first, we want to start off this presentation with some thanks, to take time to recognize those who have taken the time to develop the Biodiversity Action Plan. This plan is a celebration of the collective efforts of all the organizations you see on the screen and more. Each of these organizations has committed staff time, resources, and expertise to bring the plan to this point. And for the most part, the staff were doing this work in addition to their other duties, and their commitment went above and beyond. The people who developed this plan truly care about the state of biodiversity in Hamilton. And internally at the city, we want to thank all the staff from across the corporation who gave their time in developing the city's actions. And making biodiversity a central part of their work programs. This collaboration and cooperation has built professional relationships amongst departments and will continue to be a catalyst for even more coordinated action. And we can't say enough about all the community champions and other conservation organization representatives, as well as Six Nations of the Grand River staff who took the time to review and comment on the draft plan. They're a huge part of why this plan will be successful. And we'd also like to thank those on council here at the city for continuing to share information about this and other natural heritage-related projects with constituents. And finally, we want to acknowledge the unique landscape of Hamilton that we, amongst many other species, are so privileged to call home. We recognize that the damage caused by human actions is difficult to reverse, but we believe the first step in repair is being grateful for what we have.
The report before you today is a follow-up to the Planning Committee report brought forward in May 2023, which presented the draft Biodiversity Action Plan and recommended that staff take the draft plan out to community for comment. Oops. This presentation will include a brief history of the Biodiversity Action Plan development process, the structure of engagement that was undertaken in 2023, an overview of the changes to the Biodiversity Action Plan as a result of engagement. We'll touch on the previous discussion of targets and governance of the BAP moving forward, highlight the city actions that are planned, and present the final recommendations that will drive implementation of these actions. Is this the right one? Sorry. Oh, two back. Okay. The Biodiversity Action Plan is a collaborative document brought about through partnership with local conservation community organizations. The Hamilton Naturalists Club has been the lead organization moving this work forward and coordinating the finalization of the plan. On the screen is a brief overview of the history of BAP development. This collaborative work has been underway since 2018, and the project itself has evolved over that time. It is important for this committee to understand that the direction provided in the Biodiversity Action Plan is meant to apply across multiple organizations and not just the City of Hamilton specifically. The intent is that the plan be utilized as a framework for collaboration and partnership, ensuring that efforts are focused and coordinated across agencies.
So I'll speak now about the consultation that we took for the Biodiversity Action Plan. So the Biodiversity Action Plan and the Global Biodiversity Framework Targets consultation took place in the spring and summer of 2023. And to outreach the public, city staff were involved in developing an Engage Hamilton webpage, organizing virtual and in-person information meetings, attended open streets with other partners. We got the word out through local newspapers, social media, and poster distribution to local libraries and recreation centers. The goal of the public consultation was to get feedback on the draft plan, assess the baseline knowledge of biodiversity, understand public priorities, and gather feedback on how international targets could be applied locally. A survey was made available to the public online and in paper format, and the draft Biodiversity Action Plan document, as well as the Global Biodiversity Framework Targets, were posted on Engage Hamilton for comment. External environmental organizations were invited by the Hamilton Naturalist Club to a half-day workshop to discuss the draft plan and provide feedback on the threats and key priorities that were identified. This discussion was supplemented with a questionnaire to gather additional detailed feedback from each group. City staff also presented the draft plan to the Development Industry Liaison Group. Outreach to Indigenous community representatives resulted in conversations between the working group partners and Six Nations of the Grand River Wildlife and Stewardship staff, who provided valuable comments on the draft plan and met with us on several occasions. And internally, city staff were consulted about the draft plan, actions and timeframe to ensure the plan and actions did not duplicate other work being done, but rather to ensure coordination. The details of the consultation are provided in Appendix B to the report before you. However, I will highlight some of the key takeaways the project team felt were notable. The public expressed they had a desire to get directly involved in projects. They really wanted to know what they could do. And comments were made about concern over loss of natural areas from development, as were comments about ensuring that these spaces were protected for the long term, for future generations. They wanted to know how we could better integrate Indigenous knowledge into conservation and how habitat loss will intersect with climate change impacts. Agencies that provided feedback noted they had concerns about shifting political priorities, felt that policies needed to be firm for protection, that funding is needed to maintain the momentum of the plan, and that landowner education is very important. They also noted that all the groups involved need to be coordinated with how they collect and share data. Wildlife and stewardship staff at Six Nations of the Grand River commented that the plan should discuss best management practices for certain species, that a worldview that values nature and sees the interconnectedness of all life is not exclusively an Indigenous worldview, and that the public needs to better understand that not all green is good, and that invasive species are detrimental to local biodiversity. Internal city staff discussion about the plan and actions resulted in general support and enthusiasm for the plan, but more importantly, it led to discussions about coordination between related projects and resourcing needs to implement the actions where the city is the lead or supporting partner. And through the public consultation, the question about how international targets from the Global Biodiversity Framework was shared, and the participants were asked to identify which targets they felt would be most applicable locally. From the public open houses, participants noted that targets related to restoration of degraded ecosystems, conservation of ecosystems, and were most significantly important, as well as managing invasive species and monitoring impacts from industry. The Engage Hamilton page outlined that all international targets and commenters, the Engage Hamilton page outlined that all of the international targets and commenters noted that there needs to be a prioritization of degraded areas for improvement, that the definition of what effectively conserved means needs to be made more clear. We need to educate broadly about invasive species, and that the plan would be most successful if there's an administrative framework in place. And also that decision makers need to have access to accurate information upon which to make their decisions. And I'll turn it over to Casey, who will now present the final plan.
Okay, so since the engagement activities of last year, working group partners have been processing and incorporating what was heard, and now we are pleased to present to you the final 5-year biodiversity action plan for Hamilton. This plan is ambitious, but with continued cooperation and collaboration achievable. It includes actions to be initiated in the next 5 years that, if supported, will have significant positive impact on Hamilton's biodiversity and Hamilton's biodiversity movement. We hope that you enjoy reviewing the plan and, most importantly, see yourself as a partner in action. I'll take a moment to walk you through some of the updates since we were last at committee. First, through your review of the Biodiversity Action Plan, you will recognize that a number of the building blocks of the plan remain consistent from the draft. The vision, a Hamilton that is resilient to climate change, celebrates nature, and provides a healthy environment for all life, remains unchanged and supports the 4 biodiversity goals depicted on this slide, and the 7 key priorities identified for the next 5 years, which were identified in response to the 4 recognized threats to biodiversity: invasive species, habitat loss, fragmentation and alteration, climate change, and pollution. With respect to threats, it is recognized that along with habitat loss and fragmentation, that alteration of habitat is also a significant threat, and so the plan has been updated to reflect this. Now to what has changed. So structurally and functionally, changes have been made within the final that come as a result of comments from across the city. Structurally, the document has been laid out in 3 defined sections to guide the user: where we are going, and how we get there. The action table, a sample of which is depicted on the slide, was formerly housed in the appendix and has been moved into the body of the document within the How We Get There section. The key priority has been truncated and objectives stated to improve clarity. A supporting partner column has been added to the action table on the far right, signaling a commitment if a participant organization had capacity or mandate to support an action at the time of engagement. At this time, this column is not exhaustive, and we expect that it will continue to populate over time. The 4 goals, protect, explore, connect, restore, shown on the previous slide have been clarified, and actions within each key priority have been categorized and associated with one of the 4 goals, as seen in the first column on the table on the screen. And as mentioned previously by Lauren, what we heard through engagement over and over again was, what can I do, or how can I support biodiversity? Lots of interest in getting active immediately. And so as a result, the What You Can Do spread was added to the How We Get There section to embrace the motivation of individuals wanting to have a positive impact immediately. And finally, functional changes have been made to the Biodiversity Action Plan document to improve digital accessibility and readability. Graphics have been refined to support the content and the reader experience. Cues for the reader has been added, and the document has been formatted to be printable if required.
Okay, and so the working group considered how local targets could be integrated into the plan to align with the international targets in the global biodiversity framework, and notably the target of protecting 30% of natural areas by 2030, which is often referred to as the 30 by 30 target. The partner organizations did, oops, oh dear, sorry. So the partner organizations determined that there was a need to ensure that local data was up to date before establishing any new targets for the city and embedding them in the plan itself. There are several initiatives underway which will support the data collection that will contribute to determining what these targets could be. And these include the Municipal Protected Areas Program by Ontario Nature, which the city is participating in, and the Natural Areas Inventory Update, which you heard a lot about today, that is being housed at the Hamilton Conservation Authority with partnership from the city and the Naturalist Club. And policy planning staff are undertaking a review of the city's official plan policies for the rural area and natural heritage system. So these ongoing initiatives will provide insight into what the targets for Hamilton should be by understanding where we are right now. And as the work on these projects progresses, staff will provide updates to council and the public. And since there is already coordinated effort on other initiatives, conservation community partners will be involved in determining what targets could be applicable. And through the presentation of the previous report on the draft Biodiversity Action Plan, there was direction to bring back a recommendation and resourcing plan for a governance model. However, while the working group had an idea of the general framework for the governance model, there has not yet been a formal agreement developed between all parties on this matter. There is an understanding, though, that the implementation of the action plan will need a lead coordinator housed at a partner agency. This role will lead the plan in terms of coordinated communications and administration of the governance structure. The role is not yet solidified at any organization as of yet, and as such, the city will be providing assistance in the form of staff time and resources to fill this role until the governance model is secured with agreements for funding from all organizations. The governance model envisioned for the plan is similar to that of the Coutts to Escarpment Eco Park system, wherein there's a management committee comprised of decision makers at each of the partner organizations and a steering committee made up of representatives from each organization who are undertaking and implementing the actions. A whole of community approach is considered in the governance model by including community champions or grassroots organizations, either as part of the steering committee itself or as a subcommittee to the steering committee. And because the development of the governance model is so important as a key priority, the city will be using staff resources to assist in facilitating partner agencies in developing this governance model. The resources to support this work are outlined in the recommendations to the report.
All right, so into the meat of the report and the actions. Staff across the city, as was mentioned, were consulted to develop commitments towards biodiversity within existing and new work programs. On the screen is a list of the types of actions which city staff have identified potential for leadership and collaboration under the categories of policy and regulation related actions, operational actions, and new work programs. The list before you is not exhaustive, but has been presented to provide a sense of the types of actions to be initiated. You'll find all city actions, including those where the city is identified as a supporting partners, outlined under each key priority within the final Biodiversity Action Plan action tables. Oh, there. And at a glance, the Biodiversity Action Plan identifies 68 priority actions in total, split amongst the partner agencies as lead, to be initiated over the next 5 years. The City of Hamilton is identified as the lead on 32 actions, with actions in each of the 7 key priorities outlined in the plan. Staff have also identified an opportunity for the city to support at minimum 15 additional actions led by external agencies. Additional action support by the city may be identified as partner agencies initiate their actions. And all actions led or supported by the Public Works Department are outlined in Appendix D of the report called Public Works Resourcing Plan. While there are many synergies between Biodiversity Action Plan actions and existing work programs, such as the Watershed Action Plan and asset management, in many cases, resourcing is required to enable action implementation. Where additional resource is required, it will be brought forward as business cases in future departmental budget processes, as indicated in the appendix under the City of Hamilton Resources Required column. In order to ensure successful implementation of public works actions or public works-led actions or supported actions, and to build on the momentum of the Biodiversity Action Plan groundwork before you, the recommendation to refer 4 new full-time equivalent positions within public works to the 2025 budget process is being made. The intent for these positions is to begin with a team that builds on aligned strategic plans, data, and collaborative opportunities to develop a framework to support implementation of these actions.
And similar to the Public Works internal consultation, staff across the Planning and Economic Development Department were consulted on the actions contained in the plan. Planning Division and Climate Change Office staff are also included, our Climate Change and Planning Division staff are also identified as supporting partners on actions by other agencies as well. And resourcing for all the actions where the department is the lead or supporting are outlined in Appendix C to the report. And given the broad number of actions that PED staff will be leading or supporting, the report recommends that 1 additional full-time equivalent position be created to assist with implementation of these actions and support other policy-related natural heritage projects. The report also recommends that planning divisions support the development of the governance model using staff resources and that this work be financially supported through the funds from the planning division up to $30,000. This funding will cover any facilitation costs as well as some administrative expenses. And finally, the report recommends that the targets for protection in Hamilton will be considered through the forthcoming Rural and Natural Heritage Municipal Comprehensive Review Work Plan being undertaken by the Planning Division. And that would be supported by the findings of the Natural Areas Inventory as well as the Municipal Protected Areas Program. And updates on this work plan item will follow through a separate report. And the report also contains recommendations that span both Public Works and the Planning and Economic Development Department. And these include a recommendation that the Biodiversity Action Plan attached as Appendix A be approved as the guiding document for the city across departments to improve outcomes for biodiversity. That the consultation summary report attached as Appendix B be received, and that all future reports on the Biodiversity Action Plan be presented to the General Issues Committee, And also that staff from Planning and Public Works collaborate annually on a report to the General Issues Committee to update on the status of the city's actions outlined in the plan. And so this concludes the presentation we have for you today on this exciting plan. It signals a commitment across organizations to work toward common goals to ensure Hamilton's biodiversity is protected for the long term. And just as nature is always evolving and challenges are presented, the Biodiversity Action Plan will also evolve. It's meant to be fully revisited in 5 years, and however, it is understood that there may be actions that need to be undertaken that are not in this plan right now, just to be responsive to change. And so finally, this is a time to celebrate this collaboration. Staff who have worked on this project are excited to keep building on the momentum we have here at the city and with our partner agencies who have helped us on this process. So thank you, and we welcome any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions on the presentation? Oh, Councillor Taddison.
Just looking through the Appendix A on page 39 of 68, the success story of the natural areas inventory. And, you know, it says that it's been a partnership between the City of Hamilton, Hamilton Conservation Authority, and the Hamilton Naturalist Club. Was the NPCA involved in that at all? Were they contributors?
Through the chair, the natural areas inventory previous process, the 2014 natural areas inventory, I believe was the City of Hamilton and the Conservation Authority and the Naturalist Club. But I could also defer up to the bench if there's anyone who may know if the NPCA was involved, because I wasn't here at that time.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, my recollection is that the MPCA were not involved in the previous environmental work. However, with changing growth patterns in area of development, there's an increasing role for the NPCA to be at the table. And if my recollection is correct, the NPCA actually put some items in their budget for 2024, where they will be making some funds and resources available should the city need to draw on their expertise. There's a special study item, I think, that they set aside. So as we move forward in developing this whole of city approach in terms of creating a biodiversity coordinator who will engage with all of the stakeholders, I see all 4 CAs, in particular the NPCA and the Hamilton CA, having a much bigger role in terms of the ongoing development, monitoring, and bringing this plan to life. Thank you.
And just to comment, I see the general manager of the Naturalist Club shaking her head to the first part of that answer. So the NPCA was not involved. So confirming your answer. Councillor.
Thank you. Thanks for that answer, Acting General Manager. That was awesome. And I just always, you know, cognizant of the rural areas and Bimbrook being a little bit different than the rest of the city, having our watershed go down to the Jordan Harbor and Niagara River. Thank you.
Any further questions on the presentation before we go to the report? Okay, seeing none, so we'll need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Alex Wilson. The vote is up. That carries unanimously. So on to the report. Mover and seconder to approve the recommendation as a report, Councillor Alex Wilson. I will second it. So are there questions of the report? Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I've had a lot of opportunity to ask partners questions and staff questions throughout the development, and just really want to share some thanks at this moment, as well as some of the things I'm excited about in the roadmap ahead. First off, I think the consultation efforts for this were truly incredible. Just the number of open houses, the number of engagement activities staff attended. I remember not once, but multiple times in the upstairs of the Dundas Town Hall, whether it was staff directly doing feedback or whether it was partner organizations collecting feedback on the plan to bring back to the table. We've truly done a lot of work in listening to our community. And I think the work product is really phenomenal coming out at the end of this in terms of 63 priority actions. I think unfortunately there's more than 63 things to do, and it becomes about staggering the work and getting it done in time and knowing what we have to do first, to borrow from Councillor Maureen Wilson's questions way back in delegates this morning about, well, what comes first and what's maybe a second step in this process so we can get to that place of excellence that I think we all want to get to. This has been a unanimous work product to date so far around this table, and yet another area where our city is trying to lead. Some of my things that I've heard from community members that I think excited to see in kind of further updates is, yes, this conversation about targets, understanding we want to do a state of affairs first to better understand where we are before we set a goal as to where we want to be tomorrow. That makes sense to me, and I'm excited to see that work coming forward. Other areas where I think we'll be able to either as councillors help with implementation projects in our wards, or community members will help us be able to take on the pilots of some of these things go forward, is really that whole of community approach. We heard from residents quite clearly throughout the consultation, throughout the plan itself, and even during the presentation earlier. They want to be a part of helping us get there. And we're beginning to get there in terms of encouraging education-related actions and some other things, but we're still not at the point yet where we're able to meet groups of residents who want to take on a project in their community there and say, yeah, we have a plan for you. We're getting there. And I think that's also the part of this plan, is building out that framework. But I just want to acknowledge there's still a gap between how residents are looking to partner with us in terms of biodiversity actions and maybe what we have the capacity to partner on right now. We're doing better every day, and I think part of this plan is building that roadmap, but I want to acknowledge that that gap does exist in terms of expectations and capacity. I think another piece for me, I know others will, and we've had a lot of conversation about land use planning that may come up today or may come up at council. I'll just echo some of those concerns that if we don't have really firm policies and do that work of review soon, you know, the best laid plans and all that, but we've seen through rapid expansion in the airport employment growth district and other areas where we have huge amounts of our natural heritage system, if we don't have 21st century policies governing how we do that development, we're going to keep making the decisions that we know we should have learned from already. And so really excited to see those reviews coming forward, see those reviews be prioritized in this plan. Again, just identifying the gap between implementation and doing the studies to understand what we may need to do those best practice work. And so in that interim, there's still some gaps to close. Again, the plan lays out how we're going to get there. It's just not quite happening tomorrow per se. There's work involved. The big piece for me where I think I'd love to see some more work done in the interim, and if this is something partner organizations can maybe help us lead on, is around restoration. I think that we're not quite there when we're talking about management actions or water quality actions and calling those as restoration actions. I think those are the things we're doing in terms of the Hamilton Harbor Remedial Action Plan, is to get to a point where we can start a restoration journey. The water quality is not at the point where we can even start that restoration path for the whole ecosystem yet, because we have to get there. I think about Spencer Creek, I think about some of these other areas. And so when it comes to that restoration piece, I'm really supportive of the stewardship and management actions that are kind of included in section 6, which is the aquatic restoration section and some of those other sections. I'm hoping that we can build maturity with ecological restoration and get more to the industry standard of identifying a reference ecosystem and getting as close as we can to that reference ecosystem and coming up with the management and stewardship plans to do that, but also understanding it's not just about the reducing pollutants and making sure the water quality gets better, but really taking on active management and acquisition of lands to restore and protect them. That said, as I see less than 60 seconds left on my clock, wow, 63 priority actions is a lot to take on, and we've heard repeatedly about the ongoing pressures across our organization, particularly in natural heritage planning and just our staff capacity. I think this plan is really walking us to where we need to be. It's letting that roadmap to get there. And I hope with unanimous support, hopefully here, a lot of exciting work from project partners, excited community of residents, and the ability to keep going, we're able to get a lot of this done a little bit faster by kind of being strategic about some of that stuff. And so I see this as really an open opportunity for all of us when we're doing those conversations with developers in our wards, who are maybe developing by core natural heritage, before we have those policies, to explore what can be done in the interim. And I see this as invitations for all of us to speed up this work and to keep going. It's really incredible stuff. We have to also go faster. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I do have some questions, so I'll pass the chair to First Vice Chair Maureen Wilson.
Thank you.
Yeah, first with a comment, thank you very, very much to everyone involved. Very happy to see this document. There's a lot of great things in it. I won't repeat everything Councillor Alex Wilson said. But I do have some questions, just kind of pushing on things a little bit. So achieving the actions, 60 plus, however many they are, I had a different count, but anyway, a lot of actions in there to improve the chances of supporting biodiversity, but what are the actual measurable goals for biodiversity? I'm not sure that I saw that in the report. Are we actually going to be able to measure the success? Because we're doing a lot of the good things in here, but how do we know we're succeeding? Through you, Chair.
So through the chair, Lauren Vrates, Senior Planner, Policy Planning. So the actions themselves, they still need to be implemented by all the partner organizations. They're organized under the different goals of the plan, which you had seen there. And really, we really focused on developing the timeframe to make sure that they were achievable, the actions themselves. So while the goals in the plan there isn't specifically measures for protect, restore, enhance, explore. It's how we categorized each of the actions under the key priorities with those goals that I think we'll be able to be checking those off as we go through the 5 years and making sure that each organization's committed to getting that work done. And also, I guess, sorry to add, there may also be, I think maybe what you're referring to are maybe very measurable goals. So, land areas, certain percentages. We may find that through this work, that maybe there are less measurable goals, maybe things that are more qualitative, how people are responding to the Biodiversity Action Plan, how people are perceiving their neighborhoods. Yeah, so I wonder if that might be another thing that comes out of this as we're working with our project partners to really refine over the next 5 years.
No, I appreciate that answer, and it is a process, is a big step forward. I think one of the things to consider would be measuring, for example, an easy thing would be the number of species going extinct. We know we're in the 6th grade extinction, and how many species are there in the area? How many are going extinct? Are we able to slow that down, stop it, reverse it? Those kind of things, just for consideration as we go through the next iteration of the action plan. My second question relates back to one of our delegates. It's action 3.3. It says review the natural heritage policies of the rural and urban official plans and investigate options for amendments to strengthen protection of biodiversity in both rural and urban contexts. From the delegate this morning, and I agree with the sentiment that land use has been the single largest impact on biodiversity. Initially, generations ago, it was conversion to farmland, and now it's urban uses that have removed forests, meadows, wetlands. And right now we're experiencing that as a top driver really in the AGD where land conversion is still happening. So if we don't fully enforce our existing policies, to what was said earlier, there's, what value is in there updating. So my question is, how do we currently measure the effectiveness of our current natural heritage policies in our official plan? i.e., what the policy says versus what actually happens with respect specifically to natural heritage and core areas?
Dave Hayworth, Manager of Sustainable Communities, to the Chair. I think measuring and monitoring how our policies are doing is very important work, and that is something that we will be doing as we delve into updating our rural and urban natural heritage policies as we move along. There's a few things ongoing right now I think we want to take into consideration, and that's the natural areas inventory work that's going to establish a baseline for which we are to measure changes over time. We have a significant woodlands project ongoing right now where we'll be remapping our significant woodlands, and that gives us an opportunity to do an overlay of the base mapping in the official plan versus new mapping coming out and seeing where changes are, partly on how the features may have changed, but partly on where developments occurred. We also look into changes to the core areas. Development within a core area, when it's approved, requires an official plan amendment. So looking at the amendments in the UHOP back to about 2010 for the urban official plan, there's only been about 3 amendments. So we look at all that. We also will take a look at the environmental impact study policies and guidelines as well, and take those into consideration as we move along. I think it's important, so where development might have occurred, that EIS may have determined that the feature was not mapped correctly. It was, not identified properly in terms of significance or functions or something of that nature. And it might have allowed for some development to occur, just within or adjacent to. And the other way it works too, which is really important to note, is when you do an EIS and you go out in the field, that feature may have grown. And those policies still apply. In fact, we have policies in the official plan where if there's a feature that's not mapped and you're doing some field work and there's a feature identified, you have to determine its significance and importance, and the relevant policies of the official plan would apply in that regard. So we have very good policies. We'll look at updating them and improving them. But I think those are all things to take into account. The other thing that's a little harder to track for monitoring is through formal consultation. Often there's discussions about, hey, this is what's on site. There's these natural features. These are the type of policies that apply. These are our requirements. And nothing ever happens because they're like, okay, that's enough. We don't want to go any further. As well as when there's inquiries about properties, just in general, those discussions happen and the policies themselves can be protective by their very nature, through those discussions and nothing really proceeds, so.
Okay, thanks for that. I can take it offline. I think it's very important to be measuring and understanding historically what we've done, and certainly going forward from now onward. I just know of a couple applications within my ward currently that would remove core features, and still to be determined, but I'm sure there's been examples in the past where those core features have been developed on, and now we have an opportunity to say, no more habitat loss. That's not in the action plan, and I think there's more conversations to have offline for that. So thank you for that. And I will leave it there and take the chair back. We do have a couple more speakers, Councillor Kretsch, then Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thanks. I'm very supportive of this plan and understand some of the questions that Councillor Kassar is asking here and why they're important. And I'll be very honest with you. I wish there was more habitat in Ward 2 to protect in the same way that exists in other parts of our city. But what strikes me as really important about this specific policy is how it integrates with other policies, right? So how it integrates with our green building standards, our Parks Master Plan. And frankly, in this term of council, we're seeing an urgency around climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and we're responding with these plans. And I get it, they're these huge things, they're 5 years, sometimes they feel very nebulous and large and that they're not going to help, but what I'm noticing our staff doing is working together to integrate actions that make sense, and I appreciate that action is part of the title here. So very briefly, just want to say thank you for this work. I think it's essential. It's going to help our plants, our habitats, our birds, our wildlife, and make sure that we make decisions that are going to keep our city sustainable and biodiverse.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just echoing, first of all, the gratitude. This was the magic of so many excellent and committed players working together because they're committed. But it's also hard work trying to coordinate that many good players and people. So hats off to those who did that. Appreciate all the work. I may have missed it, but I would like to give staff an opportunity, and if they've already spoken to it, then I'll rewatch the tape. But I think there was a suggestion made by a delegate this morning that in our planning process, when we're looking at an individual development, we're making an assessment. But what we have not perhaps been able to do is appreciate the cumulative impact of not just one development application, but multiple development applications. And that has impacted downstream conditions. It's perhaps thwarted or frustrated linkages. It's meant a loss of habitat in one place, and if you don't have it in one place, then there's really no point in having it in another place. So could someone explain to me, when we lean into these actions, how would you address that statement by the delegate? Thank you.
Pondering.
Through the chair, I can start, and perhaps other members of the bench chair might want to chime in also. I'm not a development planner and policy planner, so I don't actually handle a lot of the development applications that come through. I review OPAs and that sort of things, but not always the zoning bylaw amendments, things like that. So I think sometimes from a policy planning perspective, maybe I'm not aware. Maybe there's things happening from the zoning, from development in an area that might be more cumulative than just a change to potentially like a core area, not I say just, but if there's any changes to a core area in one property, and then maybe on the next site, they don't need an OPA, we don't see it. So perhaps through the next round, over the next little bit, we need to talk with the development planning staff, and it came up through the internal consultation that they could help us with some information about the development applications that are coming in certain areas, and we can start to look at that cumulative impact maybe more greatly. It's not spelled out specifically as an action, but it is a conversation that I think could help lead to through the policy review that we're looking at, it could help inform that work. If there's some policies that we have in our OP that may be open to interpretation, or maybe the language needs to be strengthened, and we're seeing that maybe through the development approvals process, I think that needs to be considered. And I definitely echo, I understand that, the concern, because I think just anecdotally, knowing that there's a park nearby with a lot of trees, and maybe that's someone's justification for tearing down trees on another property through a development application. I mean, it's all part of a system to a bird, right? So it's not, it may seem insignificant to on one parcel, but in terms of a whole system, definitely we do see the value. So we are working toward it, and it's not lost on staff. I think we just need to coordinate and have that be a focused part of that policy review.
If I can add, one of the policy shifts you may see is, I think one of the presenters this morning talked about it. Currently, the OP talks about a test of no impact or no negative impact. And then how do you mitigate that to bring it back to zero? What we are looking at is alternative language, whether it's no net loss or net environmental benefit, so that at the end of the day, the sum is greater than the individual parts. So we're actually looking at trying to grow the NHS system. You see that with the urban forestry strategy, which set that the targets to be measured on a citywide basis and doing that monitoring. So in some areas, yes, there may be a refinement or a fine tuning of an environmental feature through an EIS, but we also then look at how do we then offset that and what would be the adequate compensation, whether it's 2-to-1 or 3-to-1. And that'll be sort of that policy direction to looking at it on a more holistic basis, as opposed to right now, yes, we're going to remove some trees. Yes, we're going to change the grading here. This is how we're managing the impacts. Therefore, it meets the requirements of our official plan policies in the terms of reference for EISs. So it will be a fundamental policy shift in how we sort of look at growing or enhancing the NHS system, as opposed to just mitigating impacts on the NHS system as we move forward. Thank you.
Through the chair, can I tag on? Sorry, to pile on. Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. Just very quickly, I think there's an important role for the
natural areas that the city already owns. Currently, we don't actively manage them, and we know that the quality of those habitats are degrading over time with invasive species, with lack of biodiversity. So part of the action plan is actually to build the team that would study those, to implement projects that would help enhance those, so that when we are growing our natural heritage system, not just in size, but also in quality.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Morning Wilson. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So Chair, I'm not sure this is in order, but I am just trying to link the work corporately. So on tomorrow's GIC agenda, there's a series of asset management plans that have been completed. And one of the asset management plans is for horticulture and forestry. And in the asset management plan, just as to be fair to staff, it says we don't have the capacity and the budget to inspect any, I think it said, any rural, publicly owned rural trees. And we don't do regular inspections, I think, on trees in right-of-way. And I guess what I'm trying to look for, or just perhaps plant, because I will ask the same question tomorrow, is if those native trees are critical and deemed to be public infrastructure and necessary components to support biodiversity, will this biodiversity plan, and therefore through the budget, enable us, like how deep can we go with this work in terms of informing all the other related work? I guess I'm just looking for some assurance that these people over here are talking to these people over here, and ultimately it is going to inform and affect our ultimate budget asks, what our complements do, when they do it, how they do it. Is that possible during these the next little while, or this is going to get us there ultimately? Thank you.
Through the chair, so currently, Councillor is correct. The proactive grid inspections that are undertaken in the urban area does not apply to the rural area. Right now, if there's an issue or if there's a concern raised, staff will react to those concerns. If there was to be direction to expand the proactive planting and inspections to the rural area, I would suggest that we do that through the urban forest strategy as opposed to this biodiversity action plan, although the two obviously build on each other. It's just that the forest strategy deals directly with the forest asset and the forest resourcing.
Thank you. I think I've exhausted my questions. I guess the point, bless you, this is not on staff. This is not, in my opinion, some commentary and appendage to our work. This is actually, this is reconfiguring our work. This is reordering our work. This is informing and restaging and changing how we do our work and how we budget. Because in the absence of that, it's not going to be the full success that I know everybody wants it to be. So thank you very much for all the work, once again, to all the partners and to city staff.
That exhausts our speakers list. We have a mover and seconder. We can go to the vote to approve the Biodiversity Action Plan recommendations. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. And just take the opportunity to make a comment. There's 60 some odd actions in there. If you'd like to take immediate action, on Sunday you can go to Open Streets, and then in the afternoon you can join me in Butterfly Way, Hamilton at a native plant sale on the mountain. Center Mount Butterfly Way Garden. So immediate action can be taken. Thank you. Okay. Notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's been a long day, but I do have a notice of motion for staff to file an appeal of a committee adjustment decision, and I'm going to be asking to waive the rules to introduce that as a motion today. The reason being is that because the province changed the timeline for appeals, there's only 20 days, and this is the only meeting cycle in order to get this on the agenda, in order to have it approved by council in time to meet the provincially mandated appeal window.
Okay. And a seconder? Seconder to waive the rules, Councillor Francis. So first to waive the rules. The vote is up.
Councillor Pauls, if you could indicate your vote, please. Thank you.
That carries unanimously. So I can go ahead and introduce the motion.
Thank you. So the motion's pretty straightforward. It's that legal staff file an appeal of Committee of Adjustment lot severance and variance approvals for 14 Belvedere, file numbers HM/B-22:133 and A-24:93, and report back to Planning Committee. And I believe I need to attach a couple reasons for filing appeal. So I'm going to do my best at that now, but these may be amended for council. So the basis of the appeal is that the approval relied on a shared access easement roadway. I believe it was approved, or the lot severance would be in non-compliance with city policy for the creation of new lots that do not have access to a public roadway. I believe there is non-compliance with city policy for private waste collection. I believe there is inadequate consideration of environmental protection, including tree protection and environmental features due to the proximity of the mountain brow. And also there is inadequate consideration of the proposed development details, including lot coverage, landscape area, and parking layout. So just very briefly, again, because of the provincial regulation change, residents are not, do not have the opportunity to file an appeal themselves. So unfortunately, that falls to the city. So today, I'm really just asking committee to approve direction to file an appeal so that we can retain our appeal rights, and then staff will have the opportunity to report back to committee on their confidential evaluation of the appeal, and committee will make a final decision on how to proceed. But we need to have the appeal in by that, the deadline is July the 2nd. Just very briefly, a couple of the issues that I don't think that the committee really addressed or understood perhaps was that it is just a lot severance, but it relies on the creation of a shared access easement, shared access roadway through an easement. And that really creates a lot of issues for the municipality, for the city, things like waste collection, where do you put out your garbage, or is there private collection? Parking, who enforces parking, bylaw enforcement, snow clearing, maintenance of this roadway, utilities collections that would have to cross a private easement. So And I think it's a direct contradiction of city policy that new lots are not approved unless they have a direct connection to a public roadway. Staff had also at the hearing, or in their report at the hearing, had recommended that this application actually be deferred on the basis that there was inadequate information on some of the environmental considerations. There was information that was provided at the hearing, but there really wasn't adequate time for the committee to do its due diligence to actually consider these features or issues in full. And then the final issue is that the committee approved lot severances without knowing what was actually applied for, or what is actually going to be built on these sites. So it's kind of a chicken and an egg scenario. So we don't know how big the proposed buildings are going to be, if they're going to be beyond the lot coverage when you're creating smaller lots. Are they going to have the adequate landscape area? Things like that. And really, in my opinion anyway, you have to know what is being proposed to be built before you approve the severance. Otherwise, you end up with a subsequent committee of adjustment application where there's a whole laundry list of variances that are required in order to build what is actually proposed to be built, but the lot severances have already been approved. So those reasons, I'm hoping committee will approve this request. And again, it's just unfortunate that we have to go this route, but staff will have an opportunity to review in full and report back to committee for a final decision on how to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. And just confirming your seconder is Councillor Francis again?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. On the speakers list, Councillor Kretsch.
In general, I'm supportive of what Councillor Danko is trying to do here, and the reasons all sound fine to me. Like, if you look at them logically and listen to the thought that Councillor Danko put into the reasons, they make sense. My concern is only just about the process, specifically because we appointed the Committee of Adjustment as a tribunal to allow them to make decisions. And we did that really intentionally, purposely, to create an arm's length relationship between the Planning Committee and the Committee of Adjustment. If we criticize their decisions, undermine their decisions, I'm not suggesting Councillor Danko is doing that, but if we do that, or it's even perceived that we're doing that, I think this opens a big can of worms for everybody on council and for residents generally. We have to let them be impartial and make the decisions that they need to make. That being said, it's actually a normal activity for city staff, not councillors, for city staff to say, look, we're going to oppose this, we're going to appeal this, we're going to do something, and that's a relationship the city staff have with that tribunal body, and that's a very normal relationship, and that's fine. It's just when it comes to councillors doing it. So I appreciate the fact that the city staff asked for this to be deferred. The committee decided not to defer it, and city staff had some genuine concerns about how to proceed with this without deferring it, and that we're going to get a report back from city staff with their recommendation about this. So I get that there probably wasn't time for city staff to come up with a recommendation in time for this meeting, I presume, which is why it's coming from Councillor Danko, but just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. And if I could ask city staff just very briefly, I don't know if it's solicitor or acting general manager, or whomever it might be, if I've got that right in general, and if there's any comments they have about the process and the report that they'll be bringing forward, that it's being led by them, and that, again, not suggesting it's not being. I just want to understand this because I'm really conscious of the fact that we appointed this tribunal and don't want to be interfering with it unduly.
Patrick McDonald, Legal Services. So through the chair, there's a difference in process between the decision-making of the Committee of Adjustment and appeals of those decisions. So once the Committee of Adjustment makes a decision on an application, their role on that matter is over. And at that point, under the Planning Act, any party is entitled to appeal that's allowed to do so by that statute, and that can include the city. And the standing instructions for Committee of Adjustment appeals, which council previously made public, that's the matrix that shows where staff's delegated authority is, that contemplates that those decisions will ultimately come back to council for a decision, and certainly council can always direct staff That matrix deals with, again, it's public, that matrix deals with the delegated authority given to staff, but doesn't preclude any steps by council. And so in terms of whether the substance of this individual matter, that's just a general comment on process, but planning staff might be able to comment on that, but I don't know if they've had a chance to fully review yet.
Thank you, Solicitor. Any other comments?
Yeah, so through the chair, Tim Broman, Area Planning Manager with Development Planning. So just kind of high level and summary of the application that was presented to Committee of Adjustment. In response to the concerns that were raised by staff, particularly with respect to the lot frontage, the applicant did provide a revised proposal that provides frontage for each lot, and that was the consent proposal that was ultimately approved by the Committee of Adjustment. Our staff recommendation did recommend to table the consent application on the basis the environmental impact statement was not approved, but we're otherwise supportive of the revised proposal. Development Engineering also recommended that it be tabled as they needed to receive confirmation from the Ministry of Environment that there's permission to extend the combined sanitary and storm sewer, as there is no municipal sewers fronting the property. Staff did provide recommended conditions in the event the applications were approved, and the outcome of the decision was that the approval was given with those conditions that have addressed staff's main concerns with the proposal. In regards to the other notes regarding zoning matters and the development of the site, the subject lands would remain subject to the regulations of the zoning bylaw. With respect to the setbacks, unskipped areas, et cetera. This is typical for any lot that would, basically a lot would have that established building envelope and be subject to those regulations. The minor variances that were approved were just to permit reduced lot frontages due to the irregular shape of the lots on the curved road. The proper building envelopes and site accesses will be maintained, and if there are any other variances that would be sought at the in order to proceed through a building permit application, then they would need to go back to Committee of Adjustment for further variances. So based on the revised proposal and the conditions that were attached to the decision of approval, staff were generally supportive of the decision at that point. Thank you.
Councillor?
Yeah, and that's a dissonance for me, is I'm hearing staff are supportive of it, but then we're going to contemplate an appeal. So I'll say that I was in a position somewhat similar to this at the beginning of the term of council with respect to a planning committee decision that needed to have the appeal rights maintained in order for staff to look at that. But there was no way to do it because the timing didn't work and we weren't able to actually maintain those appeal rights and the timing expired. So for this pure sake of just maintaining the appeal rights so staff can write something to the planning committee or council, I'm supportive of that, and I'll reserve my opinion on the subject until council, but I'm supportive of understanding that we're going to put in an intention to appeal so we can preserve the timeline here, which is really essential because the timeline is so short, and we have no choice but to do that. I can support that today, but I'll mull over more what planning staff have said and look forward to their comments on this when they're able to provide them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Chair. Mulling over is always a good option when you need to kind of clarify in your own head what happens. From my perspective, we hire a professional bench who invariably get most planning issues right, invariably almost all of them. Occasionally they might err and stray like lost sheep, but very seldom. And when on the rare occasion when that happens, we usually catch it. The Committee of Adjustment is in a sense like the Senate. It's a sober, hopefully sober, body of appeal. But you know what? They don't always get it right either. And that's why under legislation, there is a process in place to challenge it. And so we'll mull it over. The point that Councillor Kretsch makes is legitimate. We should be very careful wading into these waters. However, the reasons that Councillor Danko has articulated were pretty darn persuasive to me, so I think it's an appropriate action to take. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. Seeing no further speakers, the motion has been moved and seconded. We will go to the vote. The vote is up. That carries 10-0. On to General Manager's update, 14.1.
No updates today. Thank you, Madam.
Okay. Have a question? Councilor Maureen Wilson has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, I was going to serve a notice, but perhaps I'll do it in the form of both, to our acting General Manager, Robichaud. I was interested earlier today when there was a lot of discussion about the importance of neighborhood grocery stores and the capacity of the municipality to affect private development and market decisions. So through you to the chair, to Mr. Robichaud, has this body or even previous councils, have we received an overview on what restrictive covenants are within the planning process and the legal environment within which they work?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, to the best of my recollection, no. It is an issue when sometimes we have a conversation is why is the site sitting vacant? Why is that commercial site not redeveloping? And we run into the situation where the owner will put a covenant on the land. So notwithstanding the zoning or the planned function for that site, a similar business cannot move into that building. So you end up with those situations where a former grocery store may sit vacant for many years. And the reason why it is sitting vacant is notwithstanding that the grocery store company has sold it 2 or 3 times to different parties, there's restrictions that are registered on title through a restrictive covenant that prevent another grocery store or similar operator from purchasing that site and setting up shop. So we had that situation on Concession Street. I remember there was a grocery store that's at vacant for many years in the 80s, 90s. The grocery store that used to be on York Boulevard, the Barn, they had the similar provision. So when it closed, it sat vacant for many years. So we see that throughout the former communities, and it becomes then the situation where and then there's other reasons behind it in the construction. It's hard to build a grocery store. It requires specialized design. The floor has to support a heavier load, et cetera, et cetera. So it's hard for grocery stores to relocate, especially if they're independent or small operators, because there's no suitable sites. And that then leads to the situation where you see in established urban areas of grocery deserts, where even though it's zoned for a grocery store, was a former grocery store, there still could be used as a grocery store. You cannot purchase or lease that property and set up a grocery store. And that's done through restrictive covenants. And that can have a detrimental impact on the planned function, the way that we see communities developing, because very often the grocery stores or similar stores are fundamental features to making a thriving, vibrant neighborhood. And then it forces residents to have to travel, large distances outside of their neighborhood, or a monopoly situation sets up in certain areas where the community is held hostage by only one grocery store because none of the other sites are available to a grocery store locating. So I was, the province through Bill 200 made some changes around hot water tank heaters and some other changes and I thought they might go into this issue of restrictive covenants and how they become a barrier to intensification. But unfortunately, the province didn't go down that road. So in speaking with legal staff, we can report back on this principle of a restrictive covenant, what it is and what it isn't. And I think Mr. McDonald did point out to me that the Competition Bureau is currently looking at this, or there's been some discussions about them looking at the use of these restrictive covenants to keep competition out of a community even after they move on. And, there are those situations we've heard where some of the large format retailers can destroy all the mom and pop shops, and then they leave that wake where nobody else can relocate in there to keep those thriving neighborhoods. So as part of the commercial review and some of the work we're doing, if committee requests, we can undertake that research and report back as a joint planning legal report. And it also does answer that question is, why do we see vacant space on our streets? Sometimes it's not a planning issue, it's not a market issue, there's other factors behind the scenes that are stopping those sites from being reused and repurposed for commercial uses as envisioned in the zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fulsome answer. It has been a bugaboo of mine for far too long, and I would love to have a formal discussion about it, along with the legal impediments, the perhaps legal opportunities. It strikes me as always odd that those who profess to say the market work want to control the market and disable competition. And it has impacts on existing neighborhoods, particularly very dense urban neighborhoods where space is at a premium. And as you say, the requirements of the building footprint for grocery stores is very particular. So I just do not understand how this could ever be in the public interest to maintain this kind of legal enabling. But thank you. Bring that forward formally in a notice.
Okay, okay, we can move on. We're on to private and confidential. There's two items, first the minutes and then another item, 15.1 and 15.2. Two reports. Thank you. There's two reports, 15.1 and 15.2. Does committee wish to go in camera?
Yes.
Okay, we will go in camera. Yeah, moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson, who will now take over as chair, as I need to depart. Okay, so yeah, mover and seconder to move into closed session for item 15.1 and 15.2 pursuant to section 9.3, subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021, as amended in section 2392, subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. So the vote's up. Okay, that carries. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of committee rejoin. The committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in the open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return.
I need a, pardon me? Nobody's moving. Well, no. Okay, well, we need a mover and a seconder to extend the meeting to 6 p.m. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Taddison. All those in favor or opposed? We're voting on the extension. Thumbs up from Councillor Pauls.
Ted, are you voting?
No.
Ted. Are you seriously voting down? Ted? Councillor Weedy, next up the time. Thank you.
Okay, that carries. So we are allowed to go until 1:06 and no longer. Okay. I would like to ask staff, all members of council and staff who are attending virtually, to please ensure. One moment, please.
We're on page 31.
Oh, thank you.
I don't think you.
Okay. I like that, green mooring. Thank you. For those who are watching, this is the Planning Committee of June 8th, 2024. We're just coming out of 18th, beg your pardon, we're just coming out of closed session. And so we have two remaining items to deal with. 15.1, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 544 and 550 Rymel Road East, Hamilton, for lack of decision on urban official plan amendment application 20-024 and zoning bylaw amendment application 20-037 and draft plan of subdivision application 25T202006, which is LS 23031A in Ward 7. It is moved by Councillor Pauls and seconded by Councillor Francis that the directions to staff in closed session respecting report LS 23031A be approved. B, that the closed session recommendations ABC to report LS 23031A be approved and remain confidential until made public as the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And C, that the balance of report LS 23031A remain confidential. Please vote. Has everyone voted? Councillor Taddison, thumbs up. Okay, thank you. That carries 7-0. 15.2, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 1065 Paramount Drive, Stony Creek, for official plan amendment 23-005 and zoning bylaw amendment applications 23-006, which is officially report LS 24014 in Ward 9. It is moved by Councillor Beattie and it's seconded by Councillor Francis. A, that the directions to staff in closed session respecting report LS 24014 be approved. B, that the directions to staff in closed session respecting report LS 24014 be released to the public following approval by council. And C, that the balance of report LS 24014, including Appendix A, remain confidential. Please indicate your vote now. Thank you. 7-0. It's moved by Councillor Danko and seconded by Councillor Beattie that we adjourn this meeting. Thank you to all those staff members who had a hand in preparing and serving this body and its deliberations, and to all our delegates earlier who participated in the process. Thank you to clerks. It's carried. Thank you. Have a lovely evening.